Chapter 551 Test. Yahiko showed great interest in Jiraiya's proposal, because he had the idea of telling their experiences. After you left, Jiraiya, we wanted to use our own strength to contribute to the peace of the Rain Country. At first, we helped some villages repel the attacking ninjas. Yahiko put down his chopsticks, picked up his teacup, and began to tell their story. At first, Yahiko had no idea of creating a ninja organization. After all, he was just a young kid at the time. Whether it was strength, knowledge, or other aspects, it was not enough to support him to have this idea. At that time, the overall environment of the Rain Country was very chaotic, but even in the chaotic Rain Country, there were ninjas who yearned for peace. In one action after another, Yahiko and his team gradually had other partners. When the number of people reached a certain level, the Akatsuki group, the organization, was established. However, Yahiko did not stay on Akatsuki for too long. He quickly talked about the relationship with Jiraiya. It was not that Yahiko felt that Akatsuki was not good during that period, but there was nothing to say. Compared with the influence of the ninja clan on the Rain Country, Akatsuki can only be said to be a small fight. Although the slogans are loud, the impact is really small. Yahiko drank water to moisten his throat and continued. As a teenager, what you have done is enough to make you look proud of yourself. Jiraiya encouraged. Yahiko is an orphan who has not received an orthodox education, but he can have such ambitions and put them into action. Jiraiya feels that he has surpassed countless people. Jiraiya's words made Yahiko smile, and he told the story of their relationship with Akatsuki while laughing. At that time, Akatsuki may have heard about the deeds of Akatsuki from other places and was interested in our philosophy. Unfortunately, I disappointed him. He almost didn't know anything. Yahiko looked regretful. When they first met, Yahiko determined that Akatsuki was an important figure in the peace of the Rain Country. What was a pity for Yahiko was that his performance was too poor, and Akatsuki's failure to meet him may have disappointed Akatsuki at that time. He sounds like a serious and rigorous person. Jiraiya touched his chin and thought after listening to Yahiko's words. Yahiko's words reminded Jiraiya of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. As if to make up for his elder brother's thick nerves, Senju Tobirama showed seriousness and rigor in all aspects. Jiraiya doesn't dislike people who are serious and rigorous, or rather, there should be very few people who dislike people who are serious and rigorous in their work ideals. Of course, if every little thing in life is serious and rigorous, Jiraiya feels that it is not good and too tiring. Yahiko is very serious about all kinds of major things, but he is very easygoing when he teaches. Yahiko explained. The development of the ninja sect is related to Yahiko, and the birth of the ninja sect began with Yahiko's lectures in Japan. Yahiko also listened to the lectures all the time before finally deciding to join the ninja sect, and even directly disbanded the Akatsuki organization and merged all members into the ninja sect. It is a terrible thing when a person with insufficient ability makes decisions. Speaking of the development of the ninja sect, we have to mention the crisis that almost destroyed the ninja sect. Yahiko did not hesitate to put most of the blame on himself, because that crisis was inseparable from his naivety. At that time, the number of shinobi clan members was not large, and Yahiko was the leader of Akatsuki organization, with the support of a group of Akatsuki ninjas, and his words did move some shinobi clan ninjas, which eventually led to the voting result leaning towards cooperation. So you were there that time? Jiraiya was a little surprised. As a ninja master, the battle that made the ninja world famous, even Jiraiya, who didn't pay special attention, had heard some news. However, people like Jiraiya who didn't pay attention basically only knew one piece of information, that is, Yahiko could defeat Hanzo, who was good at water escape with the reverse attribute of fire escape. Jiraiya didn't know about the role of Yahiko Nagato, who was just a soy sauce. As Yahiko continued to talk, Jiraiya's heart was solidified. He has a dream of world peace and will realize it with a rigorous and serious attitude. He has a strong teaching ability and a teaching attitude of teaching without discrimination. He has a big picture view and can put aside the hatred of the Rain Village for the peace of the Rain Country. I have been too busy in recent years. I didn't even notice such an interesting person in the ninja world. Jiraiya sighed and prepared to travel after the war. It must be said that there are some things in Yahiko's words that Jiraiya thinks he can't do. Yahiko Nagato, it's not easy for you to get here. You have experienced so many things. I will help you cook dinner tonight, Jiraiya said with a smile. When pursuing his dream, he met like-minded companions to form a ninja organization, and then met a super senior with similar dreams in the struggle. In the end, they experienced various hardships and continued to struggle together. During the time when Jiraiya was away, Nagato's experience was indeed enough to be adapted into a novel. Great! Yahiko cheered. Although it is a happy thing to get a free dinner, what is more worthy of happiness is that Jiraiya will stay until the evening. After lunch, Jiraiya took the initiative to propose to fulfill his teacher's responsibility to guide the training of Nagato and the other two. Of course, the three of them were very happy about this, so they went to the training ground outside the city together. It has been too long since they met, and Jiraiya's understanding of Nagato and the others' strength is limited to some information he has collected. In order to better guide them, plus a little curiosity, Jiraiya conducted combat training with Nagato and the other two. However, for the sake of effect, Jiraiya asked Nagato and the others to go up one by one, instead of all three of them going up together. After all, there is a big gap in the strength of the three. If the three of them go up together, it may become Nagato's personal show. How about I go first? Yahiko said first. Seeing that Konan and Nagato had no objection, Yahiko walked to the opposite side of Jiraiya. Try to use everything you know as much as possible, don't you need to hold back, let me see all of you. Jiraiya said proudly. As a well-known strong man in the current ninja world, Jiraiya has the confidence. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm sorry. Since Jiraiya said so himself, Yahiko was not polite and rushed forward with all his strength. At the moment of launching the charge, Yahiko concentrated his breathing and strengthened his body strength. The breathing method that Yahiko practiced was a branch breathing method developed by Mu based on the breathing of rock, named the ninja calling method. Strictly speaking, the ninja calling method is two breathing methods. One is to enhance strength, with a physical technique similar to the storm kick as a supporting move, and the other is to enhance defense, and the supporting move is a defensive ninjutsu similar to the iron block. The two breathing methods can be practiced at the same time, but they cannot be used at the same time. It is impossible to have strong power and high defense like the breathing of rock. But the difficulty of practice has been greatly reduced. Under the guidance of Mu, even the most ordinary ninja of the ninja sect can gradually learn it. Hit 1. Yahiko's talent was pretty good, so he learned the complete ninja calling technique. Swish! Yahiko first threw out 2 kunai. Dang dang! Jiraiya casually pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and blocked the kunai thrown by Yahiko. Swish! Yahiko seized the opportunity when Jiraiya was swinging the kunai, and suddenly kicked Jiraiya with a crescent-shaped chakra slash with the power gathered in his legs. But Jiraiya had so much combat experience that he had noticed Yahiko's movements through observation and dodged Yahiko's kicking skills by just turning sideways. Bang! The crescent-shaped chakra slash hit the tree, leaving a deep slash mark on it, and almost cut the tree off. The power is pretty good, but the speed is slow. Jiraiya commented. If such an attack hits a ninja, it can cause considerable damage. Water style, water spear. Yahiko was not affected by Jiraiya's words, and devoted himself to the battle. He gathered chakra in front of him to create 3 water spears and shot them at Jiraiya. Earth style, earth flow wall. Jiraiya quickly formed seals with his hands, and a thick earth wall rose in front of him. Yahiko's water spear only left holes on the earth flow wall, and failed to successfully break through the defense of the earth flow wall. After failing the ninjutsu, Yahiko once again gathered his breathing power to attack Jiraiya, preparing for a physical battle. Bang! With Jiraiya letting him go, the two sides fought back and forth. After figuring out Yahiko's physical skills, Jiraiya began to make it difficult for Yahiko, and a feint exposed Yahiko's flaws. Earth Style, Rock and Iron Technique. Yahiko calmly used the ninja version of the iron block. The power of the breathing method was poured into the body to enhance the defense, and the hardening of the earth attribute chakra property change made this move possible to resist ninjutsu. In the ninja sect, this ninjutsu is also known as the turtle shell technique because it is really hard. Bang! Jiraiya punched Yahiko, but Yahiko did not move. Instead, Jiraiya's fist was slightly red due to the reaction force. Yahiko couldn't help but smile smugly. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. How could he float when he was just letting water go? Then Jiraiya's palm burst out with chakra power, and he attacked again very quickly, punching Yahiko and sending him flying. It is indeed right to use defensive ninjutsu when you can't avoid it, but you must immediately distance yourself or counterattack afterwards. Jiraiya reminded. The ninjutsu you just used should be Earth Escape. Try not to use it when you encounter a lightning escape ninja, otherwise you will get hurt. Jiraiya said. Jiraiya fought with Iwagakure a lot during the Second Ninja World War. Iwagakure's hardening technique was indeed troublesome for ninjas like him who did not master the nature change of lightning chakra, but once they encountered lightning ninjas, this method was almost useless. Because the hardening technique is a ninjutsu that is added to the body, once it is cracked, the best result is injury. Hehe, thank you for your reminder, Jiraiya teacher. Yahiko smiled and thanked him. In fact, he had already reminded him when Mu taught him. After all, this kind of defensive ninjutsu always gives people a mysterious confidence that their defense is invincible. It is really easy to swell up if you don't remind them. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya looked at Nagato and Konan. Who of you wants to go first? Nagato took a step back. It's not that Nagato is shy. If he fights Jiraiya, then when it comes to instructing Konan, Jiraiya might have to rest for a while. Although he doesn't think he can beat Jiraiya, Jiraiya can't easily defeat Nagato with just the two abilities of Heaven and Hungry Ghost Absorption. One absorbs all ninjutsu, and the other deflects all attacks. The combination of the two can deal with too many situations. Then let me do it. Konan stepped forward. Paper shuriken. Konan took out a piece of paper from her body, injected chakra into it, and hardened it and threw it out. In fact, there were kunao and shuriken in her ninja tool bag, but Konan was more frugal and used secret techniques to replace them whenever possible. Swoosh! After throwing out the shuriken, Konan mobilized her breathing power and quickly dodged towards Jiraiya. Unlike Yahiko, although Konan also quickly learned the power-type ninja call, she did not learn the defensive ninja call like Yahiko. Because the paper secret technique that Konan was practicing had excellent defensive means, as long as she practiced the paper secret technique to a sufficient level of proficiency, Konan could turn her body into paper to avoid attacks, and she did not need to resist at all. Your physical skills are pretty good, and your offensive power is even stronger than Yahiko. Jiraiya praised. Of course, although he praised her, Jiraiya did not treat Konan specially because she was a girl, and he still attacked her when he should. After being beaten up in physical skills, Konan threw 3 shuriken at Jiraiya. This time, Jiraiya did not take out a kunao to block, but used fire escape to shoot down the attacking shuriken in advance. Boom! The shuriken hit by the fire bomb exploded. One of the 3 shuriken was a fake shuriken that Konan disguised as an explosive tag using the secret technique of paper. Konan's fake shuriken looked the same as the real shuriken, but after all, there were some differences between them. In the eyes of an experienced ninja like Jiraiya, the shuriken revealed a flaw after it was shot out of his hand. After more than 10 minutes, Konan retreated after being instructed, and Jiraiya looked at Nagato. At this time, Nagato happened to look at Jiraiya, and the two looked at each other. Jiraiya saw the pair of samsara eyes that shocked him once again. It was those unique eyes that made Jiraiya think that Nagato was very likely the son of prophecy. "Teacher Jiraiya, please be careful next time," Nagato said respectfully as he stepped forward. The ability of samsara eyes can easily kill the opponent at first sight when the opponent has no information. "Haha, let me see how you have grown over the years." Jiraiya didn't think Nagato was bragging. With the title of the first genius in the ninja world, and the eyes of the six-path sage. Adding to the uncertainty in ninja battles, if Nagato was Jiraiya's enemy, Jiraiya would definitely summon Bunta to help directly. That was the legendary eyes of the six-path sage, who knows what terrifying abilities it would have. P.S. I was so tired yesterday that I only have 4K today. Chapter 552, Meeting between the three ninjas and the ninja master. Fire style, flame bullet. Unlike the previous two times, this time Jiraiya did not wait for Nagato to make a move before responding, but directly formed a seal to condense chakra and used ninjutsu to attack. Unlike ordinary fire style, the flame bullet first converts chakra into oil and holds it in the mouth. Then, the moment the oil is spit out, the condensed chakra is transformed into fire attribute chakra, and the spitted oil is ignited to form a high-temperature fireball. Shadow clone technique. Nagato split into two shadow clones, and then the main body walked in front, opening the samsara eye to absorb the shield. The high-temperature flames did not touch Nagato, but were instantly absorbed after touching the shield in front of Nagato, as if they had never existed. The ability to eliminate ninjutsu in the intelligence, I can't see what the method is, it should be related to the samsara eye. Jiraiya judged in his heart. If someone else performed this mysterious method, Jiraiya would also guess that it was a secret technique, but Nagato has the samsara eye. Such a powerful and mysterious ability is in line with Jiraiya's imagination of the samsara eye. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. One of Nagato's shadow clones formed a seal and spit out a sharp lightning spear at Jiraiya. Swoosh! Jiraiya had been staring at Nagato's shadow clones and dodged in an instant. Tianyan. Nagato used his excellent perception and samsara eye to successfully capture Jiraiya's figure after he dodged, and stretched out his hand to send a huge gravitational force to Jiraiya. At the same time, another shadow clone that Nagato had just separated completed the seal and prepared to attack Jiraiya, who was about to be sucked in. But to Nagato's surprise, he did not succeed in sucking Jiraiya in. Jiraiya made his hair long and hard, and dug it deep into the ground, resisting Nagato's suction. Water style, water spear. The shadow clone immediately shot 3 water spears at Jiraiya. After the Tensei Tenjin ended, Jiraiya's long hair quickly pulled out from the ground and wrapped around Jiraiya's body, blocking the incoming water spears. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Swish, swish, swish. Under Jiraiya's control, his hard hair shot at Nagato and the 2 shadow clones like steel needles. Because the speed was too fast and he couldn't dodge in time, Nagato activated the samsara eye again. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force burst out, and all the hairs like steel needles were bounced away. No wonder he has such a great reputation because of a game. Jiraiya was secretly shocked. Nagato's various abilities are almost invincible for ordinary ninjas. Shinra Tensei can bounce off attacks that cannot be absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path, and Tensei Tenjin can force the opponent to have flaws. In addition to the powerful ninjutsu that Nagato himself mastered, he was really good at both offense and defense. Let's stop the fight. Nagato, I may not be able to give you any advice for the time being. Jiraiya called a halt to the fight. Nagato is too strong. If the fight continues, the battle may be difficult to control. He came to the Rain Country this time mainly to visit Nagato and the other 2, not to beat them all up. Jiraiya was confident that he could beat Nagato, but there was no need. What's the point of beating his own disciple? If one day Nagato really grows to the point where he can't win even if he tries his best, Jiraiya will be proud of him. Nagato nodded and cancelled the shadow clone technique. Teacher Jiraiya, you didn't expect that Nagato is now so strong that you can't win. There is no way to defeat him easily. Yahiko said jokingly in a boastful tone. He was mainly afraid that Jiraiya would feel embarrassed, so he wanted to use jokes to ease the atmosphere. After all, they met again after a long time. However, Yahiko was wrong this time. Nagato was the ninja who was most likely to be the child of prophecy in Jiraiya's mind. Jiraiya believed that he might bear the same fate as the Six Paths Sage. The better Nagato was, the more it proved that his guess was correct. And Jiraiya himself was the kind of person who was difficult to feel embarrassed. This shows that my teaching was not in vain. Jiraiya laughed. Then several people began to practice, and Jiraiya watched from the side. After watching Nagato practice for an hour, Jiraiya finally found Nagato's shortcomings. Of course, this shortcoming is relative. Nagato's physical skills are very good compared to his peers, but compared to his ninjutsu, his ability of the Samsara Eye, it seems very insufficient. So, Jiraiya began to instruct Nagato's physical skills. From the perspective of comprehensive ability, Jiraiya is actually a hexagonal warrior. He is very good at ninjutsu, physical skills, secret skills, and fairy skills. The only thing Jiraiya is not good at is illusion. However, because of this shortcoming, Jiraiya worked hard to practice the ability to remove illusions. In this way, although he can't use illusions on the enemy's illusions will not work on him. At dinner in the evening, Jiraiya asked, "Is Jiyusha busy? If not, I want to meet him." Although Yahiko and the others have sold the magistrate, Jiraiya believes that seeing is believing, and he is not too reassured if he does not see the magistrate with his own eyes. Because Yahiko and Nagato have shown great respect for the magistrate. In this situation, Jiraiya estimated that if the magistrates were sold, Yahiko and the others would have to happily help the magistrates collect money. For the safety and future of his disciples, even if he does not have much time, he has to go and see the people who are in charge of the magistrate. I think the magistrate is doing well recently. If you want to see him, we can go and ask him. Yahiko thought for a while and replied. Yahiko did not say that he would definitely bring Jiraiya to see the ninja. Because Jiraiya was brought to them by the ninjas of the shinobi clan, that is to say, the ninjas knew that Jiraiya was coming. Since the ninjas did not know that Jiraiya was coming, maybe it was because the ninjas did not know that Jiraiya was coming. In that incident, was Konoha the secret pusher? Yahiko thought of the puzzle that the ninja clan had not been able to reach a consensus on until now. At that time, Iwagakure promoted the ninja clan to negotiate with the Rain Village. The reason given by the Rain Village and Iwagakure was that Hanzo was deceived by Shimura Danzo of Konoha, so he attacked the ninja clan. At that time, because Iwagakure and the Rain Village had sufficient evidence, many ninja clan ninjas hated Konoha and were very dissatisfied with Konoha. However, after the subsequent investigation of the ninja clan, they failed to find more evidence related to Konoha. In addition to some analysis by Kakuzu, some people in the ninja clan also held different opinions. Of course, the opinions of that group were not unified. Some people thought that this was a way for the Rain Village to whitewash themselves and had nothing to do with Konoha, while others thought that Konoha was indeed involved. But Hanzo is not an innocent person. Some people even think that all the Rain ninjas of Iwagakure Konoha are involved. Yahiko was also one of the people who hated Konoha at the beginning, but after careful consideration, Yahiko is now unable to determine what the truth is. The ninjas have never supported any of the opinions. At the meeting, they only stated the necessity of cooperating with Rain Ninja Village. So Yahiko does not know what the ninjas think. If the ninjas are one of the driving forces behind Konoha, it is reasonable to hate Jiraiya. Yahiko can understand it very well. After all, that incident almost led to the destruction of the shinobi clan. I hope not. It would be really bad news to go against Jiraiya. Yahiko sighed in his heart. Facing Jiraiya, the enlightenment teacher who led him to the road of ninja, Yahiko has a very special feeling in his heart. However, if the two sides really go to the opposite side and go to the battlefield, Yahiko will greet Jiraiya enthusiastically before the battle, and then ask Nagato not to hold back when fighting. After his death, he has plenty of time to apologize to Jiraiya. When he was alive, even if the teacher who taught him wanted to destroy the peace created by the shinobi sect and block the road to peace, Yahiko would never allow it. Yahiko asked the shinobi ninja to report, and after getting permission, several people went to the shinobi headquarters together. At this time, the sun had completely set and night fell. Walking into the shinobi headquarters and heading towards the reception room, Jiraiya suddenly felt a chill for some reason. This weather shouldn't be right. Jiraiya felt that the temperature was a little abnormal. The next moment, Jiraiya felt a sight behind him. Jiraiya turned his head quickly and saw that he and Nagato were walking side by side, and there were no ninjas nearby. He he he. Garces stared at Jiraiya with big eyes and laughed strangely. What the hell is this? Jiraiya subconsciously protected Nagato and others behind him and quickly formed seals with his hands. It's not a ghost, it's Nagato's summoned beast. Yahiko explained. Garces's body structure is quite peculiar. If it is in an open area, even a naturally formed strong wind can blow Ghastly's body away or even disperse it. Although it can be reassembled in the end, it is still a bit troublesome. So Ghastly usually stays in or near the building, and Nagato does not go out with him when he is practicing outside. Nagato, your summoned beast looks a bit strange. Jiraiya said tactfully. He has seen many strange things in his travels, but it is the first time that Jiraiya has seen such a shady summoned beast like Ghastly. Kauji! Ghastly floated behind Nagato and gave Jiraiya a cry of approval. Yes, it is the most peculiar Ghastly in the world. You may feel this way when you first see it. Nagato nodded. It's actually like that after you get used to it. Now no ninja in the ninja sect will be scared by Ghastly's appearance. When Jiraiya walked into the reception room, he found that the doctor was sitting in the reception room waiting. You are my dear. The man greeted Miyu with respect at the first time. Miyu smiled and nodded in response, then looked at Jiraiya who was looking at him. It is better to meet in person than to hear about it. You are indeed a ninja master recognized by many ninjas. You are indeed extraordinary. Jiraiya said with a smile. Miyu has a face similar to Aizen, and with a white long coat and accumulated teaching temperament, Jiraiya feels like a good teacher who is good at reasoning. Same here, the name of the three ninjas is well known, and today I finally see the real person. Miyu said with a gentle smile. Jiraiya's arrival was within Miyu's expectations. Nagato was not only Jiraiya's disciple, but also the son of prophecy recognized by Jiraiya. Suddenly, the title of the first genius in the ninja world was spread, and it was normal for Jiraiya to come and see out of curiosity. I heard that the ambition of the ninja clan is peace in the ninja world. How do you think the chaotic ninja world will develop now? Can peace be restored? Jiraiya asked. While speaking, Jiraiya paid attention to the expression on Miyu's face. Whether it was the information Jiraiya heard from others or the experiences told to him by Yahiko and others, it was not a good idea to push Miyu to surrender. Therefore, Jiraiya felt that if he created a special persona to fool people, he should have some ideas about the current situation in the ninja world, even if those ideas were not necessarily correct. It must be said that Jiraiya's topic selection was good, even Yahiko and Nagato were curious about how Miyu would answer. That depends on your definition of peace. Is it complete peace, or relative peace? Is it eternal peace or peace for a certain period of time? Miyu replied. If any major force can produce a strong man like the god of ninja, the war may end soon, and then there will be a period of peace for the life of that strong man. If not, the war should end in about 3 years, and we will enter a relatively peaceful time. There will be local wars in the next 10 years or so, but there will not be a war that affects the entire ninja world. As the war progresses, the major ninja villages have gradually passed the trial stage and ascertained the intelligence of the target ninja village. The intensity of the next war will only continue to rise until it reaches its peak. At that time, the collision of ninja troops of thousands of people will become normalized, and the collision of ninja troops of thousands of people can be called a war. It is even possible that the total number of troops on both sides exceeds 5 figures. Although 10,000 is not a large number for the era when Mu Yu lived in his previous life. But 10,000 ninjas and 10,000 ordinary people are not the same concept. Once a ninja reaches the level of Chunin, he is almost a different species from an ordinary person. Not to mention ninjutsu, the speed and strength under the blessing of chakra alone are exaggerated. And at that time, the high-level strongmen of each village and even the shadows may be dispatched. So when the Ninja World War reaches its peak, even Mu Yu needs to be more cautious. After all, there are still people in the dark watching him, or in other words, watching his disciples. Isn't that the same as before? Yahiko asked doubtfully. Fight a war, then rest for 10 years, and have to fight some small wars during the rest time. It has been like this since the Ninja Village era. Jiraiya sighed. Although Mu Yu's words seemed to be an analysis of the Ninja World War in history, Jiraiya had to admit that Mu Yu was right, and the next development was likely to be like this. Jiraiya had a better impression of Mu Yu's vest in his heart. It is also a skill to gain real experience from history. Even if there are strong people like the god of ninja, they can only create a short-term peace. How can the entire ninja world be peaceful for a long time? Does it need the reincarnation of the six-path sage? Yahiko asked Mu Yu in confusion. Although the big goal of the ninja clan is peace in the ninja world, the ninja clan, under the leadership of Mu Yu, starts from reality and rarely discusses the peace of the ninja world. At present, it is still on how to make the Rain country long-term and stable. The reincarnation of the six-path sage is not enough. Mu Yu corrected. The peace during the six-path sage era is actually similar to the peace during the Senju Hashirama era, except that the six-path sage is stronger. After the death of Senju Hashirama, the First Ninja World War broke out. After the death of the six-path sage, the ninja clan split and wars broke out. In fact, the development was not much different. It's just that the six-path sage's era was too long ago, and now the six-path sage has been complete. Deification of the six-path sage made many people think that the six-path sage could bring real peace. In fact, for the current ninja world, the resurrection of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju together would not be much different from the resurrection of the six-path sage. Jiraiya looked at Mu Yu in surprise. As a ninja force with the same name as the ancient ninja sect, in the eyes of non-ninja sect ninjas, the six-path sage is the belief of the ninja sect, otherwise why would even the base be called Six Paths Castle? But Jiraiya didn't think Mu Yu believed in the six-path sage. At this time, Nagato looked at Jiraiya. At the beginning, Jiraiya gave an example that Nagato might be the reincarnation of the six-path sage, who could create a world of mutual understanding and peace like the six-path sage. Jiraiya scratched his head when he noticed Nagato's gaze. He couldn't blame him. Most of his knowledge of the six-path sage actually came from myths and legends, and he didn't know as much as Mu Yu. No wonder they dare to call it the ninja sect directly. The so-called ninja sect inheritance should be true. Jiraiya thought in his heart. Jiraiya thought that Mu Yu might have come across some ruins of the ninja clan, which recorded various deeds of the ninja clan. I don't know how to make the ninja world peaceful for a long time, but aren't we trying to find the answer? This is the meaning of training the next generation. Even if we don't find it, we can let the younger generation continue to find the answer. Mu Yu continued to answer. Even the world before Mu Yu traveled through time, it was not peaceful for too long, and there were still local wars in the world. So if you ask him how to achieve long-term peace, Mu Yu can't give a definite answer. In fact, Mu Yu is not completely without a way to achieve long-term peace, but it sounds a bit second year, and it is essentially an enhanced version of Senju Hashirama's plan. That is, a sufficiently excellent and wise person becomes a god, becomes an Otsutsuki, or even surpasses the Otsutsuki. Without the influence of external forces, peace can definitely be maintained for quite a long time. Listening to Mu Yu's words, Jiraiya was deeply touched, and looking at Mu Yu again, he felt a bit different from me. He traveled around the ninja world to recruit disciples with similar ideas. At this point, Jiraiya felt that he was relieved about the man named Nagato. It was not a bad thing for Nagato and the others to follow Nagato, but a good thing that required luck. Konoha, South Forest. Obito arrived at the place where he usually practiced early, and then looked around and waited for Mu Yu to come. Today is a special day for Obito. Because today is the day when Mu Yu said she would teach him and Shisui super fire escape. What kind of fire escape will it be? Ignite the space so that the opponent can't escape. Obito couldn't help but imagine in his mind. If it is really such a fire escape, then the fire escape is not for the inferior, but for the superior. What Wuxiang's sword and golden skyline are all standing aside? Are you still asleep? Kakashi asked Obito, who was dazed and grinning. You are not awake. Obito subconsciously triggered the rebound move. Hee. Kakashi smiled and ignored Obito, and started training with Lycan Rock. Now Lycan Rock is an important fighting force for Kakashi, and running in with Lycan Rock can effectively improve Kakashi's overall strength. Wait and see, when I learn the new fire escape, I will definitely beat you hard in front of Xiaolin. Obito did not continue to argue with Kakashi. He has already won a place in the martial arts competition. If he learns the fire escape and defeats Kakashi in the civil war, it will be a win. In front of the absolute record, Kakashi's words will become pale and powerless. What a youthful day, everyone starts training so early. Might Guy, who came for rehabilitation training, greeted all the disciples enthusiastically. Ryalu, it's a pity that I can't train with you until you are exhausted, but I will cheer for you. Might Guy encouraged Ryalu beside him. Once when Might Guy was training, Might Guy was by his side to encourage him. Leo. Feeling Might Guy's emotions, Ryalu waved his claws with great fighting spirit. Although Kai is stronger than Kakashi, his summoned beast has not evolved yet. When I master the new fire style, he will definitely not be a match for Charizard and me. Obito was calculating the combat power of each disciple, and suddenly realized that the time of the Civil War was changed at a really bad time. Now the Civil War is twice a year, and the martial arts tournament serves as a civil war, so the next Civil War will be in half a year. But in half a year, Shisui and Might Guy's Pokemon will definitely have evolved, and Charizard's evolutionary advantage will be gone, unless Charizard evolves again during this period. Obito looked regretful. If the Civil War lasted for nearly 2 months, he might have won the title of the strongest disciple. Because Shisui's Pokemon, who learned fire style with him, did not evolve, and Might Guy's Pokemon, who had the strongest hard power, did not evolve. Although Nohara-Rin's Milotica can fight and heal, Nohara-Rin herself is Melodic's flaw. Only Kakashi, like Obito, has the advantage of Pokemon evolution, and his own strength is not bad. When he saw Mu Yu, Obito couldn't wait to step forward and greet him, and the other disciples also walked closer to greet Mu Yu. Well, good morning to you too. Mu Yu smiled and responded to everyone. Obito and Shisui, come here. Mu Yu called Obito and Shisui to come to him, and also split a shadow clone to guide others to practice. The difficulty of learning Kinjian is extremely high, and it is necessary to teach enlightenment to improve teaching efficiency. The fire escape I'm going to teach you next is called Blue Flame, which can also be called the Azure Flame. Mu Yu explained simply. Obito listened attentively to every word Mu Yu said. He swore that he had never been so serious before. He was really suppressed by the golden skyline for too long. In addition, Kakashi also mastered the sword of Wuxiang, and Obito was eager to master the same level of attack. P.S. Today is 6K, and I will try my best to maintain it in the future. I will update more if conditions permit. Chapter 553 Teaching Blue Flame, Ryalu Evolution. After a brief explanation, Mu began to demonstrate. A large amount of chakra condensed on Mu's palm, and then a blue flame appeared above Mu's palm. When the blue flame on Mu's palm reached the size of a fist, Shisui and Obito could clearly feel the heat emitted by the flame. This flame is so hot. Shisui stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said in his heart. The blue flame released by Mu looked only the size of a fist, but the energy contained in it was amazing. What a handsome flame! The more Obito looked at the flame in Mu's hand, the more he liked it. Ordinary fire escape techniques are red, and Obito knew that this fire escape technique was not simple just by looking at the color of the blue flame. Then Mu threw the blue flame onto a rock. In the surprised eyes of Obito and Shisui, the rock melted rapidly into lava, while the blue flame continued to burn, and the fire had a tendency to spread to the surroundings. The compressed blue flame has an extremely high temperature and can easily melt metal and rock. Mu called Yamato over after saying that. Yamato, use your water escape technique with all your strength to see if you can extinguish the blue flame. Yamato nodded and began to seal and condense chakra. Obito was a little excited. Could it be that this flame was not afraid of water escape technique? Teacher Mu no longer has to worry about me being restrained. Obito felt that he had wrongly blamed fire style before. It was not that fire style was not good, but that he had not yet learned the truly powerful fire style. Fire style, you are the best style. Obito silently repented in his heart. Water style, great waterfall technique. Because he wanted to put out the fire, Yamato used a large-scale water style with enough water. A huge water ball was spit out by Yamato and smashed into the burning blue flame on the ground. Hiss! A large amount of water was evaporated, and the white mist spread and quickly dissipated. Teacher Mu, is this flame inextinguishable? Looking at the blue flame that was still burning fiercely, Obito asked excitedly. If it is a fire style that cannot be extinguished, it is a sure kill move. As long as it hits, the opponent will either be burned to death or the hit part will be immediately cut off. It is not truly inextinguishable, but most of the water-style ninjas in the ninja world do not have the ability to extinguish it. As he said, Mu used the water style to extinguish the blue flame. Is that so? Obito was a little disappointed. He thought it was a flame that was not afraid of water at all. Does Hanzo have the ability to extinguish the blue flame? Obito thought for a while and asked. Although he had never interacted with Hanzo, Hanzo was someone Obito wanted to challenge. There were two main reasons. The first was that he could show off in front of Jiraiya after defeating Hanzo, because the young Jiraiya lost to Hanzo, and he lost with his teammates. The second was that he might get a cool title after defeating Hanzo. Probably not. Mu replied. Obito's eyes lit up. At least when dealing with Hanzo, the blue flame was considered an immortal flame. Teacher Mu is really modest. Hanzo couldn't use water escape to extinguish the blue flame. There won't be more than 3 people in the ninja world who can use water escape to extinguish the blue flame. Shisui thought. Shisui felt that even if Mu, who had just shown off his water escape, was included, 3 might be a bit too many. Because Hanzo is already a well-known top-level water-style ninja in the ninja world, since Hanzo can't do it, Shisui estimates that only the 3rd-generation Mizukage has some hope. The reason for estimating 3 is that there may be hidden water-style masters. In addition to this method of compressing the flame to increase the temperature and burning power, the blue flame can also be released like ordinary fire style. After saying that, Mu condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a blue flame column. Everywhere the flame column swept was burned. If you have a certain degree of control over the blue flame, you can even do more operations. Fire style, blue flame, great fireball. Mu Yu formed a tiger seal in his hand and spit out a large piece of blue flame to form a fireball. Boom! The blue fireball fell to the ground, erupting with a terrifying power far beyond the ordinary great fireball. When the explosion smoke dissipated, Obito and Shisui looked over and saw a big pit appeared on the flat ground just now, and everything around turned into black ash. It seems that the control is very free. If the level is high enough, the form change can be strengthened. Shisui thought in his heart. The principle of the ninjutsu that Mu Yu just performed was not to fuse the ninjutsu together, but to use the blue flame as the base and use the method of the great fireball to release the blue flame. This is equivalent to upgrading all the fire escapes learned before. Obito became more excited. Learning the blue flame fire escape is equivalent to pulling other fire escapes up from the bottom. Because of the large movement this time, it attracted the attention of other disciples and Pakman who were practicing. Blue flame. Kakashi immediately noticed the unique feature of the blue flame. Awoo! Charizard! Cried out in worry. If Obito learns such a strong fire escape, then it will beat Obito. Oh no, it will be dangerous to help Obito train. Thinking of this, Charizard trained more seriously. It must have a stronger strength than Obito, otherwise the good situation it has finally achieved may become Obito to make it suffer again. Then, it can also be like this. Mu Yu changed her breathing, switched her breathing to the breath of fire, and then concentrated her breathing into the chakra mode of the breath of fire. Fire escape, blue flame, flame fist. Mu Yu condensed a large amount of chakra on her palm, compressed it, and finally changed its nature, and swung a fist covered by blue flames. Boom! A dark pit appeared on the ground hit by Mu Yu's fist. Fire escape, blue flame, blazing flame collision. The next moment, Mu Yu condensed all his chakra, and the flames of the blue flame rose rapidly from his body, making Mu Yu look like a fireman. Obito's eyes widened. This was much cooler than the ordinary flame collision. Mu Yu's demonstration made Obito's motivation to learn the blue flame reach a new peak. Strong and handsome, this must be learned, not stronger than the Emperor of Fire. First of all, it is necessary to make it clear that your current ability to change the nature of fire attribute chakra is not enough to learn to use the blue flame. Mu Yu reminded. As a first-level god-exclusive skill, the localized blue flame has extraordinary power and also has very high requirements. Obito did not speak, but listened to Mu Yu's continued speech silently. After all, Mu Yu had just completed a series of demonstrations, and it was impossible for her to stop teaching suddenly. There must be a turning point. But fortunately, you have mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode. The flame-breathing chakra mode can enhance your ability to change the nature, allowing you to barely meet the requirements. Mu Yu continued. That is to say, in the future, you may often have to use the flame-breathing chakra mode, which will be very hard, and you need to be prepared. You can just listen to the lectures to learn the theory, but ninjutsu is not only theoretical, but also requires long-term practice. As the trump card of the current disciples, the breathing chakra mode consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength when used. It is not an exaggeration to describe the breathing chakra mode as a normal practice as hard. Teacher Mu Yu, I can bear this hardship. If there are other equally strong fire escapes, I can even bear a little more hardship. Obito said with a smile. Obito has always held an idea that no matter how hard and tiring the practice is, as long as he can defeat Kakashi and make Nohara Lin show an expression of admiration and joy, it's okay. Pa. Let's talk about it when you can use the blue flame skillfully. Mu Yu put his index and middle fingers together and hit Obito's head accurately. He himself didn't have a fire escape as strong as Kinjian. The key to Kinjian is the concentration of the changes in the nature of fire-attributed chakra. Mu Yu officially began teaching Kinjian. At the moment of the lecture, Muyu enlightened Shisui and Obito. The cooling time of enlightenment is 1 week and the duration is 2 days, so Muyu usually gives enlightenment buffs to disciples depending on the situation. If there is new content or skills to teach, use it immediately. If not, wait until the last 2 days to use it. Try to make the enlightenment buff play a greater role. Don't hold back your doubts, just ask directly. Muyu said during the break. He also has a skill to solve doubts. If Obito and the others have doubts and ask for advice, it is the superposition of the 3 skills of teaching, enlightenment, and solving doubts. However, even with the triple superposition, it is not easy for Obito and Shisui to learn because of the difficulty of the blue flame itself. It was not until the end of the afternoon training that Obito's proficiency in the blue flame reached 1 point. Shisui reached 1 point at the beginning of the afternoon training, but it was still 1 point at the end of the afternoon, and did not break through to 2 points. Obviously, learning a powerful skill like the blue flame is not a simple matter, it is a protracted battle. It's so difficult, it deserves to be the strongest fire escape. The difficulty of blue flame did not dampen Obito's interest. Instead, he looked forward to the improvement of his strength after learning it successfully. After seeing the power of blue flame, Obito unilaterally announced that blue flame was the strongest fire escape, and fire dragon dance was at most second. After a long breath, Obito looked at the other disciples. Kakashi was still running and practicing joint attacks with Likenroku, Yamato was working hard to practice breathing techniques, Nohara-rin was practicing water escape with melodic, and Might Guy was wiping the sweat off the panting Ryalu. It's been another fulfilling day. When my injury is completely healed, we can do high-intensity exercise together. Might Guy encouraged. Because his injury has not fully recovered, Might Guy doesn't train much now. However, Might Guy didn't just stand by and watch. He would wipe Ryalu's sweat and pass him water, and then use words to encourage him to continue exercising. Leo. Ryalu relaxed his body and smiled happily. Although most of his daily life with Might Guy was various exercises, Ryalu was very happy. The next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed on Ryalu. The sudden appearance of the white light attracted everyone present. And the gazes of Pokemon. Kagaya's summoned beast has also evolved. Obito stared at the white light with curiosity, wondering what Ryalu would look like after evolution. Is it the transformation of Milotica, which is almost like a cocoon turning into a butterfly, or the rapid development of Lycanroc, which can vaguely see some characteristics of Lycanroc? At the same time, Obito felt a little pity that his idea of learning Blue Flame and defeating Might Guy together with Charizard could not be realized after all. I wonder what abilities Ryalu will master after evolution. Kakashi was also very concerned about Ryalu's evolution. Although the reason is unknown, it is certain that every Pokemon can master some ninjutsu and physical skills after evolution. Among them, Milotica has the most, from a ninjutsu that can't be mastered to mastering many water escape techniques and medical ninjutsu. Although Charizard and Lycanroc's improvement is not as good as Milotica, it is also very obvious. Thinking of this, Kakashi glanced at Zoroark next to Shisui. In fact, Kakashi is looking forward to Zoroark's evolution. Because Zoro's illusion ability is really special. If the strength is enough, it can definitely play a big role in the battle. But for some reason, Shisui's Zoro was hatched not too late, but it has not evolved yet. Originally, there was a Ryalu accompanying Zoro. Now Ryalu has also evolved. Now only Zoro has not evolved. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Zoro stared back with wide eyes. What are you looking at? Kakashi silently turned his eyes and continued to look at the evolving Ryalu. Zoro proudly raised his chest and raised his head. It won. Snap. Shisui tapped the part of Zoro's head with raised hair with his fingers. Why is he still proud? When the white light dissipated, the majestic Lucario appeared in everyone's sight. Compared to the cute Ryalu, Lucario has a touch of cold handsomeness. The round block on the back of the claw during the Ryalo period has become a sharp bone spur, and a slightly smaller bone spur has also grown on the chest. In addition, the changes in Lucario are more about growth, and you can see many shadows of Ryalo. It doesn't look like a big change. Obito commented. Compared to the evolution of other Pokémon, Lucario and Ryalo haven't changed much, giving people the feeling that Ryalo has grown up. Kakashi nodded. Obito was right. Glengar evolved into Garu, although it didn't grow wings like Charizard, but the hair on its body has changed a lot, and Ryalo and Lucario are still the same color. It got stronger all of a sudden. Might Guy gave Lucario a thumbs up with a happy face, and was happy for Lucario. If it weren't for the injury that hadn't recovered yet, Might Guy would have wanted to test Lucario's strength with a battle. With the examples of Melodic, Charizard, and Garu, all disciples knew that Pokémon's strength would be greatly improved after evolution. Lol. Lucario also used his claws to imitate Might Guy and gave him a thumbs up. Now, he feels very strong. After evolution, he not only learned a lot of skills, but also increased his wave power a lot. Want to test your strength and have a battle with Main Rock? Kakashi looked at Might Guy and Lucario. P.S. Awkward, I just said yesterday to keep updating and I have to write 4K again today. I'm a bit stuck. The detailed outline I wrote some time ago has been used up, and I haven't had time to add a new one. Chapter 554 The Power of Wave. Might Guy looked at Lucario. With Might Guy's personality, of course he agreed to become familiar with the new power in the battle and become stronger. But they are in a contractual relationship, and Might Guy respects Lucario's choice. Lol. Lucario looked at Main Rock Werewolf with a fighting look. It was very unwilling to lose in the Ryalo period. This time, it evolved to be stronger and wanted to avenge its previous defeat and bring victory to Might Guy. Although Kakashi and others could not understand the language of Pokémon, they also understood that Lucario agreed to Kakashi's request for a battle. Come on, your body will respond to you after exercising day and night. Might Guy encouraged Lucario. Might Guy was very satisfied with Lucario. The momentum of trying hard and not giving up made him see his own shadow. Breeze Rock, you should not have forgotten how to fight against enemies you don't know the information about. Kakashi touched the head of the Breeze Rock Wolf for the final reminder. Although the summoned beasts have to fight with the contractors in most cases, considering the special circumstances that may occur, Kakashi taught the Breeze Rock Wolf a lot of combat knowledge. Awoo! The Breeze Rock Wolf let out a confident howl. It once defeated Ryalo, and it can also defeat Lucario this time. It is impossible for it to lose after being carefully taught by Kakashi. After communicating with their respective contractors for a while, Garu and Lucario walked to the open space on the side and waited for the battle to begin. Shisui, who do you think will win? Obito asked Shisui beside him casually. It's hard to say. Although we know the strength of Garu, Kai's summoned beast has just evolved. Shisui shook his head and replied. Evolution is a huge uncertainty factor. Before the appearance of Melodic, they would never have thought that the powerless Uchiha would have the strength of an elite Jonin after evolving into Melodic, and that kind of elite Jonin that is difficult to deal with. So even if the grunt defeated Ryalo, Garu evolved earlier, and Shisui would be defeated. Shisui was not sure that Lucario would lose to Lycanroc. God knows what kind of improvement Lucario has made after evolution, and what kind of new abilities it has. I think Lycanroc will lose. Obito whispered. Because it hit you with its headbutt before? Shisui asked. Obito's speculation was obviously mixed with a lot of personal emotions. Obito stared at Shisui with wide eyes. They were from the same tribe. Shouldn't they fight against the evil white-haired forces together? Why did he expose his shortcomings? Shisui, you have changed. Obito glared at Zoroark. It must be this hateful fox who made trouble and led his taciturn 9-year-old brother astray. Zoro glared back without hesitation, just Obito. The man and the fox had an extremely fierce eye exchange, and it was difficult to tell who was better for a while. Judging from past performances, Lycan Rock is indeed likely to lose. Shisui thought for a while and said. Although Garu defeated Ryulu during the Rock Dog era, the victory was very reluctant. It is obvious that Rock Dog is no match for Ryulu in a head-on collision, and won by strategy and perseverance. Now that Lucario has more experience, if Garu still cannot beat Lucario head-on, the battle will be very difficult. Yes, it is also based on past performances. Seeing Shisui's analysis, Obito gave up the eye contact with Zoroark and agreed. The battle begins. Seeing that both sides were almost ready, Kakashi, who was acting as a referee, shouted. Seeing the battle begin, the other disciples also turned their attention to the battle that had already begun. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Garu immediately stretched his claws into the ground and activated the nature change of Earth Attribute Chakra. Throw sand. A large amount of soil turned into gravel, and flew towards Lucario in pieces under Garu's waving claws. Although this move is not lethal, it is really useful. After all, no matter how strong the body is, the eyes are fragile. Lucario was prepared for it. After Kakashi shouted, he quickly gathered a lot of chakra on his fist. Vacuum wave. Under Lucario's swing, a wave of impact quickly set off in front of it. Almost at the moment when the Gabi threw up the gravel, it scattered the gravel and rushed towards the Gabi with undiminished momentum. Last time, Lucario had suffered enough from the sand. This time, it was very prepared. The Gabi didn't expect Lucario's response to be so fast and effective. It was hit by the vacuum wave and flew backwards and hit the tree. The Gabi did find out the information, but it was different from what it imagined. Lightning flash. The Gabi endured the pain and used chakra to strengthen its body to run fast, avoiding the flying fist. Bang! The tree hit by Lucario's fist instantly shattered and exploded. What a strong physical ability! Kakashi sighed in his heart when he saw Lucario's strength. Kakashi was not too surprised that Garu fell into a disadvantage. Because this was a failed confrontation due to lack of intelligence, if Garu knew that Lucario had a move like Vacuum Wave, he would not use sand throwing at the beginning. Falling rocks. Garu quickly condensed chakra and condensed 3 large rocks beside him. If the opponent was not Lucario, Garu would use Shadow Clone to confuse the opponent and look for opportunities. But Lucario has a perception ability that Garu does not know, so it can only compete with Lucario in hard power. Break rocks. Lucario continued to rush towards Garu with an unchanged expression, and whenever a rock fell from his head, he would swing his fist at high speed to smash the rock. Rock fall. A Euro. After Lucario smashed several rocks in succession, the Wolfmane used a lot of chakra to create a huge rock that was bigger than all the rocks before and pressed it towards Lucario. It had not used stronger rock falls before, just wanting to use ordinary falling rocks to gradually reduce Lucario's vigilance. The huge rock was about to fall, but Lucario remained calm. It poured all its strength into its right arm, and then suddenly punched upward. Boom! When Lucario's fist touched the huge rock, cracks appeared on the huge rock and quickly spread to the entire rock. The next moment, the huge rock shattered, and Lucario stood calmly in the middle of the rubble. Awesome! Nohara Lin said in surprise. There is no doubt that Lucario's response strategy just now was really cool, perfectly showing its powerful strength and calmness when facing a mountain collapse. What a youth! Might Guy gave Lucario a thumbs up. In the eyes of the disciples watching, Lucario was very handsome, but it was not so good for its opponent, Lycan Rock. Pressure. Lycan Rock felt a huge pressure. Can't lose, the opponent is a newly evolved one. Lycan Rock thought in his heart. Although it was at a disadvantage, Lycan Rock did not think that he could not win, because in the previous battle, he found a place where Lucario was not as good as him. Speed. Lucario's speed was much worse than his. This means Lycan rock people have many opportunities. Even if they make mistakes, they can still dodge Lucario's attacks with their speed. Rock fall. The Wolfman once again gathered his strength to create rocks. Although the power of rock fall is not among the top 5 of its many offensive methods, it has the advantage of low consumption and does not require getting too close. Lucario smashed the rocks casually, and then gathered the power of Waveguide. A blue ball of light appeared between Lucario's claws. Feeling something was wrong, Wolfman continued to use Rockfall to interfere with Lucario, but was dodged by the opponent. Waveguide Missile. When the Waveguide power was condensed, Lucario used Waveguide to lock Wolfman and threw the Waveguide missile fiercely. Earth Escapee Earth Flow Wall. The Wolfman slapped the ground with his claws to create an earth wall. Bang! The earth wall was hit by the Waveguide to create a hole, and continued to hit Wolfman. The Wolfman calmly used Chakra to strengthen his body. A flash of lightning. The Wolfman's speed suddenly increased, and he quickly dodged on the earth flow wall. This was his combat strategy: long-range consumption, coupled with earth escape defense and speed advantage dodge. But just as the Wolfman was preparing for the next attack, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The Wolfman looked back and saw that the wave missile that should have hit the ground was actually turning and hitting him. The Wolfman wanted to dodge, but when he found it, the wave missile was approaching, and Lucario was also running towards him. Boom! The wave missile hit the Wolfman accurately. The huge force directly made the Wolfman faint, and his eyes turned into circles. Lucario wins. Seeing that the Wolfman had completely lost his ability to fight, Kakashi announced the winner. For this result, Kakashi was surprised and reasonable. The reason for the surprise was that before the battle began, I didn't expect Garu to lose the battle with such a big disadvantage. Garu almost didn't cause any injuries to Lucario. I think it's reasonable because Kakashi watched the whole game. The two nodes that made Garu lose the battle were the vacuum wave and the wave missile. They were misjudged due to lack of intelligence, which eventually led to the defeat. It can achieve such a big change of direction, which means that it can only be resisted by defensive ninjutsu or offset by offensive ninjutsu. Kakashi fell into thinking. The wave missile that Lucario used to kill Garu is not simple. It is flexible and powerful. You see, I said it won't work. Obito suppressed his surprise and said as if he had seen through it a long time ago. In fact, Obito really didn't expect the result to be like this. Because Garu is the earliest Pokemon born and has defeated Charmeleon in an unevolved state, Obito actually thinks Garu is very strong. But I said it before, and it happened to be right. It would be unforgivable if I didn't pretend. If he is so strong, then Kai will be even harder to defeat. Obito was worried. When will it be his turn to sit on the throne of the strongest disciple? Before they graduated, Shisui was always recognized as the strongest disciple. Later, Obito and his friends made rapid progress because of various opponents and crises, and Shisui's era was over. During this period, Might Guy was not as strong as he is now, and Kakashi also had a short time as the strongest. When Might Guy understood the rock-breathing chakra mode, he successfully left other disciples far behind and monopolized the throne of the strongest disciple with absolute power. Might Guy's 8 gates plus rock-breathing chakra mode is really powerful. Even if he learned the blue flame, Obito was scared. Because he has the blue flame, Might Guy also has the golden skyline. After thinking carefully, Obito felt that the strongest disciple was far away and needed a lot of struggle. Lo! Lucario pointed at Charizard, indicating that he still wanted to continue fighting. It felt Obito's inner desire to defeat Might Guy. Since Might Guy is injured and can't fight, let him defeat the opponent's summoned beast. Anyway, the battle just now didn't waste too much of his energy. Ouch! Charizard scratched his neck and looked at Obito. It was challenged so suddenly. Obito, do you have any idea? Charizard didn't really want to fight Lucario, because Lucario's performance just now was really fierce. Charizard didn't want to lose to a newly evolved Pokémon in front of Melodic, that would make it look incompetent. Old Charizard, just agree, treat the opponent as Obito, you will definitely win. Zoroark said. You are the only one who has evolved twice, what are you afraid of? At this point, Charizard straightened his chest and showed a proud expression, its number of evolutions is indeed far ahead. Ouch! Charizard responded to Lucario's invitation. It felt that what Zoroark said made sense. It had evolved twice, and it was afraid that Lucario, a Pokémon that had only evolved once and had just evolved, would lose face. In response, Charizard turned his head and glanced at Melodic. Finding a hint of curiosity in Melodic's eyes, Charizard's fighting spirit instantly ignited. If it performed well, Melodic might look at it with new eyes. Obito. Now he was in a very complicated mood. He wanted Lucario to beat up the rebellious Charizard, but he didn't want Charizard to really lose. After all, Charizard was his summoned beast, and he had hatched and nurtured it until now. If he lost, it would be a loss of face for him. Since Lucario had just fought a battle, Kakashi let Lucario rest for a while for fairness. I don't know if Charizard can do it. The reason why Lycanroc lost so badly should be that his chakra was restrained, but Charizard was not restrained. Kakashi thought to himself. Mew once told them about the restraint relationship between their Pokémon. When the rest time came, Lucario opened his eyes and walked towards the battlefield with a calm face. Charizard also moved forward with the encouragement of the Pokémon. Good job! This is the encouragement from Lycanroc, who woke up. Be alert and don't lose face. This is the encouragement from Charizard's best friend Zoro. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be a little later. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. Chapter 555, Speculation that Zoro has not evolved. Listening to the words of his friends, Charizard blew out 2 streams of white air from his nostrils, and strode towards the battlefield with his head held high. The battle begins. As Kakashi shouted, Charizard and Lucario quickly gathered chakra and used their own moves. Smoke screen. Charizard quickly flapped its wings and flew up, gathering chakra in its mouth and spitting out black and grey smoke. It also watched the battle just now. Most of Lucario's fighting methods are close-range physical skills, and its flying advantage can largely make the opponent's physical skills ineffective. In addition to the smoke screen that can cover the line of sight, Lucario has no way to know its position and use long-range attacks. Lightning Flash. Lucario gathered all his strength and rushed out quickly, but he didn't have time to hit Charizard before it took off. At this time, the black and grey smoke that Charizard kept spewing out covered the open space, making it unclear what was going on. It seems that Obito and Charizard don't know that it has the ability to perceive. Kakashi shook his head when he saw this. It's not that there are no ninjutsu that can hinder perception-type abilities. The mist-hidden jutsu of the Kirigakure can, but Charizard's smoke screen obviously doesn't belong to that type of ninjutsu. However, Kakashi can understand this. Charizard has never fought with Lucario before, and Lucario's usual training is similar to Might Guy, all kinds of physical training, so it is indeed difficult to see that he has perception ability. If Kakashi hadn't known enough about the shadow clone of the main rock Garu, and if he hadn't observed the previous battle carefully, it would probably be difficult to discover this information. Wave Missile. With his eyes losing vision, Lucario simply closed his eyes and felt the power of the wave. While Lucario condensed the wave missile on his claws, he felt Charizard's wave. Feeling Charizard's offensive intention, Lucario, with his eyes closed, dodged the incoming fire column and released the wave missile into the sky. Boom! The wave missile hit Charizard, making its flight shaky. Since Charizard did not continue to use smoke screen, the grey fog also dispersed at this time, revealing Charizard's somewhat embarrassed figure. Ouch! Charizard was a little surprised, not only because it was hit, but also because of the power of the wave missile. It saw that the wolf man was knocked unconscious by a wave missile and thought that this thing was very strong, but it was just average pain. It seems that I am really strong. Charizard became more confident. It felt that it would not fall even if it was hit by 2 more wave missiles. Rounding off, it means that it can hit 3 Wolfman. The confident Charizard regrouped and quickly flapped its wings to fly around Lucario, looking for an attack opportunity. Wave Missile. Lucario continued to condense the power of the wave without changing his expression. If 1 wave missile can't knock down Charizard, then 2, 3, or 4. Anyway, Charizard has absolutely no way to avoid the wave missiles by flying. Spray flames. Seeing Lucario launch a wave missile at it again, Charizard opened its mouth and spit flames at the incoming wave missiles. Although it was not seriously injured, it would still hurt to be hit by a wave missile. Boom! The thick and deep fire column submerged the blue energy bomb, and the explosion sounded. The wave missile disappeared and the fire column also dissipated in the air. Charizard raised its head and let out a dragon roar. The wave missile that defeated the Wolfmane was just like this. Attack is the best defense. Air Blade. Charizard condensed a large amount of chakra on its claws and threw several wind blades at Lucario in one breath. Swish! The wind blades were extremely fast, and Charizard released them while flying around Lucario, blocking Lucario's dodge space from multiple angles. Lucario still maintained his calm expression. It stretched out its claws at high speed, and then a metallic luster appeared on its claws. Metal claws. Lucario waved his claws covered with metallic luster and slapped away the incoming wind blades. Whoosh! Charizard's attack did not end there. Another stream of heat accompanied by flames attacked Lucario. Hot wind. This time, Lucario failed to dodge perfectly, and a touch of burnt black appeared on the hair on his chest. Although it had sensed the upcoming attack, the range of the hot wind was much larger than the previous moves, so it failed to dodge completely. Spraying flames. Charizard took advantage of the situation and immediately sprayed a thick column of fire at Lucario. Lucario knew that he was no match for him, so he immediately exerted all his strength to dodge. Charizard's expression became arrogant. It is known that lycanthropy was beaten by Lucario, and now Lucario was easily suppressed by it, so it is stronger than Lucario and lycanthropy. Now Charizard just wants to say, Lucario, you are just a challenger. Even if Charizard has a disadvantage in intelligence, even if there are more Obito to drag it down, it can't be defeated. When Charizard found that it had an advantage, it wanted to end the battle in one breath. Just like Lucario defeated lycanthropy. Charizard could already imagine the admiring expression of Melodic at that time. After all, it must be very handsome at that time. In order to make it easier for its attack to hit Lucario, Charizard lowered its flying altitude. The high flying altitude made Charizard not worry about Lucario's physical attack, and also made Charizard's attack more difficult to hit. A large amount of chakra was condensed in Charizard's throat, and a thicker column of fire than before was sprayed out. But Lucario, who noticed this scene, was instead bright-eyed. Bone sticks hit randomly. Lucario grasped the void, and the earth attribute chakra condensed in his hand to form 2 bone-shaped chakra sticks. Hey! At this time, the hot column of fire sprayed by Charizard attacked. However, Lucario had already planned everything in his mind. It suddenly jumped back to the tree behind. The flames maintained by Charizard continued to sweep towards the trees behind. Crash! Lucario used all his strength to jump up suddenly with the help of the tree. Charizard was a little panicked when he noticed Lucario's action, but at this time he certainly couldn't rise to a distance that Lucario couldn't attack in one breath, so Charizard could only fly sideways to dodge. However, what Charizard didn't expect was that Lucario was just faking a move, and didn't jump towards it, but jumped to another tree. Bang! After successfully tricking Charizard, Lucario suddenly jumped up again, swinging the bone stick and hitting Charizard hard. Charizard's eyes widened, and the huge force from the hit instantly made it know why the Wolfman was knocked down in 2 hits. Charizard, which was hit, couldn't keep flying anymore and fell to the ground hard. At this moment, the flame on Charizard's tail burned fiercely. Spray flames! Charizard, who fell to the ground, didn't have time to think too much and immediately sprayed a large amount of flames to stop Lucario from continuing to attack him. If Lucario was impatient, perhaps Charizard's merits would have a miraculous effect. But Lucario didn't rush ahead. After using the power of Waveguide to detect Charizard's intention, it chose to condense wave missiles on the spot. At the moment when the flames stopped and Charizard took off, the blue energy ball hit Charizard again. Boom! Charizard fell to the ground again, and this time it turned into a circle-eyed and fainted on the ground. Hey! Lucario breathed a sigh of relief. It is much more difficult to defeat Charizard than to defeat Garu. If Charizard had not given the opportunity to actively lower its flight altitude, it would have been difficult for Lucario to inflict a heavy blow to Charizard in one breath. Because its most effective move against Charizard at present is to hit it with a bone stick, but if Charizard flies high enough, it can't hit it at all. Lucario wins. Seeing that Charizard was unable to fight again, Kakashi announced the result of the battle. This battle process once again verified some of Kakashi's previous assumptions. The chakra system between Pac-Man has a great influence on the outcome. According to Kakashi's understanding of Charizard and Garu, the two are almost the same in terms of hard power. In the actual battle, Garu was suppressed by Lucario, and Charizard could suppress Lucario in turn, so he lost the battle due to carelessness. It has tried its best. Although it lost, it also caused a lot of damage to the opponent. Obito said with a look of regret. Garu? What are you talking about? Why do you keep looking at it? And Kakashi? Looking at Garu's unhappy face, Obito felt happy. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to praise his own dragon against his conscience, as long as it could fight against the evil white-haired forces, it would be worth it. Another victory, I'm right, the body that is exercised day and night will respond to you. Might Guy laughed and was happy for his Pac-Man. Currently, Lucario has fought 3 battles with other Pac-Man, with 1 loss and 2 wins, which means that the winning rate is 66%, which is a very high winning rate. In the first 2 years of Might Guy's ninja school, his winning rate was pitifully low, almost in the single digit, which means that he could only win once in dozens of times. The winning rate in a battle with a genius like Kakashi is even lower than the bottom, which is 0%. Low. Lucario recalled Might Guy with a smile, and then looked at Melodic. It had the urge to challenge Melodic. Because Might Guy is the strongest disciple among all the disciples, then as a Pac-Man that signed a contract with Might Guy, it naturally has to become the strongest Pac-Man. But Lucario suppressed the desire to challenge Melodic. The battle with Charizard consumed a lot of its mental and physical strength, and even injured it. If it wants to recover to its peak state, it needs a lot of time to rest and recover. It is now dusk after the training, and Lucario does not want to be because of himself. Wasting too much time for others. Finally, Lucario turned his eyes away from Melodic and began to gather chakra. Although it seems that there is no problem, let's also treat it. Nohara Lin split a shadow clone, preparing to treat Charizard with the main body and Lucario with the shadow clone. Min Xiao also came to Nohara Lin's side to gather chakra and prepare to help Nohara Lin with treatment. Lucario shook his head and quickly changed the nature of the condensed chakra. Life drop. A blue-green water ball was generated above Lucario. Then the water ball quickly exploded in the air, and drops of blue-green water fell on Lucario and Charizard. When the water drops containing healing power fell on him, Lucario's injuries, which were not serious to begin with, recovered rapidly. Min Xiao looked at Lucario in surprise. He didn't expect that Lucario, who looked like a ruthless warrior, also had the same healing skills as it. Nohara Lin's treatment combined with Lucario's life drop quickly woke Charizard up. Feeling the coolness and comfort on his body, Charizard looked at the melodic next to him and cried out in emotion. "Awoo! Goddess, your healing ninjutsu is so powerful. I feel that my body and mind are completely healed in an instant." That's what it said. Zoroya translated accurately. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. How did I hatch it? It's really not like me at all. Obito covered his mouth and worried that he would laugh out loud. If it wasn't his summoned beast, Obito would have laughed like crazy. After all, it was his summoned beast, so he had to save some face. Ah! After a long silence, Melodic explained. The life drop just now was cast by Lucario. That's what it said, hee. Zoroya couldn't help laughing after translating. It's professional. It usually doesn't laugh at brothers unless it can't help it. Charizard was stunned, looked at Melodic, and then at Lucario. Bang! Charizard fell down again, as if the battle just now had left it with serious injuries, causing it to only stay awake for a moment. No one tried to wake up Charizard, and they all assumed that Charizard was unconscious at the moment. After all, the damage caused by the incident just now might be greater than the bone stick that Lucario hit it with. It turns out that Lucario has mastered medical ninjutsu. In this way, even if Akai does not team up with us in the future, he does not have to worry about the problem of treatment. Kakashi felt that all the Pokemon eggs sent by Mew were the result of careful selection. Due to the special nature of the 8 gates, Kakashi has always been worried about Might Guy. The 8 gates are strong, but once the number of gates increases, even if the body is very strong, it only reduces damage, not immunity to damage, so injuries are commonplace. If there is no good medical ninja, it is easy to leave sequelae due to untimely treatment. Kakashi had personally experienced the effect of the life drop, which was considered advanced in medical ninjutsu and was definitely enough for most situations. After returning home, Zoroya hummed a little tune and seemed to be in a very good mood. Looking at Zoroya with a happy look, thinking about the fact that the Pokemon of the other disciples had evolved, and thinking about Zoroya's previous complaints about evolution, Shisui had a guess in his mind. However, he was not sure whether his guess was correct or not. After all, Pokemon were very different from ordinary summoned beasts in the ninja world. Let it be. Shisui smiled helplessly. Even if he guessed right, it would be useless. Would he force Zoroya? P.S. The 2 chapters together are 8K, which should be okay in terms of quantity. In addition, it's the end of the month, so I'll ask for votes. Chapter 556 Backup Hidden Chakra completed. At night, Tsunade's house. Mew and Tsunade made the final check on the development data of the Yang seal in the study. With the assistance of Tsunade, the first medical ninja in the ninja world, and the hard work of learning and practicing the sealing technique, Mew is finally about to complete his power bank plan. At this moment, Mew is only one step away from the Yang seal he envisioned, which is to modify and improve the Yang seal in his body. The specific theory is already very complete. I'm so tired, it's finally over. Tsunade slumped in the chair without any image. But it's worth it, isn't it? Not only has my Yang seal been perfected, you have also completed the development of the 100 healings technique. Mew smiled and took a sip of the teacup. Tsunade helped Mew perfect the Yang seal, and Mew also helped Tsunade complete the development of the Yin seal supporting ninjutsu. Without the 100 healings technique, the Yin seal is almost useless. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said unhappily, it's as if it's about mutual development and mutual benefit. I'm not that eager to perfect the Yin seal. Tsunade studied the Yin seal 100 healings technique purely to kill time, not to improve her combat effectiveness like Mew. Because Tsunade was not going to go to the battlefield, nor did she want to fight as a ninja like before, she had no need to improve her strength. If the 100 healings technique didn't have some other uses, Tsunade wouldn't bother to study it. You have to make a richer supper this time. It has to be at least 10 times richer than the usual dinner. Tsunade reminded with a serious face. In a sense, this might be a farewell dinner. Tsunade must eat a good meal. It's not that Tsunade is ready to leave Konoha. Konoha is still in the vortex of war, and Tsunade can't leave. She feels that she will have less contact with Miyu in the future. At least it will be difficult for her to come to her house to help cook. Because the reason why Miyu met Tsunade was to learn knowledge from Tsunade and then develop the Yang Seal. Later, their relationship improved, and Miyu gave some benefits. Tsunade helped to develop it together. Now that the ninjutsu has been developed, Miyu doesn't need her so much. Unless she needs help, Tsunade is not confident that she can make Miyu come to her house to cook. After all, she is a Sunin, and Miyu is also the famous Liang Miyu, not an ordinary ninja. Okay, I'll prepare a midnight snack after I finish the last step, and it will definitely satisfy you. Miyu nodded. Developing the Yang Seal is not an easy task. If it weren't for Tsunade's help, he would probably have to spend several years to succeed. So let alone making a sumptuous midnight snack, even if Tsunade wanted to eat a full banquet, Miyu would satisfy her. The Yang Seal is too important to him, even more important than a perfect skill. You said it. Don't blame me for making more requests if you are not satisfied. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Yes, I said it. Then you should proceed to the last step. Tsunade urged. She couldn't wait to enjoy the midnight snack that Miyu would definitely satisfy her. Miyu is not a boastful person. If he said he could satisfy her, he must show his real ability to make a feast. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't urge him, Miyu was ready to start. This was a ninjutsu that he had been planning not long after he crossed over. Now that it has finally been developed, Miyu's heart is not as calm as it seems. Although the Yang Seal can't increase his upper limit, it can increase his endurance, which is of great significance to Miyu. Miyu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, concentrating his breathing to the extreme and entering the state of the transparent world. His next operation requires high precision, otherwise it is easy to get injured, and it is internal injury. In serious cases, it may even hurt the chakra meridian system. This is why Miyu has to do it next to Tsunade. Even if there is an accident, Tsunade, the first nurse in the ninja world, will treat him. The Yang Seal before perfection is the same as the Yin Seal without the 100 healings technique. It cannot be said to be completely useless. It can only be said that it may be useful, but it is generally unlikely to have such a possibility. Of course, that is for ordinary ninjas, but it actually has a great effect on Miyu. Because before it was completely perfected, Miyu also had a small breakthrough, which can act on the shadow clone, and then release a trace amount of chakra at all times to maintain the shadow clone, solving the problem of the existence time of the shadow clone, making Miyu's multi-line operation easier. The perfection of the Yang Seal is actually similar to the Yin Seal's 100 healings technique in essence. It's just that the actual effect is different. The Yin Seal is an automatic healing and strength enhancement, while the Yang Seal is bound to the breathing method chakra mode by Miyu. As long as the version of the Yang Seal in the body is replaced, Miyu will have an extra chakra pool in the future, but this pool can only be used to use a certain breathing method chakra mode. Flame breathing, fire style is still the strongest at present. Miyu chose flame breathing. There are significant differences between different breathing methods, so the current Yang Seal only supports a single breathing method chakra mode and cannot be compatible with all breathing method chakra modes. However, it doesn't have much impact on Miyu. If you encounter an enemy that must switch breathing methods to deal with, just turn off the Yang Seal. After all, this is not the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and it can't be turned off once it's opened. When Miyu finished everything, she began to refine chakra and inject it into the Yang Seal. When the chakra accumulated to a certain amount, Miyu stopped refining chakra and opened his eyes, and a mark shaped like a flame slowly appeared on his forehead. Success. Looking at Miyu with a peaceful breath, Tsunade asked. She didn't have the ability like the Byakugan or the transparent world, so she could only rely on experience to judge whether Miyu succeeded or failed. It should be successful. Miyu felt the Yang seal and then replied. Originally, the Yang seal in Miyu's body could also store and release chakra. Storage is fine, there is no problem if it does not exceed a certain amount, but releasing chakra is a big problem, and a little more will easily cause chakra confusion. It's different now. Just now, Miyu tried to use the chakra inside the Yang seal, and the chakra inside the Yang seal did not move at all. This is the difference of the improved Yang seal. The Yang seal release is actually equivalent to entering the breathing chakra mode. In the non-breathing chakra mode, the chakra inside the Yang seal can only enter but not exit. Let me check it out. Tsunade stood up and walked to Miyu's side, and directly reached out and touched several important chakra acupoints related to the Yang seal. Very perfect. Tsunade commented. Even if Tsunade did it herself, she didn't have the confidence to do it like Miyu, because this was an operation inside the human body. When I have enough chakra, I will enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to test it. If there is no problem, I will teach it to Kakashi. Miyu thought to himself. Miyu certainly wanted to teach his disciples such a good ninjutsu as Yang Fenjian. All of his disciples were big chakra consumers, and their performance was limited by age and physical condition. Except for Might Guy of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, the rest of the disciples can learn the Yang seal and have a significant improvement. However, Miyu is only going to teach Kakashi at present. Because after the revision, the Yang seal has a prerequisite for learning, that is, extremely high internal chakra control accuracy. If this condition cannot be met, learning the Yang seal is equivalent to self-harm. This is why Tsunade and Jiraiya both advised Miyu not to waste time on the Yang seal. Miyu's intention to develop the Yang seal is not something that a human can practice. Only Kakashi, who has also mastered the transparent world, can successfully practice Miyu's Yang seal. As for the remaining disciples, Miyu has no choice but to wait for them to master the transparent world, or Miyu has made further breakthroughs in the Yang seal and reduced the difficulty. Since it's already done, prepare the midnight snack. Tsunade patted Miyu's shoulder and urged. She already wanted to hurry up to the midnight snack time. If you are hungry, I will ask the shadow clone to go back and get some cakes to fill your stomach. It will take a long time to prepare the midnight snack. Miyu reminded. Although she has the skills of a chef, it does not mean that all of Miyu's dishes are of the same level. The more carefully Miyu cooks, the better the dishes will taste. Tsunade helped Miyu a lot, so Miyu will naturally not be stingy with time and will try her best to make the best dishes. Tsunade wanted to agree, but thought that if she ate the cakes, she would have to eat less for the midnight snack. Although Miyu's cakes are delicious, it is obvious that the big meal is more attractive to Tsunade. Go and get it. Tsunade still agreed. Because she can save it for tomorrow, or give it to Shizuan, so Shizuan will eat less for the midnight snack. Miyu made a seal to separate the shadow clone, and the main body began to prepare the midnight snack. The shadow clone returned to his home in the main city. Miyu had already prepared the materials needed, and walked into the kitchen very skillfully and began to process each material quickly. The noise of Miyu cooking was heard by Jing-Ian, who was reading. Teacher Miyu, let me help. Jing-Ian walked out of the room and walked to the kitchen and took the initiative to say. Jing-Ian is not a person who likes to eat white rice. No, just leave it to me. Miyu declined. Jing-Ian hesitated for a while, and seeing that Miyu was firm, she finally nodded and returned to the living room. Seeing Tsunade lying on the sofa, Jing-Ian was angry and helpless. This home is neither hers nor Miyu's, but Tsunade's. As a result, Miyu was cooking in the kitchen, and Tsunade didn't help and was lying dead in the living room. Tsunade, you are really something, why do you want teacher Mu Yu to make supper so late at night? Jing Ian couldn't help complaining. Jing Ian felt that it must be Tsunade who took the initiative to ask for supper, and then Mu Yu agreed reluctantly. Seeing such a good teacher Mu Yu being exploited by Tsunade, Jing Ian felt very sorry. Although Tsunade has a great favor to Shizuan, Mu Yu has also been Shizuan's teacher for a long time, so this time Shizuan stands on Mu Yu's side. If you want to eat, I can cook it. Tsunade sat up and rubbed Shizuan's white face with both hands. It's all your fault, Shizuan. If your food is as delicious as Mu Yu's, would I still ask him to cook? Tsunade said confidently. Shizuan was speechless. She was really sorry that her food was not as delicious as Mu Yu's. If Tsunade used other people as examples, Shizuan would reflect on herself, but Mu Yu's cooking level was a mountain that Shizuan could not see the top of. She was really powerless. But it's okay. I am generous and will forgive you. Tsunade said generously. Shizuan was about to say thank you, but then she thought that she was not wrong, so she took out the medical books in the room and sat next to Tsunade to read. She doesn't have the talent of Tsunade, so she needs more efforts to understand Tsunade's teachings. In terms of perseverance and persistence, Shizuan can surpass many ninjas in Konoha. After all, she followed Tsunade who was in a bad state from the beginning, but Shizuan not only did not follow Tsunade to be bad, but also worked hard to improve, which shows her mentality. Not long after, the shadow clone brought the pastries over. Tsunade took the pastries and handed them to Shizuan with a smile and said, "Don't eat all your favorite Mu Yu secret pastries, at least leave me half." Shizuan looked at Tsunade in surprise. In the past, Tsunade would eat a lot before she could remember her. What happened today? Shizuan reached out and touched Tsunade's forehead with some worry, showing a puzzled expression. It's not hot. Tsunade looked at Shizuan with a frown on her face. What kind of image did she have in Shizuan's heart? Humph, so Shizuan sees me like this. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked unhappy. Shizuan put down the book, her expression a little embarrassed. No comparison, no harm. Compared with a perfect teacher like Mu Yu, Tsunade, who often stayed drunk, went to the casino and lost all her money, and needed a child like her to take care of her, was really unreliable. Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. Shizuan apologized sincerely. But Tsunade's expression remained unchanged. Shizuan got up and walked to the sofa to massage Tsunade's shoulders and back, and Tsunade's expression eased. I've wronged Tsunade-sama. Although I'm not as perfect as teacher Mu Yu, Tsunade-sama also takes good care of me. Shizuan, who had served Tsunade eating Mu Yu's pastries, she showed a happy expression. Because of her apology to Tsunade, Shizuan didn't eat half of it, but only ate 1/3, and prepared to leave the rest to Tsunade. All the dishes are ready. After a long wait, Mu Yu brought out the dishes one by one. There are many excellent dishes with both good looks and taste in Mu Yu's previous life, as well as some local dishes of Naruto. The main feature is richness and diversity. Looking at the dishes that can hardly be placed on the table, Tsunade gave Mu Yu a thumbs up, and then quickly washed her hands and started eating. Even Shizuan couldn't keep her image in front of Mu Yu, and began to eat immersively. When Shizuan really couldn't eat anymore, she put down her chopsticks with a look of regret, and then Shizuan remembered something and looked at Tsunade with a face full of resentment. Tsunade-sama, you are really despicable. This is the world of adults. Tsunade sighed in her heart, and then continued to eat immersively. After finishing this meal, I don't know when I will eat Mu Yu's food next time. How about taking the initiative to eat? P.S. Staying up late backfired. There may be a lot of typos. Everyone can leave a message in this paragraph. I will correct it if I see it. Chapter 557 Yang Seal is passed down. Zoroark evolves. Early in the morning, Mu Yu made herself a normal breakfast and went to the South Forest to teach disciples. In fact, Yu has passed the stage of teaching disciples every day. The later the ninja's training, many things are not just taught to use, the disciples themselves have to study hard to absorb. But if there are important new skills, Yu will still maintain a more concentrated course so that the disciples can master them as soon as possible. In the morning, Yu basically taught Shisui and Obito Kinjian with her main body, and the shadow clone watched the other disciples practice. Because the Yang seal was completed last night, Yu's main body would refine chakra and save it in the Yang seal whenever she had free time. Last night, it took a lot of time to prepare a hearty supper for Tsunade. In order to ensure energy for tomorrow, Yu went to bed soon after supper and did not store much chakra in the Yang seal. During the lunch break, Yu was alone in the deep forest of the Southern Territory. He wanted to test the effect of the Yang seal. Although it was successful in theory, Yu would not teach a ninjutsu that he had never used to his disciples. He had to actually use it to test the problem. After reaching a distance that would not affect the disciples' rest, Yu stopped, concentrated his breathing to the extreme, and opened the Yang seal at the same time. Yang seal, release. When the chakra stored in the Yang seal was released, the flame mark on Yu's forehead emitted a red light, and then some fiery red lines spread around it, like a burning flame. Yang seal, breath of flame. As the mark changed, Yu's body's momentum was also rising rapidly, entering the flame-breathing chakra mode. Yu casually condensed a big fireball and threw it to the side, instantly creating a large pit with a width of more than 7 meters. No problem, and because of the extra chakra, I can use it more freely and maximize the power of the breath of fire. Yu nodded. Usually using the breathing chakra mode, Yu rarely exerts its power to the limit, because compared with the extra chakra consumed, the increase in power is not very large, and the cost effectiveness is not high. It is better to save some chakra to prevent accidents. But if there is an extra blue bar, there is no such worry. After all, the extra blue bar is specially used to maintain the breathing chakra mode and cannot be used elsewhere. After a test, Yu was very satisfied with the improved Yang seal, which basically met his previous ideas. After confirming that there was no problem with the Yang seal, Yu called Kakashi to his side before the afternoon training began. Yu handed the organized scroll to Kakashi and said, "This is an S-level sealing technique called Yang seal. I developed it specifically to solve the problem of excessive consumption of the breathing chakra mode. It can store extra chakra and then use it in battle." Kakashi was delighted after listening to Yu's introduction to Yang seal. He really needs this sealing technique. Although Kakashi was often teased for lack of blue in Yu's previous life, Kakashi without Sharingan actually has outstanding chakra. However, Kakashi's current supermodel skills are unbearable. The thunder-breathing chakra mode and Wuxiang's sword are really strong, but the consumption is really high. With extra chakra to maintain the thunder-breathing chakra mode, I shouldn't be exhausted after swinging a sword. Kakashi thought to himself. The amount of chakra is really important to him. If he has enough chakra, he may not lose to Might Guy. It's really frustrating to have a lot of skills but no chakra to use. He is proficient in lightning and earth release, and his proficiency in armament haki is only slightly inferior to Shisui, and his lightning sword technique is extremely sharp. However, in battle, he is often unable to use all the means he has mastered due to the limitation of chakra, and can only use them selectively. If Kakashi also has the chakra to release pseudo-dark purple lightning at will, he is really not inferior to Might Guy in the 8 gates of ninjutsu plus rock-breathing chakra mode. Might Guy has the 8 gates of ninjutsu plus rock-breathing chakra mode, and Kakashi also has his own advantages. He is the only disciple who has mastered the transparent world. Take a look at the contents of the scroll first. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Learn the theory first. Don't rush to practice. Yang seal is a very dangerous ninjutsu. I will explain it to you in detail in 2 days. Yu reminded. Yu's current sealing skills are at least on par with Kushina. In terms of medical knowledge, she not only used the proficiency scroll to improve her medical ninjutsu skills, but also learned medical knowledge from Tsunade. Even so, Miyu only set up the perfect yang seal in her body under Tsunade's protection. For safety reasons, Miyu planned to let Kakashi master all the theories first, and then practice yang seal under his protection. Well, thank you, Teacher Miyu. Kakashi nodded and replied. Since Miyu said so, Kakashi would never practice rashly. After all, Miyu is more reserved. If he says it's dangerous, it basically means that if something goes wrong, you will die. After the afternoon practice began, Miyu asked Obito and Shisui to practice the blue flame on their own, while he began to teach Charizard Sunny Day. Sunny Day in the daytime is not as dazzling as at night, but it quickly attracted the attention of the disciples next to it. Although the light ball caused by the day is not so conspicuous, the range of Sunny Day will be abnormally hot, and the temperature will soar at an unscientific rate. Fortunately, this soaring temperature comes and goes quickly. After a few minutes, Sunny Day disappears and quickly returns to normal temperature. Even I have to concentrate on learning for a long time before I can learn it. Can Charizard learn the scorching sun technique? Obito maintained a negative attitude towards whether Charizard could successfully learn Sunny Day. Using Sunny Day at night is like using a great power to force a patch of light to appear in the dark night, and it can also weaken water style and strengthen fire style. Obito naturally wanted to learn such a cool and powerful ninjutsu, but was rejected by Miyu because the time spent was not proportional to the benefits. Obito did not believe that Charizard's talent for fire style was better than his. At the beginning, Obito's speed of practicing fire style was very average compared to Shisui, but with the potential of the blood limit opening and the enhancement of the ability of the flame breathing, his speed of learning fire style became much faster. And Charizard had a hard time learning a great fireball, and did not look very smart. As if sensing Obito's thoughts, Charizard glared at Obito. Today, you, Obito, look down on it, but when it learns Sunny Day in the future, you have to beg it to use it. Not only must you learn it, but you must also learn it well. Charizard thought secretly in his heart. It had already thought of how to deal with Obito. After Obito fell asleep, it would hang a small sunny sky on his head to warm him up. In order not to affect Obito's grandmother's sleep, it must strictly control the scope within Obito's room. So, Charizard worked hard and tried to learn the big sunny sky from Miyu. Miyu looked at the disciples and their Pokemon who were working hard to practice and nodded with satisfaction. Today's South Forest was another day full of harmonious atmosphere. After the afternoon practice, Shisui returned home and prepared dinner first. As usual, after taking Zoroya out for a walk, Shisui returned to the courtyard at home and started practicing. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Shisui stopped completely and prepared to take a bath and rest. Shisui, I feel that you have been working harder than usual recently. Except for eating and sleeping, you have been practicing almost all day. Zoroya, who had been lying next to him, stretched his body and said. In fact, there is no need to work so hard. Didn't your teacher also say that practice can be combined with work and rest? Seeing Shisui practicing so hard, Zoroya was worried that Shisui's body would not be able to bear it. After all, the human body is not as fragile as their Pokemon. With the secret medicine of Teacher Miyu, there is no need to worry about the body, and to realize my ideas, strength is indispensable. Shisui wiped the sweat from his head and touched Zoroya's head. Thank you for your concern. After the affairs of the police department are over, I will resume my previous training rhythm. The clan meeting is coming, and Shisui is ready to make a big effort at the clan meeting, so he has to improve his strength as much as possible. If it goes well, Shisui doesn't need to show his strength. If it doesn't go well, there are Uchiha who are paranoid or deliberately making trouble, Shisui will let them know that the times have changed. He and Obito are not just geniuses now. In other words, Shisui, you are eager to become stronger. Zoroya stood up. Well, I will try my best to become stronger during this period. I can't do anything about you. Zoro looked at Shisui helplessly. Shisui tapped Zoro's head lightly with his fingers. How come Zoro was still acting like Zoro was taking care of him and pampering him? It was Tiangang, right? Shisui didn't use much force, the force he used was basically the same as tickling, so Zoro still had that smiling expression. Shisui, look at me carefully, and remember my cute appearance in your heart. Zoraya smiled and jumped from the corridor outside the house to the yard and said to Shisui. After saying that, Zoroia stood still and looked at Shisui. After a minute, Zoroia no longer suppressed the power of evolution in his body, and a dazzling white light enveloped his body. It just loves to play pranks, not lazy, it has completed all the training it should have. Even Zoroia fought in the quarterfinals of the martial arts tournament to help Shisui defeat his opponent. On the first day back to Konoha, Zoroia was actually able to evolve. But it forcibly suppressed the power of evolution because it didn't want to evolve. Because once it evolves, it may be a big guy like Charizard Mean Shao. At that time, how can Shisui hold it, and it can't stand on Shisui's shoulders? Its transformation is actually an illusion in essence, and it can't change the true nature of the body. Given its shape and weight, if the evolution still depends on Shisui, Shisui might be exhausted to death. But Zoroark knows the importance of weight. Shisui needs strength, and the evolved Zoroark can better protect Shisui. Is that true? Shisui's expression was complicated. He had guessed before that Zoroark didn't want to evolve, so he hadn't evolved. After all, Zoroark is no worse than other Pokémon, and was born not too late, so there's no reason for him to lag behind other Pokémon so much. The white light dissipated, and Zoroark, who was much taller than Shisui, appeared in front of Shisui. Compared to the Zoroark period, the evolved Zoroark has undergone tremendous changes, and it's not as simple as getting bigger. Zoroark no longer walks on all fours, but walks upright like humans. During the Zoroark period, the red mane on his head covered his back, and the hair was so abundant that people were worried whether it would affect his activities. In addition, Zoroark has sharp red claws on both legs and arms, which looks more sharp. I just realized that you are so small, Shisui. Should I call you little Shisui? Zoroark tapped Shisui's head gently with his paw, with a playful look on his face. Shisui is only 9 years old now, and Zoroark is now 1.7 meters tall. Zoroark looks at Shisui like an adult looks at a child. After evolving, Zoroark found that it was not bad. Although it could not let Shisui hold it, it could now lift Shisui up high, which was something it could never do before. Don't make trouble. Shisui looked at Zoroark, who stretched out his hands to him with a sly look on his face, with a black line on his head. Maybe it's because his body has become bigger, or maybe it's because his appearance has become more mature. Now Zoroark's smile before doing bad things is not as cute as before. Even if he can crush Shisui in height after evolution, facing Shisui who hatched it and took care of it all the way to now, Zoroark quickly became upright after Shisui became serious. No longer the carefree look just now. Try to use an illusion on me. Shisui thought for a while and said. Illusion is Zoroark's innate ability, which he has mastered since birth, and evolution will make Pokémon all-roundly strengthened. Logically, Zoroark's illusion should be very strong now. Hehe, actually Shisui, you have been under an illusion. I am still Zoroark, and I have not evolved at all. I just used an illusion to trick you. Zoroark laughed arrogantly. At this time, Shisui looked at Zoroark again, and he turned back to Zoroark walking on all fours. I can't feel the feeling of being under an illusion at all. Shisui was surprised. Even if he doesn't use the Sharingan, Shisui is also a master of illusion, whether it is casting an illusion or removing an illusion. But just now he didn't realize that he was under Zoroark's illusion. Try again. Shisui opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and said. The Sharingan has the ability to amplify illusions. When the Sharingan is in effect, Shisui's ability to resist illusions will be greatly enhanced. Hehe, little Shisui, just watch and see how great Lord Zoroark is. Zoroark's proud voice sounded in Shisui's heart. In the blink of an eye, Shisui found that the size of Zoroark in front of him was rapidly increasing, and it became a super large Zoroark that was larger than the house, as if it would become larger and crush the house in the next moment. Just this illusion is strong enough. Shisui found that he would still be immediately affected by Zoroark's illusion with 3 Megatama, but it could be removed by careful inspection. This strength is enough, because among the Uchiha, except for Uchiha Fugaku, the rest of the Uchiha, the illusion is not as good as Shisui. Chapter 558 Battlefield Changes. In the western part of the Land of Grass. In a forest near the Land of Earth, 4 Iwagakure ninjas are carefully patrolling the surroundings. Although the Iwagakure ninja troops were not damaged in the battle with the Konoha ninja troops, the order given to them by the Iwagakure high-level officials was to shrink the troops and try to attract the Konoha ninjas to the Land of Earth. So now the Iwagakure ninja troops have basically withdrawn to the west bordering the Land of Earth, with the preservation of strength as the main strategic action. I really don't know what the higher UPS are thinking. Our Iwagakure is strong and powerful, why do we have to retreat again and again when facing Konoha? An Iwagakure Chunin saw that the surroundings were calm and spit out a sentence. He was very dissatisfied with the current war decision of the Iwagakure village. Since the war began, Iwagakure has basically only used 1/10 of its strength to fight the war, and has always hidden its true strength. In his opinion, let alone sending out 10,000 troops, it would be enough to take Konoha by sending out 5,000 ninja troops directly when Konoha was invaded by Kirigakure. But the high-level officials have been indifferent and allowed Kumigakure and Konoha to oppress. Maybe they want to lure the enemy into the Land of Earth, and then use the advantages of the Land of Earth to destroy the enemy more easily. A fatter Iwagakure next to him said. Too cautious. Now that countries are fighting each other, it should be the best time for our Iwagakure to become the strongest ninja village. Obviously, he also has some complaints about Iwagakure's war decision now. After all, it is really aggrieved that they have the strength to counterattack or even defeat the opponent but they keep giving in. Say less, the top leaders have their own considerations, we just need to follow the orders well. Sumashi persuaded. Unlike the 2 Iwagakure who complained about the top management, Sumashi also felt aggrieved, but he believed in the top management. It is a very simple truth. If Iwagakure village gains, the top management of Iwagakure village can get far more than ordinary Iwagakure ninjas. Then the Iwagakure top management must be more eager to win than them. After Sumashi spoke, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became quiet. Although they were all old friends with a good relationship, Sumashi was different from the other 3. He was a special jonin and the captain of the team. It was okay for everyone to joke with each other at ordinary times, but when performing tasks on the battlefield, there must be a distinction between superiors and subordinates. Swish! Suddenly, a sound of Kunao breaking through the air came, and Kunao suddenly shot towards them from all directions. The Iwagakure only then realized that several Konoha ninjas appeared around them at some point. Swishi was extremely surprised. He had just patrolled very carefully, so there should be no talents. Could it be that some advanced hiding ninjutsu was used to hide nearby from the beginning? Without time to think too much, Sumashi quickly used chakra to strengthen his body to dodge. The attack came too suddenly, and he had no time to use ninjutsu to resist. Puff! Although the 3 Iwagakure Chunin tried their best to dodge, there were too many Kunao and they were too fast. Soon they were pierced with Kunao everywhere and fell to the ground. We can only retreat. The pain from the wound made Sumashi frown slightly, and he quickly made hand seals to condense chakra. He did not completely dodge the sneak attack of the Konoha ninja just now, and was injured. So Sumashi did not think of fighting with the Konoha ninja to the death for revenge for his teammates. The enemy not only had an advantage in numbers, but they were also in their prime. Staying would be a death sentence. Earth escape, earth-splitting palm. Tsumashi concentrated the chakra on his palm and hit the ground fiercely. Boom! Under the effect of earth attribute chakra, the ground cracked rapidly, and pieces of mud and rocks flew towards the Konoha ninjas. At the same time, the cracked ground also raised a cloud of dust and fog that blocked the view. Swoosh! Tsumashi took advantage of the Konoha ninja's dodge to perform the instant body technique to distance himself and escaped without looking back. He wanted to bring back the information of the Konoha ninjas. But Tsumashi, who had been running away, didn't notice that the Konoha ninjas who ambushed them only chased for a short while and then stood still and watched him go away. When Tsumashi's figure completely disappeared, the Konoha ninjas merged into the underground and disappeared into the forest. This scene not only happened in the west of the grass country, but also in the south of the grass country where the Konoha ninjas were stationed. However, in the south of the grass country, it became the Iwagakure ninjas ambushing the Konoha ninjas. The frequent small-scale ambushes gave the leaders of both ninja forces a headache, and they believed that the other side had the idea of starting another war. These Konoha ninjas are too cunning. They dare not enter the land of earth and only dare to carry out assassinations near the border. Lashi slapped the desk in the tent with an unhappy look. He is the captain of the Iwagakure blasting unit and one of the best in the entire Iwagakure. Now he can only watch the news that is unfavorable to Iwagakure come one after another, and he is very angry. But Lashi really has no good way, because the decision of the Iwagakure high-level officials is to defend, to play the pig and eat the tiger, and to lure the enemy deep into the depths. Ask the high-level officials. This is not a solution. Many people in the army have a lot of resentment. Iwaku suggested. Lashi nodded. He had this idea a long time ago. Either withdraw directly to the land of earth and shrink to the end. Except for losing face in the ninja world, there is nothing else. Or go to war with the Konoha ninja army directly, fight hard, win and become famous, and lose and continue to play the pig. These two options, Lashi thinks, are better than staying at the border. Don't send out the ninjas from the demolition team recently. Rishi reminded him of something. Since he was still in charge of the battlefield, Rishi basically handed over the authority of the demolition team to the deputy captain of the demolition team, Iwaku. The death of a ninja from the same village was certainly heartbreaking, but if the casualties were the elites of his demolition team, Rishi would be even more uncomfortable. The ninjas of the demolition team are the real elites of Iwagakure, and each member has spent a lot of resources to train. Iwaku nodded. On the other side, Jiraiya had just returned to the battlefield from the land of rain not long ago, and he didn't expect that something so troublesome would happen. If I didn't look at my forehead, I would have thought we were fighting with the hidden mist village. How come the assassination of Iwagakure has become so powerful? Jiraiya looked at the recent battlefield intelligence and was a little puzzled. It is reasonable for Iwagakure to counterattack, and harassment in the form of a team is also a normal battlefield strategy, but the actual level of performance is very unfamiliar to Jiraiya. It's not the first day that he fought with Iwagakure in the battlefield of grass country. Doesn't he know what assassination tactics Iwagakure is good at and what level it is? Compared to squad assassination, Iwagakure is better at legionary combat. Even for a ninja of Jiraiya's level, it is very dangerous to be besieged by the Iwagakure ninja troops. During the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya almost died at the hands of the Iwagakure troops, and was deeply impressed by the legionary combat capabilities of the Iwagakure troops. Is it possible that the reinforcements of Iwagakure have arrived? Namikaze Minato thought about it and said his speculation. Perhaps Iwagakure has specially trained a ninja unit that is good at using earth escape for assassination during the truce. Jiraiya showed a thoughtful look. What Namikaze Minato said makes sense. Earth escape is used for ambush and assassination. His unique advantage, after all, earth escape can escape underground. In this case, we have to consider the possibility of a large-scale attack by the Iwagakure troops next. Jiraiya said after putting down the intelligence. Now that the Iwagakure reinforcements have appeared, the attitude of the Iwagakure village is very clear. It is the Iwagakure that wants to fight Konoha to the end. According to conventional thinking, after the harassment, it is time to launch a large-scale attack on the exhausted enemy. Next, I will join the patrol team to clean up the attack on Iwagakure. Namikaze Minato took the initiative to say. He has a strong mobility with the Flying Thunder God technique, and Namikaze Minato also has a strong perception ability. Even if he fails to arrive in time to rescue the Konoha ninja, he is very likely to avenge him. He is the most suitable person to solve the harassment crisis. I'll leave it to you, Minato. Jiraiya believes that Minato can solve the problem. Then Jiraiya hurriedly contacted the Konoha high-level officials, reported the latest intelligence, and applied for the perception team to go to the battlefield. Next, there may be a big battle on the battlefield of the grass country, and he must be fully prepared. Early morning, Konoha village. Shisui got up and first finished his and Zoroark's breakfast. Since his body became bigger after evolution, Shisui was worried that Zoroark would not be full, so he increased the amount of breakfast for Zoroark. After breakfast, the man and the fox went to Obito's house as usual, ready to ask Obito to go to the South Forest for training together. Before going to Obito's house, Zoroark deliberately used illusion to maintain Zoroark's appearance. Neither Obito nor Charizard found anything unusual. Hehe, old Charizard, why don't you take me over? I'm too lazy to move after eating. Zoroark asked with a smile. Your wings are cool and handsome, and it must be very exciting to fly. Hearing Zoroark praise it for being handsome, Charizard subconsciously straightened his chest and raised his head, and swallowed back the words he was going to refuse. People who praise it for being handsome are good people with vision, destined to live a meaningful life. Ouch! Charizard stood in front of Zoroark, flapped its wings and flew up, then pointed its claws at its back with a heroic look, signaling Zoroark to jump on it. Zoroark jumped lightly and jumped onto its back. The moment Zoroark jumped behind Charizard's expression changed slightly, and even the flapping wings stopped in an instant, almost falling off. Feeling the heaviness behind him, Charizard's face was full of question marks. How could such a small Zoroark be so heavy? Ouch! Charizard took off with all his strength, indicating that Zoroark should lose weight. It had carried Zoroark before, but it felt very light at that time, which was completely different from now. Charizard felt that Zoroark had gained at least 7 or 8 times more weight. However, Charizard was quite curious about how Zoroark maintained his figure, as he didn't look rounder even after gaining so much weight. Damn it, you are my summoning beast. Watching Charizard flying away with Zoroark, Obito was envious. He had long wanted to ride on Charizard and fly in the sky. However, Charizard had always refused to yield, saying that it was not the kind of dragon that could be ridden, so Obito had to give up temporarily. After all, it was too dangerous to force Charizard to fly. Obito suspected that Charizard might deliberately fly high and then drop him. Although it might catch him halfway to prevent him from falling to death, the process would definitely not be pleasant. Shisui, you just pamper Zoroark too much. You should use illusion to hypnotize it and do more training. After arriving at the southern forest, Obito deliberately taught Shisui his training experience in front of Zoroark. Obito knew that Shisui would not do this. He just wanted to piss off Zoroark. Who let this red-haired fox always make trouble for him and ride Charizard, which he could not ride, in front of him? No. Shisui declined, looking at Obito with some reluctance. Zoroark is not a generous fox, and Obito will definitely be teased by Zoroark for saying this. Damn it, you, Obito, who is born evil, actually led the kind Shisui astray. Do you want to be beaten? Zoroark couldn't sit still. What if Obito passed on his inhumanity to Shisui? Just you. Obito looked indifferent. As long as he got serious, Zoroark's illusion had almost no effect on him. And Zoroark had no other ability to show except illusion. You can't ask Charizard to come along, Obito added. If Zoroark invited him, his reverse dragon might be excited to fight him together. It's not that troublesome to deal with you. Zoroark said that he was enough as a fox. Zoroark's attitude made Obito suspicious. Didn't he know Zoroark's strength? How could he be confident to fight him? Could it be that his strength has improved? Obito thought. The cautious Obito opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If he failed to defeat Zoroark, it would be a shame. After all, this is an unevolved Pokemon. Kakashi, who had just arrived, heard the conversation between the man and the fox and showed a thoughtful expression. Although Zoroark is a little silly sometimes, he is generally smart and will not take the initiative to fight. Obito is going to be unlucky. Kakashi was sure. Thinking of this, Kakashi took out his camera with a calm face to see if he could take some new good photos to threaten him. Threatening Obito. But what Kakashi regretted was that Zoroark was too strong when he was ahead of the intelligence. He used illusion to interfere and then attacked at high speed. He pinned Obito to the ground in less than a minute, and failed to create an interesting scene. Ah? No, how? Obito was confused. Although he underestimated the enemy, Zoroark's strength was a bit too abnormal. He has this strength without evolution, and he must be very powerful if he evolves. Obito wanted to report to Miyu that there was a Pokemon cheating here. Don't tease Obito. Shisui showed a helpless smile and asked Zoroark to stop. Who told him to lead you astray? Zoroark cancelled the illusion and showed his evolved appearance. Obito. People who play illusions have dirty hearts, except Shisui. Sure enough. Kakashi was not surprised. Zoroark dared to fight Obito directly, so he must have evolved. In addition, Zoroark is good at illusion, so Kakashi knew that Zoroark used illusion to disguise himself. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be a little later. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. In the new January, try to update and make a good start. Chapter 559 Reform. The seniors are so strong, and the summoned beasts are also so strong. Yamato sighed. At this moment, Yamato doubted Shimura Danzo's words more deeply. Shimura Danzo said that he was gifted and would become the strongest in Konoha sooner or later, and the future of Konoha was in his hands. But after spending some time with Kakashi and others, Yamato felt that he was not better than Kakashi and others. The only special wood release is not unique. After Miyu taught Yamato the grafting technique and the flying leaf knife, Yamato knew that Miyu also knew wood release. At that time, Yamato was dumbfounded. Shimura Danzo exaggerated wood release so much, and he thought he was the only one in the ninja world who could do it. Because of Shimura Danzo's various instructions, Yamato didn't even practice wood release in front of Kakashi and the others. He only practiced wood release when he was alone or with Miyu. After Miyu demonstrated wood release, Yamato felt more relaxed. If we have to talk about the future of Konoha, it is obvious that Miyu is more suitable, not him. This time doesn't count. You used illusion on me before the battle. This is a foul. Obito patted the dust on his body and thought of a convincing reason. This is not even a reason, it's reality. Zoroark used illusion to transform into Zoroark's appearance, which made him careless, which led to his rapid defeat. If he saw the evolved Zoroark, Obito would not only not underestimate it, but also treat it with a 12-point attitude. Except for Charmander's first evolution, the rest of the Pokemon evolutions have shown amazing progress. You said something that Obito would say. Zoroark was not surprised. But what you said this time does make sense, so let's fight again. Zoroark has sufficient confidence in his own strength. Its strength is not the absolute top among all the disciples' Pokemon, but Zoroark is very strong against human ninjas. The powerful illusion ability allows it to easily create offensive opportunities, and the extremely fast speed allows it to convert opportunities into victory to the greatest extent. I still have to practice Blue Flame, but I don't have time to practice with you. Let's talk about it later. Obito said he was very busy. The current situation is that the enemy is in the dark and he is in the light. Obito doesn't want to lose face. He will find a way to get back the place after he finds out the information about Zoroark. You should also practice more fire escape. Shisui stood up and said to Zoroark. Once is enough, twice is a bit too much. Yet. Zoroark nodded. It just said it casually, and didn't plan to continue to beat Obito. In this way, Kakashi and his friends spent a harmonious training week. During this week, each disciple was busy with their own training. Yamato, Kakashi, Shisui, and Obito learned the new ninjutsu taught by Miyu. And Nohara-rin understood some of her weaknesses through the martial arts tour, and is working hard to find out the gaps and improve her ability to deal with poison. As for Might Guy, he immediately put pressure on himself and did high-intensity training after his injury was fully recovered. After all, his path is actually very pure, and he just needs to get stronger and stronger. The stronger the body, the more gates can be opened in the 8 gates, and the smaller the side effects will be, and there is no need to worry that the superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode will put too much pressure on the body. At night, Uchiha clan land. Before leaving, Shisui checked what he was going to say at the clan meeting. The reform of the police department is of great importance, and Shisui will do his best. Not only did he prepare the manuscript, he even memorized it. Reading it once was just to check if there were any mistakes in his memory. After confirming that there were no problems, Shisui went to find Obito and went to Nanga Shrine with Obito. In order to succeed at once, he needs to rely on Obito's power. Although Obito has few friends among the Uchiha, he is strong, and his status as the second place in the martial arts tournament makes him a well-known Uchiha genius in the ninja world. Obito's strength and fame can make him gain considerable recognition in the Uchiha clan. The time they chose was neither too early nor too late. When they arrived at Nanga Shrine, only about half of the Uchiha ninjas had arrived. Shisui took Obito to sit in the upper seat near Uchiha Fugaku. The seats in the Uchiha clan meeting are regulated, and the best seat is occupied by the Uchiha clan leader alone. The seat close to the clan leader, the good seats, are occupied by the elders of the Uchiha clan and the powerful and prestigious Uchiha Jonin. Basically, they are ranked according to their status, strength, and age. If they are young or have just graduated, they are only qualified to sit in the corner at the edge. No Uchiha came out to stop Shisui and Obito's actions. Nothing else. They are qualified to sit in that position, more qualified than ordinary Uchiha Jonin. Before Shisui and Obito sat down, 2 elders had already sat in the upper position, both of whom were Uchiha Jonin known to Shisui. You are really young and promising. You showed the style of our Uchiha in the Youth Martial Arts Conference. Uchiha Katsuhisa greeted the two with a smile. Originally, according to the Uchiha concept, if you don't get the first place, you won't be good. However, considering that Nagato, who got the first place, is now very famous, the second place is also reasonable. In addition, although Obito and Shisui didn't get the first place in the martial arts conference, their rankings are better than other Konoha ninjas, which is very important. What does this mean? It means that their Uchiha bloodline is excellent. The genius in the clan is the best in Konoha. Even Uchiha Shengqing, who had fought with Shisui before, said a word of praise in a low voice at this time. Even if the ideas are different, as a ninja of the same clan, the younger generation has made a name for the family, and Uchiha Shengqing should also say something good. After all, whether radical, conservative or neutral, they are all Uchiha. Shisui responded with a smile, and Obito smiled too. In order to make Obito spend tonight more easily, Shisui had talked to Obito before. In the absence of a battle, Obito only needs to show support for Shisui at critical moments, and the rest of the time he just needs to be in a daze and think about his own things. If someone talks to him, he will respond according to his mood. If he is in a good mood, he will chat with him, and if he is in a bad mood, he will just perfunctorily pass it by. With the passage of time, there are more and more Uchiha ninjas in Nanga Shrine. After the ninjas were seated, Uchiha Fugaku coughed twice and said, "Now that everyone is here, today's clan meeting will officially begin. Let's discuss the topic of changing the clan to become stronger. After that, Uchiha Fugaku closed his mouth and waited for the Uchiha ninjas to speak enthusiastically. As expected, a Hokage must appear. An Uchiha ninja said, "Expand the authority of the police force. Some people are dissatisfied with the current rights of the police force." A large number of Uchiha ninjas in Nanga Shrine expressed their opinions. Although they may not be reliable, there are indeed many Uchiha ninjas who spoke. "I think the police force should be reformed to attract non-Uchiha ninjas to join the police force." Shisui observed for a minute and spoke decisively. Quiet. The originally lively Nanga Shrine suddenly became quiet, as if it was not a discussion meeting, but a classroom of a strict teacher. Many Uchiha ninjas looked at Shisui in surprise and disbelief. They didn't expect Shisui to say something that would harm the interests of Uchiha again. It was not the first time that Shisui proposed to attract non-Uchiha ninjas to join the police force at the clan meeting. Before Shisui became a ninja, Uchiha Fugaku took Shisui to the clan meeting in advance because he was optimistic about Shisui. At that time, Shisui was still relatively naive. He only wanted to help Uchiha change the bad things, without considering the resistance and the interests of the collective that would be touched. So the result was not good that time. Shisui was denounced by a large number of Uchiha and was directly driven out of Nanga Shrine on the grounds that non-ninjas could not participate in the clan meeting. Uchiha Shengqing was delighted. He was worried that Shisui's rise would affect his power. Unexpectedly, Shisui directly pointed the gun at his forehead. "Shisui, what are you talking about? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house?" Uchiha Shengqing reprimanded with a serious face. "If we let outsiders enter the police force that belongs to us Uchiha, won't we Uchiha lose the only important power in Konoha that we control? Besides, the police force belongs exclusively to the Uchiha clan, which is a rule set by the second-generation Hokage, and it is not the result of our selfish decision." After saying the last sentence, Uchiha Shengqing stopped talking. He just made a start. If he continued, it would be suspected of targeting the genius of the family. There are too many Uchiha ninjas serving in the police force. Shisui's decision touched the interests of too many people. Shisui will be attacked by everyone immediately, and he is not the only one. As Uchiha Shengqing expected, even though Shisui is a famous genius among the Uchiha, even though many young Uchiha have a good impression of Shisui, and even though Shisui has achieved good results in the martial arts meeting not long ago, Shisui was still criticized by many Uchiha ninjas. "How can you have such an idea, Shisui? We are all brothers in the police force. If an outsider comes in, can he be of the same mind as us?" Some Uchiha think that Shisui's proposal will bring endless troubles to the Uchiha leaders. Although Shisui is very talented in cultivation, the talent of cultivation does not mean the talent of governing the family. Shisui is more suitable for you to practice with peace of mind. Some Uchiha affirmed Shisui's talent for cultivation on the surface, but actually ridiculed Shisui's proposal. What Elder Shengqing said makes sense. The police force is not something we Uchiha said we want to monopolize. It was the idea of second-generation Hokage. Even the Senju ninjas all recognize our abilities, why should we deny ourselves? Some Uchiha tried to use family conflicts to suppress Shisui. At this moment, even some young Uchiha ninjas who admired Shisui because of his strength did not speak to Shisui, but watched in silence. Because some of them had relatives who were members of the police department, and some were members of the police department themselves. In their eyes, Shisui's proposal was indeed harmful to others and not beneficial to himself. No wonder he asked me that day. It turns out that he still had such thoughts in his heart. Uchiha Katsuhisa shook his head and said nothing. When Uchiha Katsuhisa was building a relationship with Shisui, Shisui asked him whether it was a good thing for Uchiha to monopolize the police department. If he knew that Shisui would directly propose to reform the police force at the clan meeting, Uchiha Katsuhisa would definitely have to persuade Shisui. No matter whether Shisui's reform can strengthen Uchiha, Shisui's reform will make most Uchiha ninjas stand against him. Most of the good players of the Uchiha clan serve in the police force. Shisui's action against the police department is to touch their rights. Listening to the Uchiha ninjas refuting his proposal one by one, looking at the Uchiha ninjas' eyes of hate iron but not steel, Shisui was surprisingly calm at this moment. Even if most people didn't approve of him, they couldn't drive Shisui, who had already become a jonin, out of Nanga's shrine. Because this was a clan meeting that all Uchiha ninjas could participate in, and no one except the clan leader had the right to drive anyone out. Besides, Shisui now was no longer the weak kid who hadn't graduated yet. Now he was confident that he could defeat all Uchiha except Obito, Uchiha, and Fugaku. Shisui now had both the reason to support his proposal and the power to make people calm down and listen to his reasoning. Of course, he didn't need to panic. Everyone, please be patient. Give me some time to explain my proposal in detail. Shisui said calmly. After all, they were all clan members. If he could convince them by reasoning, Shisui still didn't want to use strength. This was not a good habit. Everyone, be quiet. Uchiha Fugaku said in cooperation. Although he would not publicly support Shisui at the clan meeting, he would still be slightly partial to the genius in the clan. The chaos in Nanga Shrine disappeared instantly and became quiet again. Even if they did not approve of Shisui's proposal, Shisui was still the genius with extraordinary strength. In addition, the clan leader spoke, and the Uchiha were willing to give him face. First of all, the Uchiha's interests will not be damaged as everyone imagines. Shisui explained. Although the reform of the police force will absorb outsiders, there will be no changes in existing positions. It is to apply for additional positions from the third Hokage to enhance the strength of the police force and expand the influence of the police force. In Shisui's ideal, the police force should not have more than 1/5 of Uchiha ninjas, but the first step should not be too big. So Shisui not only did not replace any Uchiha ninjas, but also emphasized that this was to strengthen the police force. As Shisui expected, many Uchiha's expressions softened when they heard that their positions would not change. Then they thought again that adding new positions to absorb foreigners without changing existing positions could indeed strengthen the police department. After all, it is impossible to give high positions to newly recruited members of the police force, which would be equivalent to having an additional group of subordinates, and an additional position that can be operated in the police force. Seeing that the effect was good, Shisui continued. I'll continue as planned. P.S. I'm fine with losing hair due to staying up late, but I also have diarrhea. My stomach has been uncomfortable recently. I have to check it out when I have time. This chapter was actually updated yesterday, and there will be 8K today. Also, I'm asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. I'm asking for votes in June. First of all, I'm asking for monthly votes. Then I'll report on the updates of last month. I've updated for 29 days and took 2 days off. The total number of words is about 180,000. Excluding the 18,000 words in the extra chapter, the main text is only 162,000 words. Excluding the 2 days of leave, the average daily number of words in the main text is about 5,500, plus the extra chapter, that's 6,200. Extra chapter is not, it can be counted as a normal update, so the number of words updated last month was not ideal. Zyjo would like to apologize here. I originally thought that the average daily word count should be at least 6,000, but I didn't expect that the main content would only be 5,500, excluding the days of consultation. There are many factors. First, I stayed up late for a long time and my condition was not good. Then the plot was stuck at a certain node, which led to a long-term blockage. May has passed, so I won't say too many reasons. After all, it has become an unchangeable reality. Let's start talking about June. First, I will report the results to everyone. I have always told you. Zaiju's book is actually the one with the highest average subscription among all the serialized Naruto. The current average subscription has reached 15,500. It is not easy for a book that has not been published in Sanjiang to reach this point. Thank you very much for your support. When Zaiju first put it on the shelves, I really thought that this book had failed, because Zaiju's previous works during college were all published in Sanjiang, but this one written after graduation did not. I was hit hard at that time. Now Zaiju still wants to make a push, to reach 20,000 average subscriptions. For fanfiction, 20,000 average subscriptions is almost the top. Zaiju only knows 2 Naruto fanfictions with 20,000 subscriptions in Naruto. 15,500 is only 4,500 away from 20,000. I must consider that this may be my only chance of 20,000 average subscriptions in Naruto in my life. Let Zaiju is writing a book of Naruto, I dare not say that I can still achieve such results. I ask my brothers to help me, vote for some monthly tickets, and strive for the monthly ticket list to increase exposure. Finally, the most important update. Since we want to achieve results, we must show our attitude. Zaiju will maintain full attendance in June and will not take a day off unless there is a major accident. Then the update volume is to maintain 7 and strive for 8, with an average of 7,000 per day as the bottom line, and strive for an average of 8,000 or even higher. I want a Euro-T talk about average daily 10,000 or so, and I want a Euro-T brag if I can a Euro-T do it. At the same time, I also hope to improve my work and rest schedule. A good work and rest schedule is more conducive to creation, and I hope my brothers can have a good work and rest schedule. Finally, I emphasize again, please vote for me. Chapter 560 Uchiha with abundant martial virtues. The reform of the police force will definitely help the development of the Uchiha clan. Shisui continued. The police force is a department that controls important rights in Konoha. It is monopolized by Uchiha alone. Other families and ordinary ninjas will inevitably be suspicious and distrust the monopolized police force. The more Shisui studied the Uchiha problem, the more he could feel the horror of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. This man really knows Uchiha too well, and his strategy is as deep as the sea. If Shisui wants to deal with a certain family, he will never think of setting up a police force. It seems that the Uchiha clan has received special treatment for its contribution to the construction of the village, and the clan can have an independent department. In fact, Senju Tobirama used the police force to isolate the Uchiha clan from other families and ordinary ninjas. The special status of the police force means that the Uchiha must let a large number of masters in the clan join, otherwise if the work is not done well, the Hokage can punish the Uchiha openly. As more Uchiha ninjas join the police force, they will have less contact with other ninjas. Coupled with the suspicion of the police force, the Uchiha will become more and more self-contained. Moreover, a very subtle point is that the police force seems to have a wide range of powers and is very important. It can arrest ninjas and make Konoha's rules. But in fact, a large part of the power of the police force is covered by the Anbu. The police department cannot manage the affairs of the Anbu, but the Anbu can manage the affairs of the police department. The police force must cooperate with the Anbu when it needs it. As for making regulations, there is no need to say more. Do you want to pass the regulations that the Hokage disagrees with? You want to rebel, right? In Shisui's view, the police force has become a cage for the Uchiha clan, and today he is going to help the Uchiha break the cage. Shisui does have some truth in what he said. Uchiha Katsuki thought after thinking about it. If it does not affect the power of the Uchiha in the police force, letting some outsiders in is actually harmless, and there are even some benefits. However, Uchiha Katsuhisa still did not publicly support Shisui. Because if you think deeply, you will find that what Shisui said is too idealistic. Once the door of non-Uchiha ninjas entering the police force is opened, will the Hokage really let the power of the police force be in the hands of the Uchiha? Since it will not affect everyone's positions and can also expand the police force, isn't this good? Uchiha Inahiro showed his support for Shisui. Uchiha Inahiro and Shisui are not good friends, but he also feels that he knows Shisui a little bit. He doesn't think Shisui is the kind of person who disregards the interests of the family. It sounds really good. The Hokage also needs supporters. If Shisui's proposal can make other families have a better impression of us, it is worth it. Most Uchiha ninjas don't care about the opinions of non-Uchiha ninjas, but even they know that it is difficult to become Hokage without support. I think what Shisui said makes sense. Obito, who was wandering in the sky, was quietly poked by Shisui with a finger. He was stunned and said quickly, "Entering Nanga Shrine together does not mean much." When Obito clearly expressed his support for Shisui's proposal, they would be regarded as a group in the eyes of outsiders. What should I eat for breakfast tomorrow? How should I greet Xiaolin? After saying that, Obito continued to wander in the sky. No matter how Obito performed in the future, the Uchiha in the clan meeting knew one thing, that the two strongest geniuses of the current Uchiha had united. Obito's statement further changed the direction of the clan meeting. The Uchiha ninjas did not know much about Obito, because Obito not only had no Uchiha friends, but also only participated in the clan meeting once, and because Shisui was kicked out, he also criticized the Uchiha ninjas in the clan meeting. But it doesn't matter if they don't understand. It's enough for them to know that Obito is very strong and is the second genius in the martial arts meeting. Among the Uchiha, the strong are worthy of respect. Many young Uchiha ninjas spoke up to discuss Shisui's remarks and then expressed their approval. He really did it. Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised. Shisui has more supporters than he thought. I repeat, it was the decision of the second Hokage that the police force is under the charge of the Uchiha. If anyone doubts it, they are just incompetent people who are jealous of the Uchiha. Why is the police force under the charge of the Uchiha? It's because we Uchiha are capable and strong enough. Uchiha Shengqing said immediately after seeing the change in the wind. He would never agree to the reform of the police force, which is equivalent to returning the initiative to the Hokage. If the third Hokage wants to move the police force, they can use this as the arrangement of the second Hokage to protest. But if the reform is really carried out according to Shisui's way, the police force will never be able to return. It was the period when it was monopolized by Uchiha. Listening to Uchiha Shenking's impassioned words, many Uchiha ninjas straightened their chests. Obviously, they felt that what Uchiha Shengqing said was true. Except for the Uchiha, the strongest family in Konoha, no other family is qualified to monopolize a large department. It may be just a most ordinary position at the beginning. Who can guarantee that the third Hokage will not take the opportunity to take back our Uchiha's privileges? It is even possible that the captain's position will be occupied by outsiders. Uchiha Shengqing stared at Shisui and said. The wind direction at the clan meeting quickly changed again. Many adult Uchiha ninjas in their 20s and 30s supported Uchiha Shenking's statement. Shisui thought quickly without changing his expression. Whether the captain's position would have problems or not was meaningless to Shisui. After all, the police force was the cage of Uchiha. But now he had to give a reason to convince the Uchiha so that they would not feel that their interests were infringed. The reform of the police department was not a bad thing for Uchiha. Elder Shengqing, you also said that it was because of our ability that we Uchiha got the police force. Do you think that so many of our excellent Uchiha ninjas will lose to a few foreigners? Shisui thought for a while and said. Uchiha ninjas are proud, and they are extremely confident in their abilities. As Shisui expected, many Uchiha ninjas were silent at once. If they continued to deny Shisui, wouldn't it mean that they were afraid of competing with foreign ninjas? If we compare them fairly, it will naturally be that our Uchiha ninjas are more qualified to hold important positions, but the Hokage may not necessarily treat Uchiha fairly. Uchiha Shengqing retorted. It may seem a bit rebellious to other Konoha ninjas, but in the Uchiha clan, it is a recognized fact that they are targeted by the Hokage in Konoha. Shisui had to admit that his ability to play with emotions was not as good as Uchiha Shengqing. After Uchiha Shengqing finished speaking, some Uchiha ninjas soon denounced Konoha and the Hokage. But Shisui did not give up, and still seriously thought about the loopholes in Uchiha Shengqing's words and refuted them. Shisui was not alone, and many young ninjas still supported him and debated with the Uchiha ninjas who supported Uchiha Shengqing. Hey! Shisui let out a long breath, thinking that he couldn't go on like this. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid the topic will have to be suspended and discussed at the next clan meeting. Shisui opened the three Magatama Sharingan, concentrated his breathing, and the powerful chakra on his body burst out. Elder Shengqing, since none of us can convince each other, let's be simple and speak with our own strength. Shisui looked at Uchiha Shengqing with his blood-red eyes and said. Uchiha Shengqing is the most powerful elder of Uchiha, and Shisui's proposal does touch on the interests of some Uchiha. He really can't convince everyone with just his mouth. Shisui doesn't want to use force, but the current situation is that he can't do without force. Nanga Shrine fell into silence again. The Uchiha ninjas who were closer to Shisui felt the powerful aura on Shisui's body and showed surprise on their faces. It's two different things to hear the name of a genius and to actually feel his strength. He has become much stronger again. Uchiha Inahiro exclaimed. Your ninja talent is indeed outstanding enough. I am not your opponent, but ninja talent does not mean. Uchiha Shengqing admitted very naively that his strength was not as good as Shisui, and then took the opportunity to deny Shisui's abilities in other aspects. Before Uchiha Shengqing finished speaking again, Shisui continued. All ninjas who support Elder Shengqing can join the battle. If you can defeat me in Obito, then the reform of the police force will be abandoned. Otherwise, the reform proposal of the police department will be passed. How about it, do you dare to accept this proposal? In order to make Uchiha Shengqing accept it, Shisui was not as gentle as usual. Uchiha Shengqing narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Shisui and then at Obito, and began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, the clan will discuss and suddenly fight. But they are Uchiha with abundant martial virtues, and they are the only family in Konoha with a record of rebellion. Shisui's actions are not treasonous, but can reflect the confidence of the genius in his strength. The most important point is that Shisui is not without support. Many people of the younger generation support Shisui. They fight because the discussion is fruitless, not because Shisui fails and wants to force his idea through fighting. Shisui, it seems that as an elder, I need to let you understand humility. Although you are a genius, you are outnumbered. Uchiha Shengqing agreed. His strength is not much worse than Shisui, plus the 7 Uchiha Jonin who support him, there are also many good Chunins. Even if Obito and Shisui join forces, they can't beat them. Uchiha Shengqing was not thinking about whether he could win, but thinking about the impact of the incident. Shisui, we should fight for you too. Uchiha Inahiro said with a passionate face. The other young Uchiha also expressed their willingness to fight with Shisui. Shisui politely declined. First, Uchiha Shengqing had already agreed, and second, Shisui was confident that he could deal with all the Uchiha who opposed him, and he had made sufficient preparations. He and Obito, plus their summoned beasts, were 4 elite Jonin. 4 elite Jonins are not enough to deal with the entire Uchiha, but they are definitely enough to deal with Uchiha Shengqing's group. The battle naturally cannot be carried out in Nanga Shrine, so Shisui and his team found an open space nearby and started fighting. The Uchiha who did not participate in the battle did not stay in Nanga Shrine, and the clan leader Uchiha Fugako led the way to watch the battle. Maybe this is the best development. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. The Uchiha who Shisui fooled with the rhythm may not always obey Shisui, but if Shisui beat those Uchiha, there will be no opponents for a long time. P.S. There is another chapter later, and the time is hard to say. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. Chapter 561 Blue Flame Suppression. In the open space, Shisui and Obito stood side by side, and opposite them were 15 Uchiha ninjas headed by Uchiha Shengqing. Of course, there are more than 15 people who oppose Shisui, but Uchiha Shengqing also wants to save face, and it is impossible for him to really lead all the Uchiha ninjas who are dissatisfied with Shisui to beat him up. Of course, in order to prevent a crash, Uchiha Shengqing didn't bring all the people, but the 14 Uchiha ninjas he selected were all elites of the Uchiha. Including himself, there are 8 Jonins among the 15 Uchiha, and the remaining 7 Chiyunins are also experienced old Chiyunins, which is a very strong team. Uchiha Shengqing doesn't believe that this configuration can't control Shisui. Shisui, you have to treat me to breakfast tomorrow. Although there is a disadvantage in numbers, Obito is not panicked at all. After all, the opponent is just a group of ninjas who don't even have a decent title. I will treat you to breakfast for the next year. Shisui took the initiative to double it. If the reform of the police force can be successfully launched, let alone 1 year, Shisui is willing to treat Obito for 10 years. I feel underestimated. Even if he is a genius, he can't get anything good in the face of so many of us. An Uchiha Jonin was a little unhappy when he saw Obito's indifferent look. Even in the Uchiha clan, there are not many Jonins. Although he was not a genius in the past, he was praised since he was a child. He didn't think he could beat Shisui or Obito, but now it was 15 against 2. Don't underestimate them, everyone, go all out. Uchiha Shengqing reminded. He didn't think Obito and Shisui could beat 8 Jonin, but it was too embarrassing to lose in this situation. Just in case, they had to use all their strength. The battle begins. Uchiha Yashiro, who was acting as the referee, announced after seeing that both sides were ready. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing aside, also focused his attention on the battle that was about to begin. He knew Shisui. If he didn't have the confidence to win, Shisui would not take the initiative to invite him to fight. So Uchiha Fugaku was very curious about Shisui's strength. He was so confident in the face of so many Uchiha ninjas. Summoning technique. Obito and Shisui performed summoning techniques at the same time to summon Charizard and Zoroark respectively. The two beasts were now quite large, so they were not brought along to the clan meeting. These are the enemies we need to deal with. Zoroark glanced at the 15 Uchiha ninjas standing opposite. It lived with Shisui, and it also knew Shisui's general plan, and had long been prepared for the battle. Charizard didn't give Obito any trouble because they were in the middle of a battle, and quickly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Did it contract a summoned beast with good strength? Uchiha Fugaku thought when he saw this. A powerful summoned beast is of great significance to a ninja, but a good summoned beast is hard to come by. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shengqing quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball. Not only Uchiha Shengqing, but several Uchiha also used the great fireball, and the ninjas who didn't use ninjutsu used ninja tools to block their positions. In the blink of an eye, several large fireballs and dense ninja tools enveloped Shisui, Obito, and Zoroark. Since Charizard flew up to the sky at the first moment, it was not considered as an attack target. It is much more difficult to attack flying creatures than walking on the ground. Even without discussing tactics, the Uchiha ninjas tacitly prepared to deal with Obito and his men first. While Shisui was condensing chakra, he winked at Zoroark. Zoroark, who understood, immediately released chakra to launch illusion. A large amount of flames kept spitting out of Zoroark's mouth, quickly forming a sea of fierce fire, as if to engulf all the attacks that came. What kind of summoned beast is this, which can release such a powerful fire escape? Uchiha Shenking's pupils shrank, and he looked at Zoroark in disbelief. Uchiha Shenqing finally understood why Shisui was confident that he and Obito could defeat so many Uchiha ninjas. It turned out that he had contracted an extremely powerful summoned beast. No, such a powerful summoned beast, can he afford so much chakra? Uchiha Shenqing was puzzled. The chakra consumed by the summoning technique is not a fixed value. The stronger the summoned beast, the more chakra it needs to consume. But no matter how strange Uchiha Shenqing felt, the reality was right in front of him, and he didn't have time to think too much. The Uchiha ninjas who were watching were also shocked and subconsciously stepped back a distance. Then something even more shocking happened. The same type of ninjutsu should have cancelled each other out, but the several huge fire dragons transformed from the sea of fire ignored this rule and rushed straight towards Uchiha Shenqing and the others through the fireball. What kind of fire escape is this? Uchiha Shenqing frowned, and found that his decades of ninja experience were not enough. Although he didn't understand, Uchiha Shenqing used chakra to dodge the approaching giant fire dragon. No matter what ninjutsu, it's useless if it doesn't hit. All the Uchiha ninjas dodged Zoroark's fire style in a panic. Without interference, Shisui and Obito easily avoided the large number of attacks. Bang! With his skilled instant body technique, Shisui quickly approached the two Uchiha Chunins and punched them both. Among Muyu's disciples, except for Yamato, who has not been taught for a long time, Nagato is the worst in physical skills, but he is also a crushing level for ordinary peers. And Shisui, in terms of pure physical skills, is also excellent among Muyu's disciples. Blade of Air. The flying fire-breathing dragon aimed at several Uchiha who were close to Obito and threw out several wind blades at high speed. Noticing the attack of Charizard, Obito concentrated his breathing to burst out his power, and defeated 3 Uchiha ninjas with the attack of Charizard. Hey, why aren't you injured? An Uchiha Chunin was hit by the flames by mistake. Just when he thought he was going to be seriously injured, he found that he was unharmed. Uchiha Shenqing noticed this scene and his face changed drastically, and his pupils trembled. If his guess is correct, then the ability that Zoroark just displayed is no worse than that super large-scale fire escape. Uchiha Shenqing concentrated his chakra in his eyes to open the Sharingan. When the blood-red eyes appeared, Uchiha Shenqing immediately checked his own chakra. After calming down his chakra, Uchiha Shenqing looked at Zoroark with fear. It was really an illusion. Zoroark just made everyone present fall into an illusion without knowing it. What a terrifying large-scale illusion, without any signs. Uchiha Shenqing sighed in his heart. The gold content of Zoroark's illusion just now is too high. What kind of place is this? It is the gathering place of Uchiha ninjas, gathering a large number of illusion masters. Even an experienced 3 Magatama Uchiha like him was fooled, which is really a bit outrageous. Fortunately, although Zoroark's illusion is abnormal, it still has the common problem of large-scale illusions, that is, it is easy to remove. That fox-like summoning beast is using illusions. Uchiha Shenqing immediately reminded the remaining Uchiha. The Uchiha Jonins who opened their eyes opened their Sharingan one after another, checked the status and removed the illusion. Because the Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra, even Uchiha ninjas generally do not open the Sharingan at the beginning of the battle. The same is true for Shisui. After his demonstration at Nanga Shrine, he quickly closed his Sharingan and quickly refined chakra to maintain his status at the peak. Fortunately, I brought 7 Chunins. Uchiha Shenqing was thankful. Although it is easy to remove, it is not easy to find out that you are under the illusion, because Zoroark will make everyone fall under the illusion. It is difficult to find out that you are under the illusion without actually suffering a loss. If there were no Chunin to try and block Shisui and Obito's attack, half of the 8 Jonin might have been taken away in that wave, and it is very likely to overturn. With the help of Chunin, Uchiha Shenqing and his team lost 6 Chunin and 1 Jonin, and there were still 7 Jonin fighting forces. Illusion. The 8th generation of Uchiha watching the battle was stunned, and he did not notice it. The surrounding Uchiha took a breath of cold air, and they had no idea when and how they were under the illusion. Seeing that Uchiha Shengqing broke the illusion, Shisui concentrated the breath of fire to the extreme, entered the breath of fire chakra mode, and his momentum soared. In fact, Zoroark's ability is more than that, but Shisui wanted to personally defeat Uchiha Shengqing. This battle should not be a stage between Zoroark and Charizard, but a stage between him and Obito. Seeing Shisui use his ultimate move, Obito followed without hesitation and also entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Charizard and Zoroark worked together to block 3 Jonin and 1 Chunin. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Shengqing only made a tiger seal and spit out a huge orange-yellow fire dragon. He is very proficient in the Great Dragon Fire Technique, which is one of his best fire-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Shengqing is fast, but Shisui is faster. In the flame-breathing chakra mode, he can release fire style without making a seal. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shisui clapped his hands, and an orange-red fire dragon even bigger than Uchiha Shengqing rushed out. Boom! The 2 huge fire dragons collided, and the high-temperature flames splashed around, turning the ground into a scorched land. Watching the dragon head being swallowed up at a high speed, Uchiha Shengqing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. When the same type of ninjutsu is used in a duel, whoever loses will be embarrassed. If it is the same ninjutsu again, there is no way to wash it off, it is just a rookie. How could this happen? It has only been a short time, why has he made such great progress? Seeing his fire dragon about to be swallowed up by Shisui's fire dragon, Uchiha Shengqing became flustered. The last time he gave Shisui a battle of guidance, Shisui's fire escape could only kill him together. Why can he suppress him like this now? This is not a ninja at all. Fire Escape, Great Fireball Technique. At this time, an Uchiha Jonin pulled out his hand and released the Fire Escape technique to help Uchiha Shengqing stop the incomplete fire dragon that was attacking. You and I will defeat Shisui first. Uchiha Shengqing ordered hurriedly. He was defeated by Shisui in the coaching battle, and that time he could explain it by underestimating the enemy. This time he lost to Shisui again, he was really embarrassed and couldn't find any excuse. Because this time it was 15-2, they even had 8 Jonins on their side. Uchiha Jonin nodded and quickly attacked Shisui. He was not considered a subordinate of Uchiha Shengqing, he only went to fight because he did not recognize Shisui, he did not have to listen to Uchiha Shengqing, but he did not want to lose. Uchiha Shengqing was the strongest ninja on their side, and joining forces with Uchiha Shengqing to solve one person first was the best solution that Uchiha Jonin thought of. Don't fight in close combat, use ninjutsu. Uchiha Shengqing said quickly. Uchiha Shengqing knew that Shisui's physical skills were very strong, and he had mastered a secret technique that went well with his physical skills. Even if the 2 of them attacked, they might not be able to get anything out of it. It would be better to use long-range ninjutsu to consume Shisui's chakra. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Style. The 2 of them formed seals together and released Fire Style with all their strength. Swoosh! Shisui ignored the fire dragon that was about to rush out and approached Uchiha Shengqing at a very fast speed. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and Uchiha Shengqing's fire dragon was also getting closer and closer to Shisui. When the fire dragon was only 1 centimeter away from Shisui, Shisui took action. The huge amount of chakra that had been condensed in advance exploded, and Shisui's flame breathing was running to the extreme. Blue flame. Shisui opened his mouth and spit out a blue flame as thick as his arm. Compared to the 2 fire dragons that attacked, the flame spit out by Shisui looked very weak. Because Uchiha Shengqing's fire dragon was even 3 times larger than Shisui's, the flame spit out by Shisui was so small in front of the huge fire dragon. Whoosh! The blue flame connected with the orange flame. The next moment, the fire dragon flashed blue light, and was directly swallowed by the blue flame, disappearing in front of Shisui, as if it had never existed. Uchiha Shengqing was stunned, he even almost thought it was another illusion. However, his body told him honestly that his chakra was stable and he was not under an illusion. Because of the close distance, the failure of the ninjutsu duel, and the shocking fire escape of Shisui, when they wanted to dodge, the blue flame burned in front of them. At this moment, Uchiha Shengqing's life memories from birth to attending the ninja school, to graduating to become a ninja, and then to becoming an elder of Uchiha kept passing through his mind. Fortunately, the blue flame dissipated under Shisui's control when it was 7 centimeters away from them. Uchiha Shengqing took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground, panting. Not only was there sweat on his forehead, but his shirt was also wet with sweat. Another Uchiha ninja was not much better, and he also looked like he had escaped death. Shisui also let out a heavy breath. Although he had been practicing Kinjian madly for a week, Shisui's Kinjian proficiency was still at a low level, and he was still a long way from truly learning Kinjian. Not only could Shisui not use various Kinjian versions of fire release as freely as Mu, but he couldn't do it even with compressed use. He could only produce some high-temperature blue flames by consuming most of the chakra in his body in the mode of flame-breathing chakra. So Shisui has been trying to get closer, because if he doesn't get closer, the length of the blue flame he casts can't reach people. However, the blue flame still lived up to Shisui's expectations. Even if he hasn't learned it thoroughly, the power of the blue flame is still overbearing. It is the strongest fire escape known to Shisui, and it has a huge gap with other fire escapes. What is the fire escape? Uchiha Shengqing stopped and asked in shock. Shisui didn't answer Uchiha Shengqing's words. The blue flame is a ninjutsu taught by Mu, and he can't say it casually. If it's you, maybe you can really lead Uchiha to glory again. Uchiha Shengqing did not continue to ask, closed the Sharingan and sighed. Uchiha Shengqing saw the figure of Uchiha Madara on Shisui. It has nothing to do with personality and behavior, it is Uchiha Madara's invincible strength. Uchiha Shengqing felt that if Shisui continued, he might have the opportunity to cultivate to the same level as Uchiha Madara. I will try my best. Shisui replied. He dare not say that he will definitely lead Uchiha to glory, but he will try his best to make Uchiha better, at least not like it is now. This is good. Uchiha Shengqing smiled, turned around and sighed as he walked towards the Nanga shrine. There are Uchiha ninjas who have not been defeated, but for him, they have actually lost. P.S. Please vote for me. In addition, I have noticed the rhythm problem that everyone has reported, and I have already adjusted it. Chapter 562, Settlement of Shisui's Life Mission. After Uchiha Shengqing left, the Uchiha ninjas who had not fallen also stopped. There is no doubt that they have lost. The Uchiha ninja who felt that he was underestimated before looked at Shisui and Obito with a complicated expression. He had to admit that Shisui and the others had the capital to be arrogant. Shisui and Obito won. Uchiha Yashiro announced the result of the battle. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas all looked at the two with surprise, especially Shisui. In this battle, Charizard and Obito were more of auxiliary restraints, so I was more impressed by Shisui and Zoroark. Zoroark's imperceptible large-scale illusion and Shisui's amazingly powerful blue flames were unforgettable for the Uchiha ninjas at the scene. The distance is farther. Uchiha Inahiro scratched his head. Since Shisui showed his strength, Uchiha Inahiro has been training hard with Shisui as his goal. However, every time Shisui appeared, Uchiha Inahiro would find that the gap between his strength and Shisui had widened again. Obviously, he was also working hard to practice, but the distance was not getting closer, but getting farther and farther. Uchiha Inahiro's mood soon calmed down. After all, it was not the first day he knew Shisui. This experience has been more than 1 or 2 times, and Uchiha Inahiro is somewhat accustomed to it. Although it is called catching up, Uchiha Inahiro knows that it is impossible to catch up. In fact, he just uses Shisui as a goal to spur himself. I hope it can bring good changes. Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha ninjas back to Nanga Shrine. According to the agreement between Shisui and Uchiha Shengqing, Shisui's reform proposal will be passed at the clan meeting. Unless Uchiha Fugaku uses his clan leader rights to deny Shisui. As the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, even if a proposal recognized by most Uchiha ninjas appears at the clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku can choose not to pass it. This is his privilege as the clan leader. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku will not use this right under normal circumstances. As the clan leader, how can he go against most people? The first step of planning is finally halfway done. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He was well prepared, but there is still the possibility of unexpected failure. Obito, thank you for your trouble this time. Shisui thanked Obito. If he was the only one fighting alone, it would be really difficult to implement the plan. It's a small matter, and didn't you say that this is a good thing for Uchiha? I am also a member of Uchiha. Obito smiled and waved his hand. Obito didn't have many friends in the Uchiha clan, but he was educated by the Uchiha clan and still had some sense of family honor. All the Uchiha ninjas returned to the Nanga Shrine, and the suspended clan meeting resumed. This time, the atmosphere of the clan meeting was different again. Uchiha Shengqing and his supporters kept silent as agreed. Basically, Shisui was explaining his reform plan, and Shisui's supporters were discussing it. So, does anyone have any other opinions? If not, the police force reform proposal will be passed. Uchiha Fugaku asked after the time was almost up. Silence returned to the Nanga Shrine again, as if the police force reform had become popular, and no Uchiha had any objections to the proposal. So, the police force reform proposal was passed, and this clan meeting is over, adjourned. Uchiha Fugaku announced. The silence of the Nanga Shrine was broken. Some Uchiha discussed the impact of the proposal, and some Uchiha left together while chatting about miscellaneous matters. Obito, you go first. I have something else to do. Shisui said when he saw that Obito was already impatient to leave. His first step was to reform the police force. The clan meeting was only halfway through. Because the police force is such a large department, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to decide on the reform by themselves. The Hokage must sign and seal it. So Shisui had to discuss with Uchiha Fugaku about the police force reform proposal to be submitted to the Hokage. Okay then. Obito waved goodbye to Shisui and trotted away. For him, coming to the clan meeting was a little torture. He was so bored that he could only be in a daze alone. Then, Shisui followed Uchiha Fugaku back to Uchiha Fugaku's home. Itaki Uchiha, who had not yet slept, was very happy to see Shisui coming. But it was a pity for Itaka that Shisui went to the study with Uchiha Fugaku without saying a few words to him. We must let the third Hokage feel the real idea that we need reform. Shisui said. The police force is a pit left by the second Hokage for Uchiha. But after Shisui's careful study, coupled with Muyu's advice, he found that the second Hokage actually did not have the idea of pitting Uchiha to death. Otherwise, if the second Hokage really suppressed Uchiha to death, there would be a simpler and more brutal method. The second Hokage was even more powerful than the third Hokage when he was in office. Since the second Hokage himself did not have the idea of pitting Uchiha to death, would his disciples have it? Shisui couldn't say about the other disciples of the second Hokage, but according to his understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not have such an idea. Because he and Obito are both Uchiha, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show the intention of suppressing. Even because of a series of reasons, they were supported and cultivated. It is really rare for ninjas of their age to report to Konoha. Therefore, Shisui felt that the most important thing to get the third Hokage to agree to the reform of Uchiha is to show sincerity. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen know that Uchiha wanted to be a good person, not to take the opportunity to create more positions to increase Konoha's salary pressure. Uchiha Fugaku showed a thoughtful expression. He didn't expect that Shisui even considered the Hokage. The two chatted for about an hour. When leaving, Shisui unexpectedly discovered that Uchiha Itachi had not slept yet, sitting alone in the corridor outside the house in a depressed mood. "Itachi, it's time to go to bed now." Shisui walked to Uchiha Itachi's side, squatted down and reminded him with a smile. "But brother Shisui, you haven't slept either." Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui and answered with a slightly puffy face. "Because I am already a jonin, and Itachi is still a child, and children need to go to bed early to grow taller." Shisui smiled and touched Uchiha Itachi's head and said. Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything, just looked at Shisui quietly. Just when Shisui was thinking about why Uchiha Itachi had a little mood, Uchiha Itachi said. "You told me last time that you would tell me stories when you have time, but you haven't told me even after meeting several times." Uchiha Itachi is not a child who will make trouble unreasonably. If Shisui hadn't made an agreement, he wouldn't have a mood towards Shisui because he couldn't hear the story. But it was Shisui who took the initiative to bring up the story. Now that Shisui looked like he had forgotten, Uchiha Itachi would naturally be unhappy. He was unhappy not because he couldn't hear the story, but because Shisui had forgotten their agreement and had forgotten him. "I'm so sorry, I've been a little busy lately." Shisui replied a little embarrassedly. "I've been planning the reform of the police force recently and forgot about it." "If you're too busy, then next time, I'll tell you a story next time." Shisui interrupted Uchiha Itachi's words and tapped Uchiha Itachi's head lightly with his fingers. "There will be a story, but now should be the children's bedtime." Uchiha Itachi nodded obediently, said goodbye to Shisui and went to bed immediately. Extermination of the clan. Never let this happen. Shisui recalled the information from the future and thought firmly in his heart. He would try his best to lead Uchiha Itachi to the right path. If it didn't work, Uchiha Itachi would still be crazy enough to want to kill his own family. Shisui would never show mercy at that time. Hokage's office. Uchiha actually took the initiative to break the rules and allow non-Uchiha ninjas to join the police force. Seeing the request submitted by Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. This is a rare thing. Such a thing has never happened since the establishment of the police force. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look. After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and fell into thought. This matter can be said to be big. After all, the police force is an important department of Konoha, and the reform of the police force can naturally be regarded as a big thing. It can also be said to be small, just recruiting a few new ninjas in the police force. Dong dong. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the wooden desk rhythmically. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted the subjective initiative of the Hokage and determined that this was a small matter that did not require a high-level meeting. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sign and stamp directly. He called a ANBU ninja and ordered him to bring Uchiha Fugaku to the Hokage's office. He wanted to ask for some details to clarify Uchiha Fugaku's purpose. "Sandame-sama." Uchiha Fugaku greeted him immediately after entering the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in response. Uchiha is a family that Konoha's Anbu pays special attention to. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows a lot about Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's strength is not very good among the Uchiha clan leaders of all generations, but his character is rare among the Uchiha clan. For example, Uchiha Fugaku may not respect Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, but he will definitely do his best on the surface. "Tell me about your police force reform. Why do you have this idea, and what impact will the reform have on the police force in Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with interest. Not only Shisui is worried about the Uchiha problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wants to resolve the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. It's hard enough to deal with the enemy, and it's a waste of energy to arrange for the Anbu to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. If the war becomes more intense, he will have to send Uchiha ninjas to the battlefield. Wouldn't he have to send a strong team to supervise? In fact, this idea originally came from Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku concealed some details and explained the whole story. This is what Shisui asked. When Shisui discussed with Uchiha Fugaku before, he said that if Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, he would just tell him what he did. If Kagami knew that his grandson was so outstanding, he would probably smile with relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been teammates with Uchiha Kagami and knew how good he was. And Shisui was like a super version of Uchiha Kagami. He was not very old, but his strength and thinking ability surpassed that of an adult. After asking what he wanted to ask, Sarutobi Hiruzen let Uchiha Fugaku go back to work, and then asked the Anbu to call Shisui over. He has the strength to enter the top 4 of the martial arts tournament and can also help the family. If Asuma is half as good as you, Shisui, I won't have to worry about him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, and did not immediately talk to Shisui about the reform of the police force. You are too kind, and Asuma is actually very hard-working. He also entered the top 8 of the martial arts tournament. His results are not bad. Shisui said modestly. He is lucky to be in the top 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and shook his head. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to get enough information in the end. If he had to force a top 8, Asuma would not be able to enter the top 10, let alone the 8th. Of course, he was also complaining. It didn't stop Sarutobi Hiruzen from smiling in his heart. Who doesn't like his son being praised? Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen got to the point and asked Shisui about the reform of the police force. Shisui's handling was almost the same as Uchiha Fugaku's. Except for some details, he basically said everything he could say. After confirming that there was no problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen approved the request for new positions in the police force. When the reform began and the police force could be joined by non-Uchiha ninjas, the panel on Muyu's side also popped up the message of settlement rewards. Muyu opened the panel and looked at Shisui's life mission. Shisui's life mission progress increased, and it increased a lot. P.S. There is another chapter later, and the time is still uncertain. It is recommended not to stay up late to read it tomorrow. Also, please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 563 New S-Level Skills. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Life Mission, Uchiha and Konoha. Main Goal, eliminate the contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission Progress, 30.8%. Although Shisui's life mission is still the lowest among all disciples, it is much better than before. When Obito and Might Guy's life mission progress exceeded 40, Shisui's was only more than 10, the gap was too big. Although it is still not as good as other disciples, the gap has narrowed a lot. Then Muyu looked at the specific settlement rewards. This time the progress increased a lot, and 2 progress rewards were settled in one go. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's strength has been improved, his reputation has risen, and his voice in the clan has increased. He has taken a small step towards eliminating the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha, and has obtained progress rewards Chakra plus 1400, Ninjutsu Extraction Scrolls, Mastery Level, Darkness Walking Technique, Mastery Level. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's strength has been improved, and he has promoted the reform of the police force. He has taken a small step towards eliminating the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha, and has obtained progress rewards Chakra plus 1500, Yin Attribute Skill Extraction Scrolls, Mastery Level, Yin Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll. The reward level is the same as other disciples at the same progress, and the specific rewards are more Shisui specific. This is also the reason why Muyu always finds ways to help disciples complete their life tasks. The rewards from other places are very random, while the rewards from life tasks are of high quality and take into account the specialties of disciples. Except for the difficulty of completing the task, there are no other disadvantages. The basic chakra reward is 2009 after 2 settlements, which is roughly equal to the total amount of chakra of a ninja school teacher. It is an item that Mu will never think is too much. There are 2 S-level extraction scrolls in total, one for all types and one for specific yin dun. The dark walk technique rewarded in ninjutsu is an A-level illusion, which is a more practical and powerful illusion among the native illusions of Naruto. The other is the yin dun mastery scroll that can be selected by yourself to add points to ninjutsu. After confirming all the rewards, Mu washed her palms as usual, silently chanted the gods and Buddhas in her heart, and then started the lottery. After all, there are 2 S-level extraction scrolls, so the ceremony should still be there. Mu chose to draw an ordinary S-level extraction scroll first, clicked the scroll and then clicked to extract, and a large turntable appeared in front of Mu. Ninjutsu extraction scrolls has been consumed, and the skill, Ice Age, mastery level, has been obtained. As the rapidly rotating pointer stopped at a blue area, a large number of training memories appeared in Mu's mind. Aokiji's ultimate move is not bad. Mu locked the source of the skill based on the skill name and training memory. Ice Age is the strongest move of Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals in the One Piece world. Aokiji can freeze an island with his full strength in Ice Age. Without external interference, it will take a long time to melt. It is a very powerful attack skill. And Mu's proficiency in Ice Escape is not too low, reaching the mastery level. After Mu sorted out the training memories in his mind, he took a look at the proficiency of Ice Escape, which was a little higher than before he obtained Ice Age. Powerful skills can drive the improvement of chakra nature changes. Mu knew this very early, and when he extracted Wuxiang's sword, he also added a lot of lightning attribute chakra nature change proficiency to him. Although Mu has no shortage of powerful ninjutsu, the powerful skills of the bloodline limit can still play a role in enriching her means. Then Mu looked at the S-level extraction scroll of the specific yin escape. Yin attribute skill extraction scroll S, mastery level, has been consumed, and the skill observation haki, mastery level, has been obtained. A large amount of training memories poured into Mu's mind again, allowing Mu to master the localized observation haki at this moment. Compared to the Ice Age, observation haki is more famous. The first thing Mu thought of when she saw it was the setting of observation haki in the One Piece comics. Of course, knowing the original setting is actually not very meaningful, because the system will localize the skills of the non-Naruto world. After sorting out the memory of observation haki, Mu found that the localized observation haki is not much different from the observation haki of the One Piece world. The core of both is perception and predicting attacks. The biggest change should be that the observation haki of Naruto requires chakra to activate. Among the perception ninjutsu of the Hokage, it should be considered the top one. Mu judged. Mu just tested it, and his master-level observation haki can sense the range no smaller than the perception ninjutsu he had obtained before. The range of his observation haki is enough to cover Konoha. This Konoha does not refer to the main city of Konoha alone, but the entire Konoha including the training grounds such as the Death Forest. Like many perception ninjutsu, observation haki can also sense the strength of chakra, the position and number of enemies. In addition to the basic perception function, observation haki has an advantage that ordinary perception ninjutsu does not have, that is, it can sense attacks during battle. Even attacks from directions that cannot be observed by vision can be sensed by observation haki. Like armament haki, observation haki does not require hand seals. As long as the output of chakra is maintained during battle, it can be used continuously. Mu tested it. If the range is not pursued, the chakra consumed by ordinary use of observation haki is within the acceptable range. If you have to compare, it is less than the chakra consumed by the Uchiha clan ninja using the Sharingan. If the maximum perception range is maintained at all times, the chakra consumed will be very fierce, but it is not necessary under normal circumstances. Secret technique, observation haki. Mu let the shadow clone attack him, and then condensed a large amount of chakra to change the nature of yin attribute chakra, and tried his best to activate observation haki. In the world of One Piece, there are observation haki masters who can see a period of time in the future. Mu wants to see if the localized observation haki still has this ability. Is it because of insufficient proficiency, or other problems? Mu, who failed regretfully, subconsciously thought about it. Mu shook his head and gave up. I'm afraid that only when his observation haki proficiency reaches the perfect level can he verify it. In the world of One Piece, only a few masters have the ability to see the future with observation haki. Teach it once tomorrow. Like armament haki, observation haki is a universal skill that may be useful to anyone who practices it. Although Shisui and others have Sharingan, the Sharingan is strong in dynamic vision, which can capture enemies within the line of sight, and attacks outside the line of sight cannot be detected. So it doesn't mean that you don't need observation haki if you have the Sharingan. Observation haki that can detect attacks outside the line of sight can even complement the Sharingan. Of course, there is a problem with doing this for Shisui and his team at the moment, as it consumes a lot of chakra. After all, they have too many places to allocate chakra, including the breathing chakra mode, the Sharingan, and powerful ninjutsu, and they are still young and have not yet reached the high-speed development period. However, the current problem is not a big problem. You can learn it casually first. When you learn it later, your chakra will naturally increase. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village. Tsuchikage Building, Tsuchikage Office. Konoha has dispatched an assassination team to launch an attack in the western part of the Land of Grass. Looking at the latest intelligence on the front line on the table, Onoki frowned. He felt that this was abnormal and a bit radical, and it was not in line with the style of the Konoha ninja troops in the Land of Grass. Did the commander change? Onoki guessed in his heart. The overall style of the ninja army is influenced by the commander. A radical commander will make the army's combat style radical. However, whether the commander has personnel changes is very difficult to detect, unless a war breaks out that the commander has to participate in. Or their intelligence personnel may win the intelligence war and may also obtain intelligence about the commander. Go and notify other senior executives to come to the meeting room. After looking at the intelligence for a while, Onoki stood up and walked to the door and said to the Anbu guarding the door. The next decision will affect the basic strategy he has set since the war in Iwagakure Village, so a high-level meeting must be held to invite the elders and consultants to discuss and decide together. Let's look at the intelligence first. Onoki said when all the senior executives arrived. A piece of organized intelligence was placed in front of each senior executive's seat. What do you think about the request from the Grass Country Army? Onoki asked after the senior executives finished reading the intelligence. There was silence in the meeting room, and no one responded to Onoki's words for a while. Onoki was not in a hurry and looked at the senior executives quietly. If we send ninjas to support the Grass Country troops now, won't all the disguises we made before be in vain? The bearded Iwagakure senior said after thinking. Iwagakure has been forbearing and pretending to be a pig, waiting for the opportunity to eat the tiger, but now, it is obviously not the right time. Elder Muhwa, you are a little too cautious. A grey-haired Iwagakure senior shook his head and said. Even if the big ninja village is weak, it will not be unable to send out a ninja force of several thousand people. How can it overturn all our previous efforts just to support the front line? He didn't think that just sending some more ninjas to the front line would lead to such serious consequences, and it was not like sending a large army to attack multiple ninja villages at the same time. I think what consultant Chongjing said makes sense. As long as there are not too many ninjas sent, it will not have a big impact on the previous arrangements. The sturdy Iwagakure senior agreed. Moreover, if we withdraw the troops to the Land of Earth, Iwagakure will not only lose face in the ninja world, but also show too much of the desire to preserve strength. The commander of the frontline ninja troops had two requests: to send support troops to launch a war or to transfer them back to the land of Earth to lure the enemy deeper. On the surface, this is a choice between two options, but for the top leaders of Iwagakure, they are the ones who make the final decision. They can reject Lyashi's request without making any choice and let him execute the previous order, or they can reject the request and issue new instructions. This is their right. In this case, maintaining the status quo is also a good choice. Now the movements of Kumagakure and Sand Village are unclear, and the undercurrents in the ninja world are surging. It is not appropriate to show too much power. Muhwa felt that he could reject the request of the frontline troops and continue to observe the situation. This may not be the best, but it must be the most stable. Muhwa, you are too conservative. The troops on the front line are already dissatisfied. If this continues, morale will drop. Changjing said with dissatisfaction. She is obviously younger than him, but she turned out to be a stubborn conservative. Hui, what do you think? Onoki ignored the two high-level officials who were arguing and looked at the slightly fat round-faced Iwagakure who had been silent at the last seat on the right. That was the leader of the Jounin class of their Iwagakure village. In terms of position, the leader of the Jounin class is the lowest among all the high-level officials in the meeting room. However, Hui is smart, and Onoki pays more attention to his ideas during the meeting. I think we can send more troops this time. On the one hand, it can calm the grievances of the frontline ninjas, and on the other hand, it can further hide our strength. Hui thought for a while and said. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure has not shown enough strength at present. This may make other major ninja villages more cautious of Iwagakure. We send reinforcements to let the frontline troops fight normally. We can win as much as possible and don't need to hold back deliberately. Wait for Konoha to worry that we will attack the Land of Fire in a large scale, so it sends a large number of ninjas to the border to fight with the Iwagakure troops. At this time, we will show weakness to the enemy and deliberately be defeated to preserve our manpower. Konoha's strength is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Since the war, the 5 major ninja villages have suffered defeats at the hands of Konoha, except for Sand Village, which has not declared war on Konoha. Winning and then losing will not affect the reputation of Iwagakure. After listening to Hui's explanation, Onoki nodded subconsciously. If the Iwagakure troops can successfully defeat the Konoha ninja troops, there will be another very important effect, which is to arouse the offensive desire of other ninja villages hostile to Konoha. When 20 minutes passed, the high-level meeting passed the request for the frontline troops to increase troops and start the war. However, the meeting was not over yet. How many reinforcements to send, which ninjas will be among the reinforcements, and who will lead the reinforcements are all things that cannot be decided lightly. When the high-level meeting ended and the information was passed to Lashi, Lashi couldn't help laughing. Haha, we can finally fight back. This time we will let them know how powerful our Iwagakure blasting troops are. Lashi showed a cruel smile on his face. The frustration of continuous retreat, the anger of assassination of fellow ninjas, and the dream of making Iwagakure village great, all mixed together, made Lashi want to blow up the Konoha ninja troops. Don't take any offensive actions for the time being. When the reinforcements come, we will give them a big one. Lashi quickly convened the Iwagakure senior ninjas to hold a meeting and issued an order to shrink the forces. There are 2 benefits to doing this. One is that it can create the illusion that Iwagakure is going to retreat. The other is to preserve strength. As Konoha sent a team to carry out assassinations, Konoha's main force also showed unusual movements. In order to prevent being found to have an opportunity to consume their strength, they have to retreat before the war. Konoha, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato. Lashi clenched his fists. Chapter 564 Reinforcements arrived, the situation reversed. The southern part of the grass country. Because it borders the fire country and has a beautiful environment, the southern part of the grass country is also a relatively developed place in the entire grass country. Of course, it is limited to before the war. After the war, the southern part of the grass country was the area most affected by the war in the entire grass country. The residents fled, the caravans did not dare to travel, and the destruction of ninja battles, all these factors made the South lose its peacetime prosperity. It's really unacceptable. These big countries started a war on our land, causing our economy to decline, and we have to help. The patrolling grass ninja looked at the empty village and couldn't help but tell the resentment in his heart. Their grass village is not as well known as the 5 major ninja villages. There are not many foreigners who will come to Grass Village to issue commissions. They mainly rely on the support of local people. However, the war between Iwagakure and Konoha in the Land of Grass has a very bad impact on the Land of Grass. The economy of the Land of Grass has declined, and the money that Grass Village can get has also decreased. The leading grass ninja hurriedly looked around and was relieved when he didn't find any Konoha ninjas. They are a team of Grass Village supporting Konoha ninja troops. Before returning to Grass Village, they have to listen to the command of Konoha ninjas. Who made our senior management incompetent? The damn Yakagawa Tsutomu cooperated with Iwagakure for his own selfishness, causing the village to be hostile to Konoha. The leading grass ninja was unceremoniously angry at the dead former grass ninja leader. If it weren't for Yakagawa Tsutomu's trouble, the Kusagakure might have lived a better life if they had stayed quiet. In order to make up for Yakagawa Tsutomu's miss, Kusagakure was forced to become an ally with Konoha and help Konoha fight against Iwagakure. There's nothing we can do now, and it's better to follow Konoha than Iwagakure. Konoha is stronger, and Liangwyu has helped the village solve problems before. A Kusagakure ninja said helplessly. If we start from the perspective of who is worse, Iwagakure is still worse. Rest here, it will be dangerous if we really meet Iwagakure ninjas. The leading Kusagakure ninja said after jumping to a high place and observing the surroundings. Nominally, they came to help Konoha, but he didn't want to really help Konoha, just pretending. After all, if they died at the hands of Iwagakure, Konoha will definitely not give their families pensions. The rest of the Kusagakure ninjas sat down immediately after hearing this, without any hesitation. It's okay to fight for your own village, but if you are still active in fighting for Konoha, that's a bit problematic. Puff. The leading Kusagakure ninja was about to say something, but the next moment, a piercing pain came over him, and the black kunai pierced through his chest and pierced into his body. The leading Kusagakure ninja's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look on his face. How could it be? Obviously. Before the leading Kusagakure ninja finished his last words, he fell down, and the body on the ground was still staring, with a puzzled look on his face. Captain! Damn Iwagakure, when did you come here? The Kusagakure ninjas were trained ninjas after all, and they quickly noticed the Iwagakure ninjas killing people. Their expressions were as puzzled as the leading Kusagakure ninjas. They had already investigated, so how did these Iwagakure ninjas come here? The unprepared Kusagakure ninja team was quickly wiped out. Whoosh! A blonde figure kept flashing in the forest, moving forward at a very fast speed. Sensing the dissipating auras, Minato Namikaze frowned slightly and used the instant body technique to speed up again. But when he arrived, there were only the bodies of grass ninjas on the ground, and no trace of other ninjas. It's like this again. What kind of ninjutsu is it that even I can't sense it? Minato Namikaze's face was not very good. Just half a minute ago, he could still sense the chakra of those murderers, but when he was about to arrive, the chakra aura disappeared. Although Minato Namikaze is not a full-time perception ninja, his excellent perception ability is enough to beat many perception ninjas in the perception class. In other words, most of Konoha's perception ninjas can't find those Iwagakure assassination teams hidden by ninjutsu. I don't know if the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can crack it. Minato Namikaze fell into thought. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is different from ordinary perception ninjutsu. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan sees with the eyes. Theoretically, the ninjutsu that eliminates the breath is useless against the Byakugan, Minato Namikaze tried to search carefully within a 10-kilometer radius nearby, but still failed to find the Uegakure ninja who had just killed the Kusagakure ninja. After searching in vain, Minato Namikaze finally used Flying Thunder God to return to the camp and report the information he found to Jiraiya. It turned out that they could escape from your hands, Minato. It seems that Uegakure is serious. Jiraiya touched his chin and said. If Jiraiya had only guessed that Uegakure might fight Konoha in the Land of Grass in the near future, then now Jiraiya is almost certain that Uegakure will launch an attack on Konoha. It's not a big problem. Among the ninjas coming to support this time, there are 3 Hyuga clan ninjas, 2 of whom are Jonin. Jiraiya told Minato Namikaze the information about the reinforcements he requested. Considering the recent situation on the battlefield, Jiraiya not only transferred the perception team, but also some Anbu to conduct intelligence work. Intelligence is a crucial point in the battle of ninja troops. For a ninja like Minato Namikaze, even if the opponent is a team of hundreds of people, as long as he knows the exact location, Minato Namikaze can kill them all by himself. At night, Minato Namikaze thought about it, picked up a pen and paper to write a letter to Kushina and Muyu. In the letter to Kushina, most of the content of Minato Namikaze was about reporting safety and talking about family matters, without mentioning the war. Kushina is working hard to become a qualified Jinchuriki, and Minato Namikaze doesn't want Kushina to worry too much. In the letter to Muyu, Minato Namikaze didn't have so many concerns. It's not that he thinks Muyu's worry doesn't matter, but Minato Namikaze thinks that if he gets into trouble in the war, he can ask Muyu to help take care of Kushina. Even though he is a famous young master in the ninja world today, Minato Namikaze doesn't dare to say that he will definitely survive the war. Many Kage died at the hands of the ninja army. Minato Namikaze did not think that he had surpassed the second-generation Hokage now. On the other side, the Land of Grass, the West. Looking at the ninja army coming with a serious face, a smile appeared on Rishi's face. Lord Rishi, the support troops have arrived, with a total of 800 ninjas, including 7 jonins and 12 special jonins. Huiguang walked to Rishi and reported seriously. Rishi smiled and nodded. 800 support troops, plus my troops also have 1,200 ninjas, that is 2,000 ninja troops. Jiraiya, what can you use to fight me? Rishi was very excited. If Jiraiya's ninja troops did not change much, it should be around 1,000. 2,000 to 1,000, the advantage is on him, Rishi can't think of how to lose. Adding the order from the top, Rishi is already thinking about what to do after entering the Land of Fire. Rishi quickly held a meeting to discuss the matter of defeating the Konoha ninja troops. Even though they have many people, they can't just rush in and fight without any plan. They have to proceed with a plan. It may be that the Uegakure ninjas have been suppressed for too long, which leads to the strong power released all at once, or it may be that Lishi has a good leadership, or it may be other reasons. In short, the situation on the battlefield of the Grass Country suddenly reversed. The Konoha assassination team was quickly dealt with, and the Uegakure intelligence team won repeatedly and obtained important information about the Konoha troops. Early morning, Land of Fire. Konoha, South Forest. Except Kakashi and Kai, everyone else gather. Muyu called the disciples. We won't practice separately this morning. I'm going to teach you a new secret technique. Muyu explained. As for why Might Guy and Kakashi were not called, it was because Might Guy was still thinking about the change of yin attribute chakra nature and learning armament haki. Compared to observation haki, armament haki is definitely more useful to Might Guy. Kakashi has a transparent world, which partially overlaps with the ability of observation haki. In addition, the chakra is too tight, so it is not suitable to learn now. After hearing Muyu's words, Shisui, Obito and other disciples quickly gathered in front of Muyu. It is a change of yin attribute chakra nature. It can be regarded as a perception ninjutsu. However, Compared with ordinary perception ninjutsu, it has a good effect in combat and has a similar effect to the transparent world. Miyu introduced. There are so many new ninjutsu recently. Obito was very happy. Miyu taught a super fire-style blue flame, and the ninja clan sent another flame whirlpool. Now Miyu is going to teach a new secret technique. It's almost like being able to sense the attack and predict the action. Shisui, open your Sharingan and try to attack me with all your strength. Miyu prepared to demonstrate the battle. Shisui, who was called, nodded and concentrated his chakra on his eyes. The scarlet blood soon spread all over his eyes, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. Teacher Miyu, I'm going to attack. After reminding him, Shisui burst out his chakra and rushed to Miyu. Facing the attacking Shisui, Miyu did something that was unexpected to others. He closed his eyes. Secret technique, observation haki. The chakra in his body was stimulated, and Miyu's perception became extremely sharp. Konoha whirlwind. Although he was a little surprised that Miyu closed his eyes, Shisui did not stop and kicked out a whirlwind kick at a high speed. Miyu, who closed his eyes, seemed to have invisible eyes. He just turned sideways and accurately dodged Shisui's whirlwind kick. Shisui's soul passed 2 centimeters in front of Miyu's clothes. The airflow caused by the kick hit the corner of Miyu's clothes and blew it. Shisui looked normal and punched Miyu's abdomen at high speed. Miyu took a small step back at high speed, and Shisui's punch missed. Observation haki allows you to detect attacks that are invisible to your vision. Miyu introduced. This is a very useful ability. With observation haki, you can protect yourself to the greatest extent even in a chaotic battle with a large number of people. Then Miyu opened his eyes and signaled Shisui to continue attacking. Next you will punch with your left fist, and the next move is a whirlwind kick. Miyu dodged while talking about Shisui's next attack. And Shisui seemed like a puppet of Miyu, and he did whatever Miyu said. Of course, everyone present knew that it was not that Shisui was intentionally following Miyu's words, but that Miyu had predicted all of Shisui's attacks. Because even if Shisui wanted to follow Miyu's words and take action, Shisui couldn't react. Shisui's fist was swung out almost the moment Miyu finished speaking, and his brain had no time to react. Awesome, it feels better than the Sharingan. Obito scratched his head and couldn't help saying. He didn't usually use illusions, and the function of the Sharingan was basically to enhance dynamic vision and insight. And the observation color can not only see through the action like the Sharingan, but also detect attacks outside the line of sight, and even have the function of perceiving ninjutsu. This made Obito suddenly feel that the Sharingan didn't seem to be very strong. A long time ago, when the Sharingan was not opened, it was Obito's dream to open the Sharingan. Because at that time, Obito's Sharingan was invincible when it was opened, and it was the reliance of the Uchiha, the strongest family in Konoha. The reality of the Sharingan is that even if Obito reaches the highest 3 Magatama, he still can't get a good reputation among the disciples. Compared to the Sharingan, which has a huge reputation, Obito thinks that the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan is better and stronger. He has met 3 members of the Uzumaki clan, namely Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Karin. Even Uzumaki Karin, who has not practiced ninja, has a very good chakra. Not to mention Kushina and Naruto, Obito has actually felt their bottomless chakra in the battle. No wonder Uchiha Madara is not the opponent of Senju Hashirama, maybe the Sharingan is not as good as Senju's bloodline. Obito has some understanding in his heart. Although there are many Uchiha clans who brag about Uchiha Madara's combat power, no matter what, Uchiha Madara can't beat Senju Hashirama, this is a well-known fact. You all try to learn it. If you can't learn it, then just give up. This ninjutsu requires a talent in perception. Miyu reminded. In the current ninja world, all ninja villages, big or small, attach great importance to sensory ninjas. A ninja unit with sensory ninjas is different from a unit without sensory ninjas. The training of sensory ninjas is not just about having sensory ninjutsu, the most important thing is to have ninjas with sensory talent. The threshold for sensory ninjutsu is very high. If you don't have the ability to perceive, you can't learn it no matter how hard you try. So the other 4 major ninja villages are very envious of Konoha's Hyuga clan. They don't need to practice. A baby born is a natural sensory ninja, and it's the best among the sensory ninjas. It's really great. All the disciples nodded. After the demonstration and explanation, Mu start formal teaching. After Mu taught for a while, a memory of a shadow clone suddenly flowed back to his mind. It was his shadow clone at home that was found by the Anbu. Practice freely first, I'll go to the Hokage building, Mu said to his disciples. After that, Mu rushed to the Hokage building. Combined with the letter sent by Minato before, Mu guessed that something happened on the battlefield. P.S. Sorry, I have something to do today, only 4K, I will make up for it if I have time in the future. Chapter 565 Sage fights Jinchuriki, and is ordered in times of crisis. The perception team applied by Jiraiya solved the problem of the assassination of Iwagakure. However, it was not the perception team that cooperated with Minato Namikaze to kill the ninjas who came to assassinate, but the assassination team of Iwagakure disappeared and did not attack again. Jiraiya thought that this might be a small mistake in intelligence, which led to the assassination team to know the news in advance, so he gave up the assassination activity. Although the process was different from what he had imagined, the problem was solved, so Jiraiya didn't care too much. A big battle was needed to decide the final outcome on the battlefield, and small-scale harassment would not play a decisive role. However, the development of the following events was beyond Jiraiya's expectations. Iwagakure showed a strong intelligence capability. Even though the Konoha ninja force had the help of the local ninja force, Kyuzagakure, the Konoha ninja force was at a disadvantage in the intelligence war. Unable to detect the movements of the other ninja forces, the actions of their own ninja forces were repeatedly exposed and failed. Jiraiya, who lost, suspected that there was a high-ranking Iwagakure spy in the intelligence department. But this was unlikely, because people with a dirty resume could not get this position. It is impossible that there was a spy in the Anbu. Under continuous defeats, Jiraiya chose to switch from offense to defense, narrowing the scope of Konoha ninjas' activities and minimizing damage as much as possible. He could only do this. The defeat in the intelligence war made them lose the initiative. In this case, biting the bullet and showing off would only allow Iwagakure to continue to expand its advantage. However, what Jiraiya didn't expect was that just as he was about to enter a state of full defense, the intelligence of the large army camp was somehow known by Iwagakure. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the Konoha ninja camp, which scared Jiraiya and others who were looking at the map and studying strategies. Jiraiya, it's bad, we have been discovered by the Iwagakure troops. A Konoha Jonin hurried into the tent to report. Iwagakure is attacking. Jiraiya frowned, what's the situation with the perception team? The reason why he chose to defend was to use the advantages of Konoha's excellent perception ninjas to eliminate the disadvantages of the intelligence war. As a result, the Iwagakure attacked, but the perception team didn't make any movement. I don't know, the perception team didn't issue an early warning notification. Konoha Jonin shook his head. Boom! There was another loud explosion. Jiraiya knew that this was not the time to think about the dereliction of duty of the perception team. What he had to do was to lead the Konoha ninja troops out of the crisis. Jiraiya passed the Konoha Jonin and prepared to command the Konoha ninja troops to counterattack. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Konoha Jonin, and he quickly took out a kunao and stabbed Jiraiya. Bang! The extremely fast-reacting Namikaze Minato burst out his chakra and kicked the Konoha Jonin away. Jiraiya was stunned. He didn't expect that the Konoha ninja just now would attack him. That was a Jonin of the Sarutobi clan. How could there be a spy? Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya was a powerful ninja who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was puzzled by Sarutobi Jonen's attack, Jiraiya still quickly used ninjutsu to attack Sarutobi Jonen. No matter what Sarutobi Jonen's identity was, it was a fact that Sarutobi Jonen attacked him, so Sarutobi Jonen was the enemy. The commander was attacked on the battlefield. Even if Jiraiya killed him on the spot, no one could say anything. Swish! At this time, several conical stones smashed over. Jiraiya recognized that it was the explosive escape technique of Iwaku, the vice-captain of the Iwagakure Blasting Corps, and immediately changed his tactics. His long hair quickly returned to defend and wrapped around Jiraiya's body. Swoosh! Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer. Boom! Explosions sounded one after another, and the stones flying towards Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze suddenly exploded, and the violent explosion of white light enveloped Jiraiya. Swoosh! Minato Namikaze knew that such an attack could not kill Jiraiya, and immediately threw several Flying Thunder God Kunao at Iwaku after transferring. Your opponent is not me. Iwaku spit out a stone to blow up the Flying Thunder God Kunao that attacked, and then quickly retreated. He knew that he was not suitable to deal with a ninja like Minato Namikaze who had maxed out his speed. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to chase, an extremely strong chakra burst out. Minato Namikaze, have you thought about how to die? Lao Ziai came out and blocked Minato Namikaze's way. Minato Namikaze's face became solemn. This was obviously a surprise attack to wipe out the Konoha ninjas of the Land of Grass in one fell swoop. In his perception, not only the two captains of the Iwagakure blasting unit were present, but also the two Chouriki of Iwagakure. Summoning technique. After blocking the explosive release, Jiraiya immediately used the summoning beast to summon the two sages of Miyaboku Mountain. So many powerful chakras, little Jiraiya, it's another tough battle. As soon as Fukasaku Sage came out, he sensed the chakras of the Jinchuriki and the strong men of Iwagakure. It's really not the right time. I almost thought about what to make for dinner, but the summoning technique interrupted my thoughts. Shima Sage complained. Mother, now is not the time to say this. Dad, don't underestimate the troubles of housewives. Stop arguing. Jiraiya noticed that the Sarutobi Jonen who fell to the ground disappeared inexplicably, and said helplessly. Hurry up and stand on my shoulders to enter the sage mode. This time is very dangerous. Jiraiya is under a lot of pressure now. He is not worried about being punished for losing the battle, but worried that the Iwagakure troops will directly invade the Land of Fire if the troops are defeated. The two sages also know the importance of the situation. Without saying much, they quickly jumped on Jiraiya's shoulders and began to absorb natural energy. Boiling release, unparalleled power. Just as Jiraiya was about to use the sage mode, a man in red armor rushed towards Jiraiya accompanied by a whining sound similar to that of a train. Swoosh! Bang! Jiraiya suddenly jumped up and dodged. A huge pit appeared on the ground where he was standing just now. Han looked at Jiraiya calmly, but he was not surprised by this. If the legendary three ninjas were so easy to kill, Jiraiya would have died at his hands or Lao Ziai. Sage mode. After condensing the natural power, Jiraiya merged the chakra with the natural power into a stronger sage chakra. A mask appeared on his face, and his nose showed a tendency to become a toad. The situation is not as bad as I imagined. When he entered the sage mode and sensed the situation of the entire battlefield, Jiraiya was relieved. There was no information from the perception team, and the mystery of Sarutobi's betrayal. Jiraiya thought that half of the entire ninja team might have died as soon as he opened his perception. But the actual result was much better than Jiraiya expected. Currently, there are about 700 Konoha ninjas fighting hard against Iwagakure. What Jiraiya didn't know was that Iwagakure, who now looked like a mastermind, was also confused. Reishi did get news about the Konoha ninja camp from Iwagakure intelligence personnel, but the intelligence did not say for sure that this was Konoha's main force. And Rishi was not a group of reckless people like Kumagakure who rushed over after getting the information. What if it was a trap set by the opponent to lure the enemy deep into the depths? If it is really the main force of Konoha, there must be many sensory ninjas on guard, and the sneak attack is almost impossible to succeed. But with the intelligence, it would be a loss if we don't try. Finally, Rishi thought of a way. He divided the 2,000 ninja troops into 3 small troops. The first small unit was led by him. There were only 500 people, but most of them were elites. The Jinchuriki and the blasting team would be in this elite unit. The second and third small units were both regular troops, standing by on both sides behind the elite small unit. One is to prevent falling into a trap and being surrounded by people, and the other is to block the position to the greatest extent to prevent the Konoha ninja troops from running away. If Rishi is sure that it is not a trap, he will immediately send a signal to let the 2 regular troops surround and attack together. Rishi never expected that he would lead the troops all the way to the Konoha camp and was discovered by patrolling ninjas only when he reached the vicinity of the camp, as if the Konoha sensory team was all dead. Before seeing many Konoha ninjas, Rishi once thought that this was not the main force of Konoha ninjas. Boom boom. Rishi used explosive release to bomb without restraint. It didn't matter what problems the Konoha ninja army had. What mattered was that he was going to make great achievements and become famous. The ninja army led by the 3 ninjas Jiraiya was going to be defeated and destroyed by him. Spirit summoning technique. Jiraiya slammed the ground fiercely, and 2 huge toads appeared under his feet. One of the red toads had a pipe in its mouth and a short sword on its waist. The other was a purple-red toad with a big pot cover on its back and a harpoon covered with thorns in its hand. You guys stop the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, I'll go and deal with the commander on the opposite side. Jiraiya said quickly. The principle of capturing the king first is also useful in the ninja world. If Jiraiya can deal with Rishi, not to mention turning defeat into victory, at least the morale of the other ninja army can be reduced by several levels. What? I fight the tailed beast? Gamabunta's eyelids jumped fiercely. Although it is not much smaller than the tailed beast in size, it is a bit difficult for the toad to fight against the tailed beast head-on. Although I am clumsy, I will try my best to stop him. Toadkin replied in a deep voice. It only takes a short time to block it, please. After saying that, Jiraiya locked the cracked stone, burst chakra, and flashed away instantly. Han turned around and wanted to chase, but Toadkin suddenly jumped up and swung the harpoon at Han. Han stopped, and the chakra power of the tailed beast in his body burst out. Under the persistence of boiling escape, his strength skyrocketed. Boiling escape, unparalleled strange power. Han pinched the harpoon swung by Toadkin with one hand. Toadkin wanted to crush Han with force, but under Han's terrifying power, the harpoon did not move at all. Not only could it not be pressed down, but Toadkin could not even pull it back. Asshole, die! Gamabunta drew out the short sword from his waist and slashed at Han. Although it was called a short sword, that was compared with Gamabunta's huge body. In fact, the length of this short sword was several times that of Han. Han pushed Gamaken hard, pushing Gamaken back repeatedly, and then used the instant body technique to dodge Gamabunta's slash. Han knew that Jiraiya's 2 summoned beasts were not simple, and it would be difficult to deal with them without showing real skills, so he quickly stimulated the tailed beast chakra in his body. The dark red chakra that looked extremely ominous rose rapidly from Han's body, turning Han into a dark red monster with 5 tails. Jiraiya, who rushed towards the cracked stone, felt Han's chakra getting stronger and stronger, and his sense of urgency became even stronger. He was the only ninja who was qualified to fight the Jinchuriki head-on at the scene. Minato could only be a distraction at most. He had to deal with the cracked stone as soon as possible. Fire style, big flame bomb. Jiraiya quickly refined the senjutsu chakra in his body into oil and held it in his mouth. Finally, at the moment of spitting it out, he changed the nature of the fire attribute chakra and ignited the oil. Whoosh! A large amount of flames suddenly appeared, burning several Iwagakure ninjas closest to Jiraiya to death, and then rushed towards the stone with undiminished momentum. Although the name sounds plain, the big flame bomb performed by Jiraiya in the Sage mode is very powerful, surpassing most of the fire styles in the ninja world. Although the stone has a good hardening technique, it does not dare to collide with it head-on and retreats rapidly. Explosion style, exploding flying stone. Seeing that the captain is in trouble, Iwagakure quickly spits out the explosion-style flying stone to help the stone block Jiraiya's Senjutsu fire style. Summoning technique. Jiraiya once again performed the summoning technique and summoned a giant toad with green skin. Jiraiya asked Gamahiro to deal with Iwaku and the surrounding Iwagakure Jonin, while he continued to hunt down Rishi. Those who can retreat should retreat as much as possible, the enemy has reinforcements. Jiraiya ordered the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. The powerful perception of the Sage mode allowed him to sense the chakra approaching from afar. Of course, he knew it without any perception, because Rishi was firing flares openly. Senjutsu Majin Senbon. Jiraiya was already very powerful in Sage mode, and with the assistance of two sages, Rishi was no match at all, and Jiraiya soon seized the opportunity. Under the effect of the Sage Chakra, Jiraiya's white hair became sharp and hard. Even though Rishi had a good hardening technique, he could only resist part of it, and his body was soon covered in blood under the torrential blow of the white hair Senbon. What a waste! Lavender Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. Lao Ziai, who was chasing Minato Namikaze, had to give up Minato Namikaze and rushed towards Jiraiya, spitting out a huge lava fireball to hit Jiraiya. Raise Nan. Minato Namikaze seized the opportunity, and a large amount of chakra condensed in his palm burst out, and he quickly rolled out a ball and hit Lao Ziai. But because Lao Ziai was in the melting chakra mode and had a high temperature melting armor on his body, Minato's Raise Nan not only failed to hurt Lao Ziai, but even burned his hand. The defense is so high. Minato Namikaze was a little helpless. Once the enemy's defense exceeds the power of the Raise Nan, it will be difficult for Minato Namikaze to pose a threat to the enemy. Lao Ziai continued to rush towards Jiraiya without looking back. Because he knew that if he turned back, he might not be able to kill Minato Namikaze, but if he didn't turn back, Li Shi would really die. Although he didn't think much of Rishi, he was the battlefield commander and the captain of the Iwagakure blasting unit. If he died at the hands of Jiraiya, it would have a very bad impact. Water Slash. Shima Sage formed a seal and spit out a high-pressure water stream to cut off the attacking fireball, and then hurriedly said, "Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly." Not only the Four Tails Jinchuriki attacked, but the Five Tails Jinchuriki also repelled Gamabunta and Gamaken, and was rushing towards him at a high speed. Swoosh! Jiraiya had to cancel the ninjutsu and dodge away. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. Looking at Rishi with wounds all over his body, Jiraiya secretly thought it was a pity. If the Jinchuriki were 2 seconds later, Rishi would definitely die from his senjutsu. Minato, use a large-scale ninjutsu attack. Jiraiya reminded Minato Namikaze while concentrating chakra. Now Jiraiya has only one goal, which is to cover as many Konoha ninjas as possible to evacuate. With his powerful strength and Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it is difficult for Iwagakure to keep them. Ordinary Konoha ninjas don't have this condition, so they must have someone to help. As long as enough ninjas are withdrawn, Konoha will not be defeated in this war, but just fall. Wait for the arrival of Konoha reinforcements, and then gather together, and it will be another powerful ninja unit. Senjutsu Gomen. Jiraiya and the two great sages on his shoulders performed ninjutsu at the same time. Fukasaku Sage used Wind Escape, Shima Sage used Fire Escape, and Jiraiya spit out chakra oil. All three ninjutsu are senjutsu blessed by senjutsu chakra. The three senjutsu complement each other and eventually become the terrifying Gomen. One Iwagakure failed to dodge and died without even screaming. Fire Style, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Minato Namikaze leaped onto Gamabunta's head, forming a seal to condense chakra to change the nature of the fire attribute chakra, while Gamabunta refined chakra to make toad oil. The two worked together, and the terrifying flames instantly burned everything within a few dozen meters to black. Minato Namikaze Kadoya has signed a contract with Myaboku Mountain and is an old acquaintance of Gamabunta. However, due to his fighting style, Minato Namikaze generally does not use summoning toads from Myaboku Mountain. Then let's see whose ninjutsu is stronger. Seeing this, Lao Ziai exerted the power of the tailed beast in his body to the extreme, and his body changed rapidly, turning into a huge ape with a tail. Lao Ziai opened his mouth, a huge amount of chakra condensed, and a black ball slowly appeared in the air. Don't! Li Shi wanted to stop it. This tailed beast ball will divide the battlefield, and the Konoha ninjas would like to escape far away, so it will not have much impact on the Konoha ninjas. And for Iwagakure who wanted to chase, the impact was great. Who dared to chase people under the explosion of the tailed beast ball? The injured Li Shi's voice was a little weak. Lao Ziai might not have heard it, or he might have heard it but didn't want to pay attention. In short, at that moment, the tailed beast ball representing the power of destruction flew out and smashed between Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Swoosh! Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Jiraiya's side. In order to facilitate the battle, Jiraiya always carried Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God Kunao with him on the battlefield. Then Minato Namikaze put his hand on Jiraiya and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again to teleport to a marked distance, while Jiraiya cancelled the summoning technique and let the toads automatically return to Myaboku Mountain. It was really thrilling. Fortunately you are here, Minato. Jiraiya patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder and said. If Minato Namikaze hadn't been there, he would have been in great danger this time. It would have been too difficult to fight against the Jinchuriki and the strong men of Iwagakure after being hit by the sword of Sarutobi Jonin. Teacher Jiraiya, the performance of Iwagakure in this war is really too weird. Minato Namikaze said with a serious expression. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Before today, who would have thought that the Sarutobi clan's Jonin would be a spy? The Sarutobi clan is not only a veteran family of Konoha, but also produced Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third-generation Hokage. Logically, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are all of good origin and have no motive to betray. When the Jonin Hiroji disappeared, it was exactly the same as when the Iwagakure assassin team disappeared before. Namikaze Minato said with a serious face. After using Flying Thunder God to dodge, Namikaze Minato was paying attention to Sarutobi Hiroshi. Sarutobi Hiroshi's disappearance was very similar to using Earth Escape to drill into the ground, but it was obviously different from ordinary Earth Escape. Because after Sarutobi Hiroshi merged into the ground, his breath disappeared directly, as if he didn't exist. However, Namikaze Minato knew that Sarutobi Hiroshi existed, because although he couldn't sense Sarutobi Hiroshi's breath, he could sense the Flying Thunder God mark he left behind. At the moment of contact with Sarutobi Hiromichi, Minato Namikaze left the Flying Thunder God technique on him. It was just that the battle situation was too severe and Minato Namikaze could not get away. In addition, Sarutobi Hiromichi was too fast and soon left his perception range, so Minato Namikaze did not take Sarutobi Hiromichi down. Is that so? It's getting more and more confusing. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. He was not a particularly smart person. The various anomalies in this war had overloaded his CPU. But since you, Minato, have left the Flying Thunder God mark on him, it will be easy. Next time you meet him, just catch him and torture him. Jiraiya said with a breath. The Flying Thunder God mark has a characteristic that it can never be eliminated as long as the caster does not cancel it actively. That is to say, the next time they meet Sarutobi Hiromichi, Minato can directly fly the Thunder God to arrest him. Minato Namikaze nodded. He also thought so. Gather the troops and report the situation to the village. Jiraiya patted the dust on his body and thought about the next task. Although he suffered a defeat, Jiraiya's mentality was good. This was not the first time he lost to Iwagakure. During the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya also lost to Rain Ninja. This is the situation. The troops of the grass country have been damaged. Now the grass country Iwagakure is rampant. No one knows when they will attack the border. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly described the current situation of the grass country battlefield and said to Miyu in a deep voice. Sandaime-sama, is there anything I can do? Miyu asked directly. The character he set up is a ninjutsu genius, not a high IQ military strategist like the Nara clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to come and talk about the current situation of the war, so there is only one possibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Miyu to be a firefighter to help Jiraiya on the battlefield. Miyu, I am very happy that you have such awareness. Now I order you to lead the support troops and lead 500 ninjas to the grass country to support the grass country troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, then ordered seriously. P.S. This chapter is 6K. I feel dizzy writing today. If there are any mistakes, you can leave a message in this paragraph. I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 566 The Value of Miyu's Intelligence. The troops have begun to assemble at the number 11 training ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Due to the sudden incident, this time they urgently assembled to form a team. In order to be fast, they even skipped many prescribed procedures. Just a few minutes before Miyu entered the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually still in a high-level meeting. The defeat of the grass country Konoha troops was too sudden. Not long ago the Iwagakure ninja troop was driven to the border of the land of Earth, but suddenly the situation reversed. The top leaders of Konoha did not have time to find the reason for the defeat, and quickly decided to form a support troop to go to the land of grass, which was very efficient. There is no other way, the efficiency is not good. If the land of grass troop is completely defeated, the northwest of the land of fire will be in danger. The Iwagakure ninja troop can directly enter the land of fire from the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. At that time, not only will it be difficult to explain to the daimyo of the land of fire, but Konoha's reputation in the land of fire will also be affected, and it may even pose a threat to Konoha. You must know that the Iwagakure ninja troop of the land of grass has 2 Jinchuriki who can completely transform into tailed beasts. This time, even Shimura Danzo, who likes to sing against Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not make trouble, but he had a little dispute with Sarutobi Hiruzen on the choice of commander. At first, Shimura Danzo wanted Orochimaru, who was stationed in the land of hot water, to take part of the ninja troops directly to the land of grass, and then Konoha would send some people. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this was robbing Peter to pay Paul. Recently, Kumagakure has not made any trouble, but Sarutobi Hiruzen does not believe that Kumagakure is really honest. If the news of Konoha's defeat spreads, Kumagakure will definitely be unable to bear the loneliness and want to test it. At that time, Orochimaru will not be there, and the defense line of the land of hot water will be in danger again. So Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Shimura Danzo cleanly and told him his own arrangement, that is, Miyu will serve as the commander of the support force. Thinking that Miyu is also one of his own, and the situation is indeed critical, Shimura Danzo did not continue to fight for opportunities for Orochimaru. Are my disciples on the list of the support force? Miyu thought for a while and asked. Now the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more chaotic, and Miyu thinks it will be safer for his disciples to stay with him. Although Konoha is safe, it is a war period now. With the strength of Obito and his team, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't let them stay idle all the time, which is a waste of combat power. Now Obito and his team are considered elite among the Jonin. Even in the 5 major ninja villages, there are not many of this level of combat power. Rather than leaving Obito and his team in Konoha and then being tricked by Uchiha Madara on a mission, it is better to take them directly to the battlefield. Although the battlefield is dangerous, at least Mu is there to back them up. Even if they can't win, Mu can take them away. All are here. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Considering the severe situation on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, the strength of the support troops cannot be weak, otherwise they will be sent away. And Kakashi and his team are not only excellent in strength, but also have a special relationship with Mu, and are the best candidates for the Jonin level of the support troops. Of course, if Mu wants Kakashi and his team to stay in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will agree. Compared with Kakashi and his team, Mu is definitely more important. It's nothing for the commander to have some small privileges. Besides, Kakashi and his team can stay in Konoha as an elite team and can also shine for Konoha. After the troops are assembled, I will immediately lead the troops to the Land of Grass. Mu nodded and prepared to leave the Hokage's office. Except for the disciples, he had no other special requests. These are the information about the battlefield of the Land of Grass. You must take a look when you have time on the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Mu a scroll. The time left for them was not much, and it would take too much time to explain the information about the battlefield of the Land of Grass in detail, so Sarutobi Hiruzen just briefly talked about it. Mu took the scroll, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Please, Mu. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Mu leave. If they lose again, the situation in Konoha will be bad. After leaving the Hokage's office, Mu rushed to the 11th training ground. When Mu arrived at the training ground, he saw a small number of ninja troops. In fact, the assembling of troops and notifying Mu were done at about the same time, but it took some time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to tell Mu about the intelligence. Commander Mu, I am Miura Yejuan, the deputy commander of the troops. At present, the troops have assembled more than 100 ninjas, and 15 jonins and 15 special jonins have all arrived. Miura Yejuan reported to Mu. Mu nodded slightly. The jonins must have been notified first, and the jonins were also faster. Teacher Mu, I was just wondering if you would be the commander. I guess your ability is pretty good. Obito smiled and greeted Mu. As soon as Mu left, the communication of the Jonin's assembly was transmitted to them. Except for Yamato, the others arrived at the 11th training ground according to the instructions. Kakashi glanced at Obito lightly. He felt that there was no need to guess. How could there be such a coincidence? Mu had just gone to the Hokage building and they were urgently summoned. Obviously, Mu was given a more important task. Mu smiled in response, looking at the jonins at the scene. Among the 15 jonins, 5 were his disciples, and Mu knew most of the remaining 10 jonins. After all, Konoha's jonin circle was not large. There were Narasazaku and Abarame Shiki who went to the grass country with Mu to attack the Kyuzagakuer village, and Hinata Hisashi who had fought side by side on the battlefield of Kirigakuer, and Akimichi Dodo who met through Namikaze Minato at the Jonin meeting. Most of the official jonins were ninjas from various ninja clans, and most of the special jonins were ordinary ninjas. While Mu was looking at them, the ninjas were also looking at Mu. Except for the jonins who held important positions in the ninja army, there would be ninjas who would come to notify them, and other ninjas didn't know yet what's going on. He didn't expect that the commander would be Mu, who is young and inexperienced. At present, apart from the senior leaders and Lady Tsunade, the only one who is most qualified to lead the ninja troops in the village is Mu. Narasazaku thought to himself. If Narashikaku was in Konoha, he could barely compete. Although Narashikaku's strength is not good, he is outstanding in wisdom, and he will have the support of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. Now that Inoshikacha is not in Konoha, even Namikaze Minato, who is as famous as Mu, is not here. Mu is the most suitable candidate. I really didn't expect that it would take so long for him to become the commander of the army after becoming a jonin. Akimichi Dodo was surprised at Mu's growth speed. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that it had been more than 2 years since Miyu became a jonin. It's really reassuring to have Miyu as the commander. Hinata Hisashi smiled at Miyu. He was the perception captain of the support team this time, and he knew that Miyu was the commander before Miyu came. Hyuga Hayashi didn't think it was inappropriate. Although Miyu had been a jonin for a short time, his achievements were far better than those of many jonins who had been in office for more than 10 years. Miyu looked at the ninja troops that quickly gathered without saying a word. Obito and the other disciples also knew that this was a serious occasion, so except when Miyu first arrived, they did not speak again and stood quietly in the front row of the ninja troops. After waiting for the ninja troops to arrive, Miyu spoke. Konoha's ninja troops in the Land of Grass were defeated not long ago. Miyu's words were like a bomb thrown into the calm water, instantly making most of the ninjas in the ninja troops uneasy. Some people were shocked, surprised that there was no sign of the defeat of the Land of Grass, and some showed worried expressions, worried about their relatives or friends who went to the battlefield. Something happened in the Land of Grass. Uncle Toad and Teacher Minato seemed to be in the ninja troops over there. Obito immediately thought of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, and couldn't help but worry. Although Jiraiya likes to brag and is always rude, he is still good to him, and Minato Namikaze is even better. He is Obito's second most respected and favorite teacher. They should be fine. Kakashi shook his head softly. According to future information, Minato Namikaze died after becoming Hokage, and Jiraiya died in the evil Akatsuki organization when Naruto Uzumaki was a teenager. Although the future will definitely change because of their actions, such as Yamato becoming Miyu's disciple. However, they have not taken much action yet, so it is impossible for them to have a big impact on the ninja world. Compared to Minato Namikaze and the others, Kakashi is more worried about Miyu. This defeat came too suddenly. Even Kakashi, who pays close attention to the situation in the ninja world, did not find any signs. In his impression, the grass country should have a great advantage in Konoha's troops. Since the Uegakure troops can suddenly turn a big disadvantage into an advantage, there must be some powerful means. Maybe it was the war that killed Miyu. It's still too weak now. Kakashi sighed in his heart. With their current strength, I'm afraid only Might Guy can barely help Miyu. Although they have been practicing very hard, they still have too little time to practice. After all, most of them are only 11 years old, and they are not yet graduated from the ninja school in peacetime. I hope I can learn the Yang Seal before that day comes. If he can master the Yang Seal, even if there is no improvement in other abilities, Kakashi's actual combat power can still rise sharply. Shisui's face is solemn. He has similar conjectures with Kakashi. The time is still too short. Compared to Kakashi and the others, Shisui is a little younger, and he is not even 10 years old yet. Miyu did not give the ninjas too much time to react, and quickly said. Next, our mission is to support the Grass Country Ninja Force and prevent the Uegakure Ninja Force from entering the Fire Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not require Miyu to defeat the Uegakure Ninja Force. His requirement was to do a good job of defense and prevent Uegakure from invading the Fire Country. As long as Uegakure is not allowed to break through the defense line and enter the Land of Fire, then Miyu will complete the mission. If Miyu defeats the Uegakure troops and severely damages them, that will be an extra achievement. Let's go. About a minute later, Miyu looked at all the ninjas in the army and shouted with a serious look. No one raised any questions or complaints, and they all followed Miyu to quickly leave Konoha and rush to the Land of Grass. For ninjas, this is actually not too outrageous. When there is an urgent task to be performed, they will start to work as soon as they are given a task target. This time, it can be regarded as a collective emergency task of a large number of people. In addition, Konoha's love for the village education is very good, and the ninjas have a high sense of responsibility to protect the village. When they heard that the Uegakure village might break in, many ninjas thought in their hearts that they must keep Iwagakure out of the land of fire and not let Iwagakure have the opportunity to destroy Konoha. On the way, Miyu read the information given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Miyu was going at full speed, he would definitely not be able to run and read the information at that speed. But if they were to advance together with the ninja troops, then Miyu would have the time to watch while running. After all, the ninja troops' advance this speed was not fast for him. Sarutobi Hiromichi betrayed and assassinated Jiraiya, showing similar abilities to the Iwagakure assassination team. Looking at such information, Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke briefly, only briefly talking about the Iwagakure assassination team, and did not mention Sarutobi Hiromichi's betrayal and attack. When Miyu first heard Sarutobi Hiruzen talk about it, she felt that it was White Zetsu. After looking at the detailed war intelligence, Miyu would not say 100%, but there was a 98% chance that it was White Zetsu who was causing trouble. The ninjutsu that quickly eliminates the breath is the ephemeral technique, and the reason why Sarutobi Hiromichi betrayed is that he is not Sarutobi Hiromichi himself, but a White Zetsu who used the impersonation technique. The strength of ordinary White Zetsu is not strong. If there is information, a stronger Chunin can kill White Zetsu. The strength of White Zetsu is the skill configuration, and the skills of White Zetsu can only be described as high-end. The impersonation technique is the most powerful transformation technique in the entire Naruto, which can imitate the essence of a ninja, chakra. And the ephemeral technique is the top stealth movement ninjutsu, which can merge with the earth, eliminate all breath and move at high speed. The combination of these two skills makes White Zetsu the strongest intelligence ninja in the ninja world, and also an assassin that is difficult to guard against on the battlefield. When White Zetsu took action, Miyu felt that it was normal for Jiraiya to lose. White Zetsu's trouble in the Third War was somewhat of a dimensionality reduction attack. You should know that the 80,000 ninja coalition forces with a large number of strong men in the Fourth War were all overwhelmed by White Zetsu, not to mention Jiraiya's ninja troops. But for me, this is not a big trouble. Miyu thought in his heart. Miyu has an inconspicuous but very powerful skill, that is the identification technique. No matter how similar White Zetsu's disguise is, once the identification technique sees the skill, everything will be exposed. The disadvantage of the identification technique is that Miyu has to see it before he can use it. So far, Miyu has not seen a White Zetsu who dares to appear in front of him. As long as White Zetsu dares to play undercover games in his ninja unit, Miyu will let them know what intelligence is. Jiraiya's intelligence only exists in theory, but Miyu really has the identification technique that can see through chakra and skills. P.S. The plot has reached a relatively critical node recently. It takes a lot of time to revise and rewrite. Today's update is a little less, one chapter is 4K. Chapter 567 Counterattack Plan. Before arriving at the Grass Country, Miyu used Konoha's special communication method to contact the Grass Country Ninja Unit. Out of caution, Miyu did not tell the Grass Country Ninja Unit a series of intelligence about the specific strength of the support troops, but directly discussed the matter of meeting. Jiraiya was very happy to know that there was support, but he rejected Miyu's request for a meeting and told Miyu their current situation. After regrouping the troops, Jiraiya's ninja unit still had 670 ninjas. Jiraiya suspected that there were still unexposed spies in his ninja unit, so he split the whole into small teams to stop the Iwagakure troops. After 2 attempts, Jiraiya confirmed that there were still spies in the ninja army, but he could not determine who the spies were and how many there were. Jiraiya believed that they could not meet before finding the spies, otherwise they would repeat the failure of the last time. Commander Miyu, how should we respond? Narasazaku asked Miyu. Before asking Miyu, Narasazaku had thought about it carefully in his mind, but could not come up with a good solution. The best and most direct way is to find the spies, but Jiraiya's ninja army is stronger than the support ninja army, and there are more outstanding talents. Jiraiya's ninja army has not found the spies yet, so it may not be useful for the support army to go there. Yu showed a thoughtful look and did not reply immediately. It is not difficult for him to find the white Zetsu hidden in the army, but he needs to spend time to identify them one by one. Yu is thinking about how to use the white Zetsu to trick Iwagakure. Since white Zetsu can act as a spy for the Iwagakure army, it means that Iwagakure has also been infiltrated by white Zetsu. In this case, he could let white Zetsu know the false news, and then pass it to the Iwagakure troops, so that the Iwagakure troops would be misled by the false news. The vanguard of the support troops has arrived now, with only 50 ninjas. They can meet first to discuss the next battle. Yu thought for a while and said, "Just reply like this. By the way, add the news about my vanguard troops." Yu added. Narasazaku and the other ninjas who were discussing all looked at Yu in confusion, not understanding why Yu replied like this. Before finding the spy, meeting up would only expose their own intelligence and repeat the same mistakes. Although Yu deliberately gave a false information that there were only 50 ninjas. But what's the use of that? When they really meet, they will still be exposed if they don't find the spy. Commander Yu, do you want to take 50 ninjas to help Master Jiraiya find the spy? Narasazaku thought for a while and asked. Only with this reason can Yu's reply be justified. Yu nodded and replied. Yes, I have a perception ability that can sense the good and bad intentions of others towards me. Although the ninjas who are malicious to me are not necessarily spies, it can greatly narrow the search range. The effect of the identification technique is too amazing. Yu can't take the initiative to tell others. And Yu does have a ninjutsu that can sense good and evil, and the observation haki can be used in this direction. However, Yu's observation haki has just reached the mastery level, and his proficiency is still very low, so there is no such effect. Narasazaku was surprised. He didn't expect Yu to have such an ability. Perceiving good and evil is indeed an excellent ability to distinguish spies, especially for a ninja like Yu who has a good reputation. If it is one of us, how could he have malice towards a gentle and kind person like Yu for no reason? If it is an enemy spy, for a famous genius like Yu, he must be eager to kill him now, and it is impossible not to have malice. In this case, it is indeed more appropriate to lead a small force to meet first. Miyake Yejuan nodded in agreement. This will not only not expose the intelligence of the support force, but also quickly help the grass country ninja force get rid of the crisis. And 50 ninjas are also a considerable force and can deal with most situations. After Jiraiya gave a positive reply and agreed on the meeting place, Yu also called out the ninjas who had been selected long ago. From now on, we are the vanguard of the support force, and the real support force has not arrived in the land of grass, do you know that? Yu reminded after gathering 50 ninjas. Except for me, no matter who talks to you about the support force, you can't reveal the real information. White Zetsu must absorb the chakra of the corresponding ninja to perform the disguise technique for transformation. Yu is confident that his chakra will never be absorbed by White Zetsu, and he cannot guarantee whether other ninjas will have their chakra absorbed. Seeing Yu's serious face, the ninjas nodded seriously and wrote down all of Yu's words. After talking about the precautions, Yu led the ninjas to the agreed meeting place. In order to ensure that the support force left behind has sufficient combat effectiveness, except for his 5 disciples, the remaining 45 ninjas, Yu brought the middle and lower ninjas, and left most of the upper ninjas and special upper ninjas in the support force. When they were about to reach the agreed location, Yu first used his observation haki to sense, then opened his Byakugan to carefully observe the surroundings, and only took his subordinates to meet up after confirming that there were no problems. In order to prevent accidents, Yu did not close his Byakugan, but kept it open. Now that Yu has the Yang seal, his chakra is much more abundant, so it doesn't matter if he uses his Byakugan to consume some chakra. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and his other 2 disciples have arrived at the designated location and are waiting. Seeing Miyu coming with the troops, Jiraiya quickly stepped forward and said, "This time, the Uegakure is really strange, and its intelligence capabilities are ridiculously strong. I don't even know how many spies there are in the troops." In order to ensure that there would be no problems with the meeting with Miyu, Jiraiya conducted it very secretly. Not only were there very few people who knew about it, he even brought only his 3 disciples. Now Jiraiya is no longer superstitious about those family ninjas. If the senior ninjas of the Sarutobi clan can be traitors, it is not surprising if there are traitors in other families. It was different for his own disciples. From childhood to adulthood, Jiraiya could ensure that they had no problems. "I have read the intelligence on the battlefield, and there are indeed many suspicious points." Miyu nodded, and then looked at the 50 ninjas behind him. Except for Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and others, the rest of the ninjas are scattered around for alert. Miyu sent all the ninjas other than his disciples to the surroundings for alert. Although Miyu, who had the white eyes, did not need them to be alert, the fewer people knew about their subsequent conversation, the better. "Uncle Toad, Minato teacher, you are not injured, right?" Obito couldn't help asking. Minato Namikaze smiled and shook his head to show that he was fine. "What a joke, I am a Sunin, this little difficulty can't hurt me, and, it's not Uncle Toad, it's Toad Sage." Jiraiya knocked on Obito's head and emphasized. "Okay, Uncle Toad." Obito nodded unmoved and replied. In his mind, there are only 6 Path Sage and Miyu Sage. Jiraiya. "Alas, Sohei, we are so pitiful. Although we are in the same unit with Minato, we seem to be non-existent. We helped train him before." Dekai sighed. "Senior Sohei, Senior Dekai, are you injured? I can provide treatment." Noharolin asked softly. "Hee, no need." Dekai smiled and waved his hand. He just complained that the 2 of them had no sense of existence and were always ignored. Ignoring Obito, who was a little bit annoying, Jiraiya looked at Miyu. It is normal to let subordinates guard around, but Jiraiya thought that Miyu might have something more important to say by letting almost all subordinates go to guard. After giving everyone on Jiraiya's side an assessment, Miyu said, "In fact, the support troops have all arrived. There are 500 ninjas besides me, including 15 jonins and 15 special jonins." Miyu first briefly explained the information of the support troops. "Ah? Didn't they say that only the vanguard troops arrived?" Dekai was a little confused. He didn't expect that his own intelligence exchange could be fake. "You're worried that spies will get the information?" Namikaze Minato analyzed. In fact, he felt a little strange when he learned the information. The grass country appears since the Uegakure troops are much stronger than Konoha, sending a team of 50 elite troops to rush to the grass country is meaningless and cannot change the situation unless all of these 50 people are as strong as Miyu. In that case, Miyu, do you have the idea of catching spies? Jiraiya asked. Miyu is very strong, and even one person can make their small troops safer. But Jiraiya doesn't think that Miyu spent time to join the team just for this. If he hadn't seen Miyu in the so-called vanguard, Jiraiya would definitely refuse to join the team to prevent problems. Miyu nodded and repeated the explanation he gave to the support team. It's really a good idea to sense goodwill and malice. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. If a person who is hated has this ability, then the efficiency of identifying spies may not be too high. But if the person with this ability is Miyu, Jiraiya thinks he can catch one at a time. Miyu is kind to people and cooks delicious food. Although he is a ninja from the same village, he has malice towards Konoha. Jiraiya dare not imagine how deep the hatred that person has towards others. Miyu cannot be liked by everyone, but those who don't like him should not be malicious. At best, they just don't like him. So it has to be Miyu the Immortal. Obito praised in his heart. Jiraiya can only fight a little at best, but Mu seems to be omnipotent. My idea is to use my ability to find the spy first, and then use the trick to let the spy get false information, so as to seek a situation that is beneficial to our Konoha. Mu pushed the frame with his right hand and told his general plan. In this way, the hidden 450 ninjas will become a surprise force. Jiraiya smiled and patted Mu's shoulder, roughly guessing Mu's thoughts. He had to admit that Mu considered everything very well, better than his experienced commander. Of course, it is also because Mu has the key ability to break the deadlock that he can make these thoughts. What do you think we should do next? Should we investigate small units one by one, or gather all the units together? Jiraiya thought for a while and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's order did not directly merge the support units into the Konoha unit of the Grass Country, so Mu is now a commander of the same level as Jiraiya. They have to discuss with each other, and no one has the right to order anyone. Gather all the troops. It's too slow to investigate one by one, and the possibility of exposing the plan will be greater. Mu replied after thinking. Investigating small units one by one, they still have to gather them together in the end. Mu is worried that a new white Zetsu may appear in this process. At that time, the cautious Mu may choose to check all the members. So Mu thinks it's better to gather the troops for an overall inspection at the beginning, and then start planning directly. The faster the plan is carried out, the less time the enemy has to think. Okay. Jiraiya felt that what Mu said made sense and agreed. When the plan was almost discussed, Mu called back the subordinates in charge of vigilance and followed Jiraiya to the small unit where Jiraiya was. I'm so sorry, it seems that the war has come to an end. Minato, you can take care of Kushina yourself. Mu said to Minato Namikaze with a smile on the way. Not long after Minato Namikaze sent him the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's order came down. Minato Namikaze showed a somewhat awkward smile, and then sighed, I hope so, there are too many unexpected accidents recently. He wrote that letter because he had a premonition of the situation of the Iwagakure War, but the development of the facts was beyond Minato Namikaze's expectations. If it weren't for Mu's ability to sense malice, Minato Namikaze estimated that the Grass Country troops could only passively defend for a long time, even if there were reinforcements. If the failure of the Grass Country troops was caused by spies, then teacher Mu, who has special perception abilities, will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of Iwagakure. Will it be because of this reason that he was surrounded and killed by many masters of Iwagakure? Kakashi thought in his heart. Kakashi has never been a high-ranking ninja, but he has been on the battlefield a lot in recent years. A spy incident that can cause the Grass Country troops to be defeated without warning is definitely not an ordinary spy incident. Speak less when you get there. Kakashi couldn't help but remind Obito. Following Mu, they now know a lot of confidential information. Obito's face darkened. Kakashi, you underestimate me too much. I'm not a big mouth who likes to talk about everything. Hee. Kakashi smiled lightly and said nothing. Obito blushed. If the timing was not right, he would have wanted to fight Kakashi. Just wait and see. Obito said harshly. In order to let Kakashi see his ability to keep secrets, he planned not to communicate with ninjas who were not friends after arriving at the place, so that the information would not be exposed. Kakashi watched Obito's reaction and nodded in his heart. P.S. There is another chapter later, probably around 3 o'clock. Chapter 568 The Worst Incident in History. As a commander, Jiraiya left the most ninjas to himself and bore the greatest pressure. The small unit he led had more than 60 ninjas, more than the so-called vanguard unit of Mu. This was actually a very dangerous thing when there were unknown spies in the unit. So Jiraiya did not choose a certain place as a fixed base, and he ran around every day to prevent the position from being exposed and surrounded. This is the vanguard of our reinforcements. More reinforcements will arrive soon, and then it will be our turn to fight back. Jiraiya summoned the troops to introduce Miyu, who came to help, in order to boost morale. After a tragic defeat, and being chased by the enemy, the morale of the grass country troops is now very low. It's Lord Miyu. Soon a ninja recognized Miyu and showed a happy expression. Miyu is a strong man who is as famous as Minato Namikaze. Every additional strong man of such strength can have a certain impact on the battle situation. Lord Miyu once killed a Jinchuriki on the battlefield of Mist Village. If he can kill a Jinchuriki of Iwagakure like that time, let's see how arrogant the Iwagakure troops are. A Konoha ninja couldn't help thinking. The two complete Jinchuriki of Iwagakure put considerable pressure on the Konoha troops of the grass country. No one wanted to suddenly have a tailed beast ball on their face while fighting. Watching the changes in the expressions of the ninja troops after Miyu appeared, Obito's heart surged with longing for this. The ninja he wanted to be was a ninja like Miyu, who could give people a great sense of security, end the war and save people from danger. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were very concerned about the expressions on the faces of the ninjas, but they did not see any ninjas showing disdain or other bad expressions. It depends on Miyu's perception. Jiraiya was not surprised. After all, it was a spy who could lurk in the ninja troops, and it should be basic to not show emotions. Everyone hold on a little longer, the main force of the support troops will arrive soon, and the final victory will definitely belong to Konoha. Miyu encouraged with a warm smile. With a bowl of chicken soup, Miyu quickly used identification on the ninjas in front of him. Name, Yamanaka Hirosuke. Chakra, 4600. Skills, Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Proficient Level, Heart Turn Technique, Proficient Level. Name, Mickey Han Pi. Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Proficient Level. Victory belongs to us Konoha. A Konoha ninja that Miyu was not familiar with shouted passionately. Name, White Zetsu. Chakra, 13,000. Skills, Mayfly Technique, Disguise Technique. Miyu's expression remained unchanged, and he memorized the passionate White Zetsu's disguised appearance, and then continued to use the identification technique on other ninjas. After the identification, Miyu found that the situation was actually not bad. There was only one White Zetsu in the small unit where Jiraiya was. Next, we need to meet up with other scattered teams and prepare for a counterattack. Jiraiya gave the latest order. The Konoha ninja troops have been running around recently and have become accustomed to sudden transfer orders. Everyone quickly began to act according to Jiraiya's orders. Miyu, did you sense anything? Jiraiya walked to Miyu with his disciples and asked in a low voice. According to normal logic, his small unit is most likely to have a spy, because not only does it have the most people, but it also has him as the commander of the unit. There is a ninja who is very likely to be a spy from Iwagakure. Miyu thought for a while and replied. The effect of the identification technique in finding White Zetsu was as good as Miyu imagined, but because Miyu used the excuse of sensing good and evil, he did not use affirmative words, but only said high probability. High probability. He has a very deep malice towards me. If he has the opportunity, he will kill me without hesitation. This degree is like an irreconcilable hatred with me. Miyu said without changing his face. High probability? It must be a spy. Jiraiya felt that Miyu was a little conservative. Even if there are some personal grudges between Konoha ninjas and Miyu, it would not be so exaggerated. Who is it? Miyu summoned a pen and paper from the scroll, and then quickly drew the appearance of White Zetsu in disguise on the paper. He probably looks like this. I don't know him and don't know his name. Miyu handed the portrait to Jiraiya. If I remember correctly, this person seems to be called Sakota Seiichi, a Chunin. Jiraiya looked at it and said. Originally, Jiraiya didn't know him. After all, there were thousands of ninja troops, and Jiraiya couldn't know all the ninjas. He only knew all the Jonin and Chunin he had communicated with. But later they were separated, and in addition to looking for spies, Jiraiya deliberately wrote down the names of all his subordinates to facilitate the investigation of relevant information. It's him. Although Sakota Seiichi is not a family ninja, his family members joined Konoha when Konoha was first founded. I didn't expect that he would become a spy now. Namikaze Minato sighed. Sakota Seiichi's family was protected by Konoha, and he grew up under the protection of Konoha. Why would such a person become a spy for Iwagakure? Minato Namikaze couldn't understand. However, when he thought that the Sarutobi clan had a spy, Minato Namikaze felt it was quite normal. With the precedent of the Sarutobi clan's Jonin, Minato Namikaze would not be too surprised even if there was a spy in Inoshikajo. Since he was a native of Konoha, why did he betray his village? Obito found it hard to accept. He thought the spy was a ninja from another village disguised as a ninja, but he didn't expect that it was a ninja from his own village who betrayed. Could it be that people from other villages used transformation techniques to disguise themselves? Minato Namikaze shook his head and explained, even the most advanced transformation techniques cannot be hidden from the perception of the perception ninja. Although ninjas have chakra, in fact, each of Ryon's chakra is different, but this difference is not detectable by ordinary ninjas. Obito looked disappointed. Minato Namikaze's meaning was very clear. If it was a disguise of transformation, how could it be hidden from the ninjas of the army? Money, life, power, status, there are too many tempting things in this world. Jiraiya sighed. He didn't know what benefits Iwagakure promised, or whether they had some handles on Masahiro Sakaki and others and were threatened. In short, the spy was a fact. It's really difficult. If the news spreads back to the village, it will probably have an impact on Konoha. Jiraiya became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. This spy is not only difficult to find, but if it is found and announced, it will easily affect morale and even have a negative impact on the entire Konoha. Wait until the troops have completed the assembly and don't take any action for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. Muyu reminded. If you want to use White Zetsu to trap Iwagakure, you can't let White Zetsu find out that you have been exposed before the information is passed. Jiraiya and others nodded. No one knew if there were any spies in other small teams. Fearing that the night would be long and dreams would be many, Jiraiya issued the highest level of assembly order, asking all teams that can move to assemble as quickly as possible. With the blessing of the high mobility of ninjas, Muyu and others' team quickly grew from 100 to 200 or 300, and finally there were about 700 people when the assembly was completed. Muyu also used identification techniques intensively to find White Zetsu during this process, and finally found 3 White Zetsu. In addition to the first one found, there is also the injured Abarame clan ninja Abarame Ryuya, and the last Hyuga clan ninja in Jiraiya's army, Hyuga Sasa. When Jiraiya learned that the only remaining Byakugan ninja in the army was a spy, he was stunned. Even the Hyuga clan ninjas had problems, so it's no wonder that they were defeated so badly. What is wrong with this world? Even the Hyuga clan ninjas would rebel. Jiraiya was very puzzled. The Hyuga clan is a rather peculiar clan in Konoha. The Hyuga clan has a strict system of main and branch families. The main family is not only superior in status, but also has absolute control over the branch families. They can easily control the life and death of branch family ninjas through the caged bird seal. The Hyuga in Jiraiya's army is naturally the Hyuga branch family. The Hyuga main family is extremely rare and rarely goes to the battlefield. It's too abnormal. There must be some secret in it. Namikaze Minato frowned. It is not an exaggeration to characterize this spy incident as the worst spy incident since the founding of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, the Abarame clan, and the Sarutobi clan are all the veteran ninja clans of Konoha, and each clan has many ninjas holding important positions in various departments. Among them, the Sarutobi clan is the most important, and the clan leader Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently the third-generation Hokage of Konoha. If the news that there are ninjas in their clan who are spies of his village spreads, the consequences are unpredictable. Even such a ninja with a good family background can become a spy. Does it mean that there are many more spies with ordinary identities? It is important to explore the secrets of spies, but the most important thing at present is to defeat the Iwagakure troops. Muyu pointed out the current focus. Muyu knew the reason, but he could not say it clearly, and the best way was to guide. Muyu is right, the most important thing now is not to let the Iwagakure troops invade the Land of Fire. Jiraiya nodded. It is important for spies to influence the morale of the army, but if the Iwagakure troops are allowed to enter the Land of Fire, it will affect the entire Fire country. This time, the situation is different from that of Kirigakure. Then several people began to discuss how to use spies to set traps for the Iwagakure troops. They have already discovered the spies, and now the situation has become that the Iwagakure troops think they are on the first level and they are on the second level, but in fact the Konoha ninja troops have reached the third level. Directly arresting spies is the dumbest method, and the best solution is of course to use spies and support troops in the dark to create an information gap to give the Iwagakure ninja troops a surprise. P.S. Although it is released today, this chapter is considered yesterday and will not be updated today. Chapter 569 I have never fought such a rich war. At night, many ninja troop senior ninjas gathered in a makeshift tent. There were no chairs inside the tent, only a large stone table made of earth escape, on which was placed a map of the Land of Grass and its surrounding areas. Muyu and Jiraiya stood side by side on the north side of the table, while Minato Namikaze and Kakashi stood behind each of them, and the other senior ninjas stood in other directions of the large stone table. I believe everyone must have a lot of doubts in their hearts. Why did they reunite so quickly after being separated, and why did Muyu appear here? Jiraiya said slowly. Some senior ninjas nodded. Suddenly there was such a big change, and it was difficult for them to sort out everything without intelligence. First of all, Muyu led the support troops to fight against Iwagakure with us. Jiraiya began to explain. Due to the critical situation on the front line, Muyu selected the elite from the support troops and arrived at the Land of Grass at the fastest speed, so now the main force of the support troops has not arrived, and only the 50 elite ninjas of the vanguard troops have arrived. A senior ninja showed a happy expression and couldn't help asking, Master Muyu, how many ninjas are there in the support force? Since the elite troops have arrived, even if the main force is slow, it won't be too late. He can't wait to wash away the failure of the last time. Including the elite troops, there are a total of 1,000 ninjas. Muyu answered seriously. Great. With the support troops, our strength is not worse than the Iwagakure troops. We will definitely not lose again this time. The Jonin who asked the question just now looked even more excited. This is a reinforcement of 1,000 ninja troops. He has been fighting for so long, but this is the first time he has seen Konoha send such a strong reinforcement force at once. It's not that Konoha is stingy, but Konoha does not have many troops among the many ninja villages. From the establishment of Konoha to now, there are only more than 12,000 official ninjas in total. Now that the war in the ninja world has reached the Third Ninja World War, the loss of years of war, plus the ninjas who died of natural causes, Konoha really doesn't have many active ninjas. That is to say, the number of ninjas in each village is confidential, otherwise if there is a ranking of active ninjas, Konoha may be the bottom of the 5 major ninja villages. The other Jonin were also shocked, feeling that they had never fought such a rich war, and there were actually 1,000 reinforcements. It's worthy of being teacher Muyu, even lying is so good. Looking at the fact that no one questioned the situation, Obito, who had been silent, praised Muyu in his heart. White Zetsu, who was disguised as Hyuga, also showed a look of surprise, silently wrote down the information, and prepared to pass it on later. We were scattered before because we were not strong enough to fight, and we were worried that our positions would be discovered and we would be wiped out. But now that 1,000 ninja troops have come to help, we naturally don't need to hide anymore. Jiraiya continued. The senior ninjas nodded in approval. With the same number of ninja troops, Konoha had never been afraid of others. Which place do you think is suitable for meeting with the support troops as a temporary base camp? Jiraiya began to brainstorm and collect ideas. Each senior ninja carefully studied the map and expressed his own opinions. Finally, after the combat meeting was over, Jiraiya reminded with a serious face. There may be spies in our troops now, and the content of the meeting must not be leaked. When Jiraiya was assassinated by Sarutobi Jonin before, no one saw it. In addition, Jiraiya deliberately concealed the news. At present, the ninja troops do not know that the failure was caused by a spy. The Jonin in the tent all looked solemn. Don't be too nervous. Those who can be called to attend this meeting by me are all ninjas who can be trusted. Jiraiya said with a smile. As long as there is no accident, we will definitely turn defeat into victory this time. The Jonin looked at each other and felt that what Jiraiya said was right. Most of the Jonin gathered here were ninjas of the shinobi clan, or old Jonin who had worked hard and made great contributions. There would be no spies. And if there is no problem with this group of people, the news will not be leaked, and there will be no accidents. I really want to cancel the transformation technique and let them see it. It will definitely be very interesting. White Zetsu laughed wildly in his heart. Hinata Shisa is indeed a trustworthy ninja, but the one present is not Hinata Shisa, but White Zetsu. Of course, White Zetsu just thought about it normally, he still had to complete the task of transmitting intelligence. But it doesn't matter if he can't show his true self now. When Jiraiya and the others are surrounded and in a desperate situation, he will laugh loudly before running away. After the meeting, the ninjas dispersed, including Jiraiya and Muyu. But after leaving, Jiraiya, Muyu, and Namikaze Minato quickly escaped and used shadow clones to disguise themselves. Finally, the three of them met again in a hidden place. The meeting just now was used to confuse White Zetsu. The real combat meeting had ended long ago, and there were only 3 of them participating. The bait is ready. Next, it depends on whether Iwagakure will take the bait. Jiraiya said, looking to the northwest where the Iwagakure ninjas were. In order to deceive the spies, very few people knew the real battle plan. In addition to Muyu, Jiraiya and their disciples, only the senior officials of the support forces knew it. According to the intentions shown by Iwagakure at present, they definitely want to wipe out the Konoha troops of the Land of Grass in one go. They will definitely take the bait, and it will not be easy for us to eat this big fish. Namikaze Minato thought. The 1,000-man support force mentioned by Muyu was just a lie to make Iwagakure take the bait. In fact, the support force and Jiraiya's troops together only had 1,200 ninjas. Namikaze Minato didn't know the exact number of ninjas on the Iwagakure side, but according to the current number, it must be more than 1,800 ninjas, at least 600 more than Konoha. 600 as a unit of ninjas is already quite a lot, enough to form a force. After all, the overall situation is still unfavorable to us. It is definitely difficult to annihilate them all. Let's try to eliminate half of them. Muyu thought for a while and said. Jiraiya nodded in agreement and said, half is already a good number. If it is reported back to Iwagakure, it will be enough for Onoki to feel distressed for a long time. Half of 18,000 is 900. It takes a huge amount of resources to train 900 qualified ninjas. If you defeat the Four Tails Jinchuriki this time, you will be the real number 1 of the younger generation of Konoha. Jiraiya patted Muyu on the shoulder and said with a smile. During the combat meeting, Muyu took the initiative to volunteer, saying that he had made a great breakthrough in water escape recently, and one person was enough to deal with the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the ninjas who protected the Four Tails. Minato, you have to work harder too. Why don't you go to Miyaboka Mountain to learn the Sage Mode now? Jiraiya then patted Minato Namikaze again. Minato Namikaze looked helpless. Teacher Jiraiya, Don't joke, how can it be too late to go now, and didn't Sage Fukasaku say last time that my chakra training is not enough? As a special skill that can improve the ability of ninjas in all aspects, Minato Namikaze naturally wants to learn the Sage mode, but learning the Sage mode itself requires strong chakra. And Minato Namikaze has not yet reached the standard of strong chakra. Not enough chakra is a flaw, otherwise with your talent, Minato, under great pressure, you might really be able to learn it quickly. Jiraiya touched his chin and said. It took him a long time to learn the Sage mode. However, Jiraiya's situation was special. When he learned the Sage mode, he did not stay in Miyaboku Mountain for special training, but practiced whenever he had time. The overall practice time was not particularly exaggerated. Of course, compared with the existence of Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya did spend a lot more time. The difference from the last time I came here is really big. Obito, who was lying on the tree and looking at the sky with a bored face, complained in a low voice. Although it was the same ninja unit, compared with the last mission, the spirit was much worse. After all, it was a heavy failure. Kakashi replied. Hey, Kakashi, why haven't you slept yet? Obito looked at Kakashi sitting on the branch in surprise. They would move again soon, so they all found a random place to sleep. So why didn't you sleep? Kakashi asked back. Obito scratched his head and finally said honestly, I am a little concerned about the spies in the army and the atmosphere of the army this time. Obito has experienced a lot now, but the army he is in has never been defeated, and there has been no incident of Konoha ninjas rebelling and becoming spies. In fact, there is no need to care. Since they have become spies, no matter what the reason, they are already enemies of Konoha. As for the atmosphere of the army, as long as there is a big victory, your familiar feeling will come back. Kakashi said lightly. Oh. Obito wanted to say that what he really cared about was not the appearance, but some of the essence revealed after the incident. But he didn't know how to describe it, so he could only scratch his hair and sigh. So why didn't you sleep, Kakashi? Obito remembered that Kakashi hadn't answered his question yet. I'm worried that you will accidentally leak the information and I'm watching you. Kakashi answered without hiding anything. The information they had was not as comprehensive as that of Miyu Namikaze Minato, but they were also the ones who had the most information besides them. Obito's face darkened. He wanted to scold Kakashi, but then he remembered that it was late at night, so he could only swallow his words and glared at Kakashi. You evil, hateful white-haired man! How dare you look down on me like this? A glare was not enough to vent his anger, and Obito cursed again in his heart. In order to prove his ability to keep secrets, Obito fell asleep. After Obito fell asleep, Kakashi opened the transparent world and observed the surroundings, and soon closed his eyes. P.S. There is another chapter later, but the time is uncertain, it is recommended to read it tomorrow. Anyway, you will definitely see it tomorrow. Chapter 570 The Hope of the Famous Ninja World. Lord Iwaku, our Enbu has obtained the latest important intelligence of the Konoha ninja force. A senior ninja of Iwagakure entered the tent where Iwaku was with a happy face to report the latest results. Important intelligence. Iwaku, who had fallen asleep, sat up quickly. What can be called important intelligence is generally intelligence that can have a significant impact on the battle situation. The last time Iwagakure was able to surprise and win a big victory, it was because they knew the location and layout of Konoha's main force. That's right, we not only got the news of Konoha's reinforcements, but also got Konoha's next battle plan. The senior ninja of Iwagakure said excitedly. With this information, he seemed to see an unprecedented victory right in front of him. Bring it to me. Iwaku's curiosity was aroused. Because of his serious injuries, Lashi had been sent to the rear after emergency treatment, and now he was in charge of the Iwagakure force. Of course, he was only the acting commander, and he had to give up his position when Lashi recovered and returned to the battlefield. Taking the intelligence scroll, Iwako quickly opened it to read the information in it. The vanguard of the Konoha reinforcements, led by Hanyumweo, met with the Konoha grass country troops. The reinforcements sent by Konoha had a total of 1,000 people. In addition to the elite vanguard troops that arrived first, there were still 950 ninjas heading towards the grass country. The light in Iwako's eyes became brighter with each line of words he read. After carefully reading all the information, Iwako wanted to laugh out loud. This was simply a godsend opportunity. It happened that his boss Lishi left and obtained important information about the Konoha troops. Even if only 1,000 ninjas were eliminated, it would be a great victory worthy of celebration. Iwako's mouth curled up. The remnants of Jiraiya plus the reinforcements from Konoha should have at least 1,600 ninjas. If he kills 2/3 of them, he can win a great victory that will be reported to the whole of Iwagakure village. And since he performed so well, the deputy commander in front of him can naturally be removed. After removing the proxy, he can continue to command the 2,000 Iwagakure troops on the battlefield and make meritorious deeds on the battlefield. In the end, maybe his status in Iwagakure will be higher than that of Rishi, and he is expected to be nominated as a candidate for the 4th generation Tsuchikage. Thinking of this, Iwako's raised mouth corners could no longer be suppressed. Tsuchikage, one of the 5 shadows, is the real pinnacle of the ninja world, and no one can ignore it. Call the Jonin in the army and start the combat meeting. Iwako ordered the person who notified the Iwagakure. If it was Rishi, maybe it would be arranged with one order. His prestige in the Iwagakure troops is not so strong, so he has to hold a meeting first to get support. Although it is sleeping time now, the ninjas have undergone special training and will not sleep very deeply. Some Iwagakure Jonin do not need to be called, and they will wake up naturally when they hear the movement outside. In the special tent for the meeting, Iwako started the meeting after the Iwagakure Jonin arrived. Iwako first asked an Iwagakure ninja to read out all the information, and then he spoke. "Everyone, tell me what you think. Prepare for war. Now that we have obtained such information, we should wipe out all the Konoha troops in one go." Huguang said directly. Even the color of Konoha's underwear is known, it would be a waste if we don't take action. Of course we will attack. Other Iwagakure Jonin responded one after another. Iwako nodded in his heart. As he thought, with such important information in hand, no one would choose to avoid fighting. My idea is the same as yours. We should not only fight, but also use this opportunity to completely defeat Konoha's grass country defense line and enter the fire country mainland. Iwako said with a smile. He has a high status in Iwagakure and knows that the Iwagakure high-level officials tend to be conservative and low-key. Entering the fire country mainland is naturally not low-key, but this war is also the order of the Iwagakure high-level officials, letting them fight freely, and Iwako can rest assured to brush up military merits. But we have to have a method to fight. Although we have the advantage in numbers even if their reinforcements arrive, it would be better to defeat them one by one. We have to destroy the Konoha grass country troops before the main force of the reinforcements arrives, and then destroy the reinforcements. Iwako began to talk about his attack plan. The intelligence submitted had a detailed plan for the Konoha grass country ninja troops to meet with the Konoha reinforcements. Iwako's plan was recognized by most of the Iwagakure, so they began to discuss to find out the gaps. There was also an Iwagakure ninja who had a wild idea and suggested to immediately summon troops to surprise the Konoha ninja troops. However, this decision was not recognized, because it takes time to transmit intelligence and it also takes time to travel, and the intelligence also included news that the Konoha ninja troops would go to bed early and get up early to travel tonight. If we go there now, it is very likely that we will be empty-handed, and it may even expose their intentions. If the Konoha ninja troops temporarily change their plans because of this, it will be more trouble than gain. This is the second temporary resting place they planned. Iwako pointed to a forest with a small river on the map. Their plan is to wander around during the day, and then go to the rest point for a short rest at night before continuing on the road, in order to confuse our sight. Then we will use their tricks against them. We will march over there now and lurk around to wait for the opportunity. Whether the enemy arrives early or on time, they will face us who are ready for battle. The reason why Iwako believed that this was the real intelligence inside the Konoha ninja force as soon as he saw the intelligence. On the one hand, he believed in his own intelligence ninjas, after all, they had just made a great contribution. On the other hand, it was the specific content of the intelligence. The intelligence not only contained content about dealing with spies, but also content about confusing the Iwagakure ninja force. No matter how Iwako could be, this was also a serious piece of intelligence. Iwako probably never thought that Miyu and Jiraiya deceived a bunch of Konoha jonin into holding a fake meeting so that they could be fooled. Because the intelligence was too sufficient, the combat meeting did not have much room for development, and the specific combat plan was quickly determined. You really don't know how strong you are until you fight once. I didn't expect that our Iwagakure intelligence department is so much stronger than Konoha. An Iwagakure senior ninja smiled with ease. Anyone who has a little idea in mind knows who is the C on the battlefield. Is Konoha's defeat because their troops are much stronger than Konoha's ninja troops? Of course not, it's because they crushed Konoha's ninja troops from the intelligence level. If we use a game as an analogy, when the Iwagakure troops fight against Jiraiya's troops, not only can they see their positions with a perspective frame, but they can even connect to Jiraiya's voice, which is one way. They can hear Jiraiya, but Jiraiya can't hear them. The Iwagakure senior ninjas all smiled. It can be said that they have vented all their previous frustrations recently. It's really fun to fight. After the meeting, Iwagakure gathered the Iwagakure troops and began to march quickly towards the destination. Although it was only 1 o'clock in the morning, no ninja dragged their feet. They quickly prepared everything and followed the large army silently. After this battle, the whole ninja world will remember my name. Looking at the black sky with only a few stars, Iwako was proud. If everything goes as he imagined, this battle will become Konoha's most painful defeat in recent years. As the sky gradually brightened from darkness, the Iwagakure ninja troops approaching the second resting point in the intelligence. Although the intelligence said that this was the place where the Konoha ninja troops were going to come tonight, Iwako was still not careless. He asked the perception ninja in the Iwagakure troops to use ninjutsu to sense the situation. Lord Iwagaku, there is no ninja's chakra. The perception ninja cancelled the hand seal and opened his eyes to report. Keep going. Iwagaku nodded with a smile. Everything confirmed the authenticity of their intelligence, and victory was getting closer and closer to him. Looking at the tall trees in the depths of the forest, Iwagaku was in an unusually happy mood. It seemed that each tree was the Konoha ninja that he was about to kill at night. No wonder it is only a temporary resting point. In addition to being more hidden, this place is easy to attack and difficult to defend. Iwagaku thought after observing the surrounding terrain. The terrain here made Iwagaku feel a little insecure, and he quickly organized a patrol team to patrol the surrounding area. Iwagakure's perception ninjas were not as many as Konoha's, and the rare perception ninjas could not be allowed to use perception ninjutsu continuously, so the patrol of ordinary ninjas was also very important. After a short while, the ninjas of the Iwagakure troop, who found that the surroundings were still calm, were completely relieved. The intelligence department is really good, too accurate. An Iwagakure ninja sighed. If there is such intelligence in every battle, even if they encounter a ninja troop with 1.5 times their number, they can still fight. Then Iwagaku began to arrange for the ninjas to rest in batches. They didn't sleep well and had to travel overnight. Now the Iwagakure troop is in a very ordinary state and needs to rest. However, in order to prevent accidents, Iwagaku can't let all the Iwagakure sleep in place. They have to rest in batches and shifts. Some Iwagakure will catch up on sleep, while others will be on guard and set traps. After arranging everything, Iwakaku is also ready to catch up on sleep. Ordinary Iwagaku only need to fight, but as a commander, he has more things to think about and do, and needs to catch up on sleep. Boom! An extremely violent explosion sounded, and the bright red explosion light was particularly dazzling in this hazy morning. Iwaku, who had just laid down, lost all sleepiness in an instant, opened his eyes suddenly and jumped up. Boom! As if a chain reaction had started, another explosion sounded soon, and the fiery red explosion light hit the surrounding Iwagaku ninjas. Damn, we fell into a trap. Iwaku's face became extremely ugly. Although I still don't understand how the Konoha ninjas did all this, the explosion just now was obviously a detonating talisman trap. The intelligence was false, the Konoha ninjas had been here a long time ago, and they had also set up traps. Chapter 571 White Zetsu appears, terrifying war potential. Late at night, just when White Zetsu finished delivering the intelligence and returned to the army leisurely, he suddenly found that Miyu and Namikaze Minato had not slept yet and were walking towards him. Hey, Miyu and Minato, you haven't slept either. White Zetsu greeted the two without panic. Baiju didn't feel that he was exposed. The pretending technique could even imitate chakra. He could almost be regarded as a replica of Hayagashi, but his mind was different. Jotian seal. Miyu smiled and put his hand on Baiju's shoulder to perform the sealing technique. Lord Miyu, what are you doing? I am from the Hyaga clan. Baiju didn't know what Miyu wanted to do at first, but suddenly felt a restraining force invading his body. His face changed drastically and he burst out chakra to resist. Bang! Minato Namikaze, who was next to him, quickly attacked Baiju. The punch containing a lot of chakra directly hit Baiju to reveal his true form. When Baiju was unable to resist, Miyu's sealing technique was completed, and Baiju could no longer mobilize the chakra in his body. What kind of creature is this? Looking at Baiju, who was very similar to humans but with a pure white body, Minato Namikaze frowned. After confirming that Hinata had passed the information, they first dealt with the other two spies. As a result, they unexpectedly discovered that the spies they thought had betrayed Konoha were not even human, but the result of biological experiments. Maybe it was a product developed by Iwagaku for war. Miyu answered casually. It is not wrong to say that it was a product developed for war, but it was not Iwagaku village, not even Uchihamadara, but Otsutsuki Kagaya. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement. The strange appearance of White Zetsu, coupled with almost identical individuals, these two characteristics are enough to determine that it is the result of a biological laboratory. It can't be albino triplets. According to the current situation, it should not be mass-produced, otherwise it would be too terrible. Minato Namikaze imagined the appearance of a large number of White Zetsu disguised as assassinations, and couldn't help shaking his head. When Miyu didn't come, just a few White Zetsu had troubled their ninja troops of 1,000 people. If there are hundreds of White Zetsu, I'm afraid the morale of the Konoha ninja troops will be scattered. 1/10 of the ninjas may be spies and assassins. Who can withstand this? There are too many White Zetsu, even if there is Miyu, it will be difficult to cope. When Miyu is on the battlefield, White Zetsu can go to the rear Konoha. When Miyu is in Konoha, White Zetsu can deal with the troops on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze was overwhelmed when he thought about it. What kind of heaven-defying biological achievement is it? It was born for war. It should be like this, otherwise Iwagaku will definitely plant as many spies as possible. Miyu nodded. White Zetsu can indeed be born in batches, but Uchihamadara now should not have this ability. After all, he is an old man who is about to be buried. At this stage, Uchihamadara is in a state where he will die soon if he is not taken care of. The 3 White Zetsu were imprisoned together, and 2 ninjas were left to guard them. The remaining ninjas rushed to the rest and gathering point at the command of Jiraiya and Miyu. Jiraiya and his men really wanted to torture White Zetsu, but time waits for no one. They did not have spies in the Iwagakure army, and they did not know what actions the Iwagakure would take. Should they head to the rest and gathering point immediately after the meeting, or wait until daytime to act, or should they keep a steady hand and maintain the status quo? The only thing Jiraiya and his men could do was to do everything as well as possible, and then respond to changes with the same attitude. As long as they arrived at the gathering and rest point first, even if they could not ambush the Iwagakure ninja army, Jiraiya's troops could meet with the support troops normally. The support troops had arrived at the gathering and rest point in advance under the instruction of Mu to set traps. It would be good to be able to trick the Iwagakure ninja army. Even if the Iwagakure ninja army didn't fall into the trap, Jiraiya could still fight normally after joining Mu's troops. Anyway, with Mu's ability to sense malicious intent, no more spies would sneak in. It would be easy to fight normally, not to mention defeating Iwagakure and defending the border, and it would meet the expectations of the Konoha high-level officials. Under full-speed march, the support troops successfully joined forces with the Konoha grass country troops. At this time, Mu still couldn't sense the Iwagakure ninja. Mu and Jiraiya checked the traps while making various ambushes. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to ambush a ninja army, unless the plan is very good, or the enemy's ninja army has no sense ninja. Mu's plan this time is not ingenious, but just takes advantage of the information gap. However, for Konoha now, there is another choice, which is to give full play to their advantage of sensing ninjas. The range of perception of different levels of perception ninjas is different, and Mu, Namikaze Minato, and Hyuga Hisashi and Mu's troops are all outstanding in terms of perception range. The ordinary troops retreated to a distance that ordinary perception ninjas could not reach, and then Mu and his team dispersed to several locations to form a perception network. As long as the Iwagakure troops approached, they would be discovered instantly. In this way, when the sky was getting light, Mu and his team sensed the approaching Iwagakure ninja troops. Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to Hyuga Hisashi and took him away. And Mu left a shadow clone that transformed into a stone in the forest at the rest point to explore intelligence. The shadow clone could not support the chakra of the transformed ninja, but it was still no problem if the transformation point did not consume chakra. Finally, Mu's shadow clone felt that the Iwagakure ninja troops had relaxed, so he released himself and let the memory flow back. Mu, who had regained his memory, did not waste time. After ordering the troops to attack, he took some Jonin, and Minato Namikaze took Jiraiya and his teammates. The two of them performed the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported to the rest point. Boom! Mu and Minato Namikaze condensed their chakra to detonate the detonating talisman trap prepared in advance. In an instant, the rest point exploded one after another, and the Iwagakure ninja troops fell into chaos. They came to ambush the Konoha ninjas, but they were ambushed inexplicably. They were bombed without even seeing their shadows. In this situation, even ninjas found it difficult to stay calm. Swish, swish, swish. Minato Namikaze took out 10 Flying Thunder God Kunao from his ninja tool bag and shot them in all directions. Every time he passed an Iwagakure, a yellow light flashed and took the life of an Iwagakure ninja. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Jiraiya did not summon the toads to help, and quickly formed a seal to spit out a large piece of flame to burn the Iwagakure ninjas in front of him. Their troops were still trying to rush over. There were Iwagakure ninjas all over the place. Summoning a large toad was just asking for a fight, and it was too early to summon 2 sages, so Jiraiya simply did not use the summoning technique and chose to use ninjutsu to attack himself. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Facing a large number of Iwagakure ninjas, Mu made a similar choice as Jiraiya and used a large-scale and highly lethal fire style. Whoosh! Large pieces of flames were spit out by Mu, and a dazzling fiery red sea of fire quickly formed around Mu, with a range far exceeding Jiraiya's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Water style, water array wall. The Iwagakure ninjas who mastered water style wanted to use water style to block Muyu's flames. But even if Muyu used the great fire extinguishing technique with all her strength, it was not something that any Iwagakure could stop. The water spit out by the Iwagakure ninja was rapidly evaporated, and the ninjas touched by the sea fire turned into ashes under the scorching heat of the flames. The Iwagakure ninjas close to the sea fire all had horrifying looks on their faces, and tried their best to use their own methods to block it, but most people's resistance was useless. This fire escape. Jiraiya was a little surprised. Just in terms of the power of fire escape, the great fire extinguishing technique was not enough to surprise Jiraiya, as he had many powerful fire escapes. The main reason was that the great fire extinguishing technique was a high-level fire escape of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya soon stopped caring, it was just a fire escape, not a secret technique. If Muyu wanted to start with the Uchiha clan, or start from Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is a high probability of obtaining it. Cunning damn Konoha ninja! Iwaku's face darkened. Water escape technique, waterfall technique. Han saw this and quickly formed a seal to spit out a huge amount of water to offset the flames. Although Han's water escape technique was average, with the blessing of the tailed beast's chakra, his waterfall technique was quite good. Although it failed to completely extinguish the flames, it also saved many Iwagakure ninjas. No wonder we keep losing. It would be strange if we didn't lose if we let a bunch of good-for-nothings like you guys command us. Old Zi, who was almost blown up by the detonating talisman trap, said with a dark face. At the combat meeting, he laughed at Jiraiya's stupidity and Hanyumuyu's short-sightedness. He was so high-spirited and powerful, as if Konoha had already ceded land and paid compensation. The reality was that he marched for several hours in the middle of the night without getting any sleep, and was blown up by the detonating talisman just as he was about to take a rest. Iwakura heard it, but pretended not to hear it and asked the ninjas of the demolition team near him to gather around him. The status of Jinchuriki is special, and a Jinchuriki like Lao Shi who can completely transform into a tailed beast is even more special. Even the Tsuchikage Onoki Lao Shi dared to confront him, not to mention him, the vice-captain of the Iwagakure demolition team. Scatter quickly, they are few in number. Iwakura gave the order quickly. Just now he had been observing the situation. It seemed that the entire rest point was messed up, but in fact most of the traps were activated, and the actual attacking Konoha ninjas were not even in the double digits. If they don't spread out a little, they can't use ninjutsu to attack in Iwagakure, and they will send their teammates away if they are not careful. There are nearly 2,000 Iwagakure ninjas here. Iwakura retreated to the rear while commanding. Although there are not many Konoha ninjas now, according to the performance just now, the so-called intelligence is a trap on the Konoha side. It is possible that the Konoha ninja troops of the grass country have already joined up with the Konoha support troops, and there is a ninja troop around them that is not much smaller than theirs. When he thought of this, Iwaka wanted to retreat. It is true that they have more people, but now some of them have been killed by the trap, and they have been marching all night, and a considerable number of ninjas are in average condition, so they may not be able to defeat Konoha in a fight. We have fallen into Konoha's trap, retreat quickly. Iwaka shouted loudly. Originally, he wanted to fight for a while before giving orders, but retreating after a few Konoha ninjas appeared might be ridiculed for being too cowardly in the future. But Iwaka was worried that something would happen if he retreated too late, causing Iwagakure to lose a lot of manpower. Compared to the latter, losing face is undoubtedly a small matter. Minato, take me to another position. Seeing that the Iwagakure troops wanted to retreat, Jiraiya said immediately. Their ninja troops are still coming, and they can't let the Iwagakure troops run away. Namikaze Minato understood, grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder and used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to the retreat direction of the Iwagakure ninja. They had a plan for this, and Muyu and Namikaze Minato had buried a lot of Flying Thunder God Kunao around. Spirit Summoning Technique. Bang! White smoke rose, and 2 huge toads fell from the sky and hit the Iwagakure troops. The intensity of the battle is a bit high recently. Gamabunta complained as he looked at the thousands of Iwagakure ninjas around him. Either he held back the Jinchuriki, or he faced a group fight of thousands of ninjas. Gameken silently raised his shield to block in front of him, and some Iwagakure ninjas had already started to attack. "Sorry, thank you for your hard work," Jiraiya said a little embarrassedly. Although the bigger the body, the harder it would be beaten, but at present he really had no better way to keep people. Earth escapee rock cannon technique. Without anyone's order, the Iwagakure ninjas silently used the Legion ninjutsu of the Iwagakure ninja troops. In a moment, a large number of stones like his cannonballs hit Wentei Gameken. Water style, iron cannonball. Gameken fought back and spit out the water style of Immortal. Its water style of Immortal was not weak, and it destroyed all the stones it touched, but there were too many Iwagakure here, and the attacks were too many. The firepower was too fierce, and even Gameken, who had thick skin and used chakra to defend himself, had many wounds on his body. Gameken was better because he had a shield, but his shield could not block his entire body, and he was also injured. With their strength, it was a bit difficult to stop a ninja army of thousands of people. The dead toad who lingered. Lao Zi frowned. There were too many Iwagakure ninjas around, let alone using the tailed beast ball, and he couldn't even perform the complete tailed beast transformation, otherwise he would step on an Iwagakure to death with one jump. "Han, you take care of the toad holding the shield, I'll take care of the other one, and we'll deal with them as quickly as possible." Lao Zi condensed the dissolution chakra and said quickly. Although he was very angry, Lao Zi didn't lose his mind. Retreating is definitely the best choice when he falls into a trap, and the faster the better. God knows what other traps there are in that intelligence. For example, are Konoha's support troops really 1,000 people? Will there be more? Han nodded, and the condensed-tailed beast chakra burst out, and his whole body was covered with dark red-tailed beast chakra, ready to use his best move to knock Gameken out with one punch. But just as Lao Zi entered the dissolution chakra mode and was about to rush towards Gamabunta, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis and stopped in his tracks. The next moment, a water spear pierced the position in front of him. Chapter 572 Super Water Style to Suppress Jinchuriki. "It's you again. Look carefully after the ninja who launched the water spear," Lao Zi frowned. Lao Zi was not unfamiliar with Mu Yu, because the first time Mu Yu became famous in a small range for her strength was on the battlefield of the grass country. Although more than 2 years have passed, Lao Zi is still familiar with Mu Yu. In addition to the fact that Mu Yu continued to show her strength on the battlefield and became more and more famous, another reason was that Mu Yu's water escape at that time left a deep impression on Lao Zi. At that time, Mu Yu had few skills and little chakra, but the nature change of water attribute chakra was already more than 7,500 proficiency at the mastery level. With the blessing of high proficiency and the restraint of water attribute, Mu Yu once prevented Lao Zi's lava escape from exerting its due lethality. "Then I'll deal with you first." Lao Zi, wearing a burning lava armor, rushed towards Mu Yu without hesitation. "Scatter for me." Lao Zi rushed towards Mu Yu while shouting to the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas. There is no such thing as being immune to teammates' damage in the real world. If an Iwagakure ninja accidentally hits his lava armor, he will be skinned alive. Except for the few jonins responsible for protecting Lao Zi, the rest of the Iwagakure burst out chakra and jumped to a distance to continue using ninjutsu to deal with the 2 big toads and Jiraiya. Lao Zi, Burning River Rock Technique. While running, Lao Zi continuously spits out multiple giant lava balls burning with flames. Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique. The several jonins responsible for protecting Lao Zi also followed suit and spit out stones like cannonballs at Mu Yu. "It's time to wake you up." Mu Yu looked at Lao Zi who was rushing confidently, switched his breathing to water breathing, and entered the water breathing chakra mode. With his perfect fire attribute chakra nature change, coupled with skills such as flame breathing and blue flame, he can also use fire style to hit Lao Zi. However, if he can deal with it more easily, Mu Yu will of course choose a more chakra-saving method. Because there are nearly 2,000 enemies here, for the sake of safety, they will fight as easily as possible. Iwagakure is not a rookie like the Snow Ninja and the Grass Ninja. The Iwagakure Ninja Corps not only has joint war ninjutsu, but also has strong jonin players. Water Style, Water Rush. Mu Yu put her hands together, and a large amount of chakra in her body instantly transformed into water attribute chakra. Hwa. A huge amount of water suddenly appeared around Mu Yu out of thin air and then spun and rose rapidly, forming a large water tornado with a diameter of 10 meters that enveloped Mu Yu. Before Lao Zi's lava ball touched the water tornado, the flames on it became smaller because of the wind with moisture from the water tornado. After touching the water tornado, it was instantly extinguished and then thrown far away. Bang bang! The rest of the Iwagakure's rock iron cannons seemed to have hit some kind of copper wall and iron wall, and failed to break through the defense of the water tornado. Such a strong water escape! Isn't Liang Weihua good at fire escape according to the intelligence? The Iwagakure Jonin who was responsible for protecting Lao Zi was surprised. From the perspective of property change, the earth attribute restrains the water attribute chakra. So many of them used earth escape but failed to break Muiu's defensive water escape. With Muiu's continuous output of chakra, the diameter and height of the water tornado continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it became a super water tornado with a diameter of 15 meters and a length of more than 40 meters. Not a small breakthrough, this is not small, it's huge. Looking at the exaggerated water escape that suddenly appeared on the field, Jiraiya sighed. In addition to using ninjutsu to intercept the Iwagakure troops to protect the two toads, Jiraiya was also very concerned about Muiu. Although it was Muiu's initiative to deal with the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Muiu was a junior after all, and he, as a senior, had to take responsibility and make timely repairs if the junior failed. However, Jiraiya estimated that Muiu should not fail. With this level of water escape, Lao Zi's molten escape could not win. What is he doing? A defensive water escape makes such a big noise. Lao Zi felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart, and used the lava escape again to break Muiu's defense. Although the Iwagakure ninjas didn't know what Muiu was going to do, they didn't just watch Muiu accumulate strength, and used various ninjutsu to attack Muiu. However, their attacks failed to affect the water tornado. Bang! Even though Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze helped to resist, there were too many Iwagakure ninjas at the scene, and Gamabunta soon couldn't withstand the attack and returned to Miyaboka Mountain with serious injuries. Iwaku breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, condensed the blast escape chakra to bombard Gamaken who was still resisting. Lord Iwaku, a lot of chakra aura appeared around us. The perception ninja Iwaku reported nervously. First, the detonating talisman created chaos, then the large-scale ninjutsu, and then the giant summoned beast blocked the way. The time added up was enough for the ninjas with high-speed movement ability to rush over from outside the perception range. Iwaku's face turned very ugly. Just when he was about to relax a little, the bad news came. Just when Iwaku was thinking about what to do next, a huge roar sounded, and Iwaku turned his head to look. Water Style, 10 Dragon Bite Explosion. When the power was condensed enough, Muiu immediately used the characteristics of the water-breathing chakra to change the water tornado into a second form. Rumble. The huge water tornado that was constantly spinning and rising stopped spinning and rising, and then the huge amount of water condensed by Muiu hit the surroundings like a raging wave in the ocean. Looking up at the waves that were tens of meters high, the surrounding Iwagakure all widened their eyes. But it was not just that. At the moment when the huge waves hit downwards, the water flow changed again, forming a series of thick and long, hideous giant water dragons. This is the unique super strong water attribute chakra control ability of the water breathing chakra mode. The water escape in the water-breathing chakra mode can really be ever-changing. The sudden appearance of 10 huge water dragons not only shocked the Iwagakure ninjas on the battlefield, but also the Konoha ninja troops who were rushing to the battlefield saw this shocking scene. It should be Muyu's teacher's ninjutsu. It looks so intense. Let's go over there quickly. Obito subconsciously quickened his pace. There was more than Muyu who was delaying time to interfere with the retreat of the Iwagakure troops, but in Obito's impression, Jiraiya was good at fire escape, and Namikaze Minato was flying thunder god rolling balls. It is impossible for other ninjas to use such a strong ninjutsu, so it can only be Muyu. The other disciples nodded and further burst chakra to speed up. To intercept a ninja force of 1,000 people, every minute and every second is under tremendous pressure. Who gave him the nickname, and whether he would give it? Lao Zi's face darkened. You know that Muyu's water escape is so strong, he will definitely not choose him to fight Muyu, but to exchange opponents with Han. Han is good at boiling escape, which is not restrained by water escape, and he does not have to worry about Muyu's fire escape. But at this moment, Lao Zi did not even have much time to regret, because 4 of the 10 huge water dragons condensed by Muyu were besieging him from different directions. Lao Zi burst chakra to dodge, and the Jonins responsible for protecting him tried to use Earth Escape ninjutsu to help Lao Zi block the attack. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Several Iwagakure Jonins worked together to perform Earth Flow Wall, raising several earth walls around Lao Zi. Although Jinchuriki has strong destructive power, his methods are relatively simple. If he encounters a ninja who can restrain him, and he does not know the information in his first battle, it is not uncommon for him to be killed by his first encounter. Therefore, all major ninja villages have specially equipped guards for Jinchuriki. Although these guards are not as strong as Jinchuriki, they can make up for the shortcomings of Jinchuriki to a large extent, so that Jinchuriki will not be defeated when encountering a restrainer. Normally, they are several excellent Iwagakure Jonins working together, and there are rarely unstoppable water escape techniques. But they happen to meet Muyu. What kind of strength does Muyu have in this state? Perfect level water attribute chakra nature change, perfect level water breathing, a large number of highly proficient water escape ninjutsu. Even if Tobirama Senju is resurrected on the spot and restored to his peak state, he may not be able to match Muyu in terms of water escape techniques alone. Boom! The thick and tall earth wall collapsed under the violent impact of the huge water dragon. The heavy blows from multiple directions made Lao Zi exhausted. The other Iwagakure wanted to help Lao Zi but they were powerless, because Muyu had created 10 huge water dragons. While Lao Zi was chased by 4 water dragons, the remaining 6 water dragons were also smashing towards the Iwagakure gathered around him. These terrifying water dragons made them unable to take care of themselves, so how could they have the spare energy to help Lao Zi escape from the crisis? Bang! The huge water dragon smashed into Lao Zi, and the lava armor on Lao Zi's body, which was burning with flames, instantly extinguished and emitted white steam. Lao Zi gritted his teeth and burst out chakra to resist the water dragon by maintaining the lava armor. Boom! The second and third water dragons also bombarded Lao Zi. The huge force pressed Lao Zi to the ground and he could not stand. The ground began to break under the bombardment of the huge water dragons. Boom! When the fourth water dragon bombarded Lao Zi was completely beaten out of the molten chakra mode. There was no flame on his body, and the lava wrapped around his body was broken, forming a small lake on the ground. Alas! Why do we have to do this? The four-tailed beast in Lao Zi sighed as he watched this scene. The relationship between the four-tailed beast and Lao Zi is somewhat special, unlike other tailed beasts that do not recognize Jinchuriki. The four-tailed beast recognizes Lao Zi, but Lao Zi does not recognize it, is unwilling to communicate with it, and is even unwilling to call its name. The 10 huge water dragons not only knocked Lao Zi into the molten chakra mode, but also caused considerable trouble to other Iwagakure. The battlefield, which was originally filled with various chaotic sounds, was slightly quiet for a second under the bombardment of Muyu's super water escape. "Teacher Muyu, Teacher Minato, we are here!" Accompanied by Obito's shouting, a large number of Konoha ninjas poured out from all sides. "Damn, it's still a little slow." Iwako was full of regret, they missed the best time to break out. P.S. I'm sorry, brothers, I was too tired to write until 3 o'clock last night, and thought about lying on the bed for a while to watch some videos and take a rest, but I fell asleep directly and woke up at 8 o'clock, so this chapter is yesterday. In addition, I will ask for a wave of monthly tickets. Zyju will try to keep updating and achieve the average daily update of 7 and 8 as mentioned at the beginning of the month. Chapter 573 Complete Tailed Beast Reappearance. Is everything in your plan? Yanko gritted his teeth and looked at Muyu and then at Jiraiya. Muyu's choice of rest and rendezvous point is really good. Not only is the terrain flat and easy to attack but difficult to defend, but there is also a river, which is conducive to Muyu's use of water escape to suppress Lao Ziai, the four-tailed Jinchuriki who masters the lava escape. Now they are not only nowhere to go in Yunyan, even the strongest Jinchuriki in the army was suppressed cleanly, and this was just the beginning. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the troops coming, Jiraiya cancelled the summoning technique and let the injured Gamaken return to Myaboka Mountain. The delaying tactics have been successful, and now it's time to reap the fruits. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Lightning style, Pseudo-Darkness. Water style, Rapid Stream. Without giving orders, the Konoha ninjas present used ninjutsu or ninja tools to attack the Iwagakure ninjas. Fireballs burning with flames, sharp lightning spears, ferocious water dragons, a large number of different ninjutsu hit the Iwagakure ninja troops. Earth style, Earth Stream Wall. Some of the Iwagakure ninjas who reacted defended, while others attacked instead of defending. As Jiraiya said, we can't fall too far behind Muyu. Namikaze Minato silently took out a Flying Thunder God Kunao from his ninja tool bag. Although he couldn't beat Jinchuriki head-on like Muyu with his high-level ninjutsu and chakra attributes, he was very efficient in killing ordinary ninjas. The reason why he didn't show it just now was mainly because when he used Flying Thunder God, he had to keep an eye on Jiraiya to prevent Jiraiya from being besieged and isolated in the ninja army. When Gamabunta and Gamaken were summoned later, Namikaze Minato had to protect them as much as possible to make them suffer as little damage as possible. Before the Konoha ninja army arrived, Namikaze Minato was basically fighting as an auxiliary, so naturally he didn't have a brilliant performance. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique that was arranged in advance to teleport to the side of an Iwagakure. When the Iwagakure ninja noticed that Namikaze Minato used Flying Thunder God, Namikaze Minato's black kunao had already pierced his heart. Swish! An Iwagakure next to him took the opportunity to draw his sword and slashed at Namikaze Minato. But Minato Namikaze had already sensed his killing intent, and calmly pulled out the kunao, then threw it upwards. Swoosh! When the knife of the Iwagakure ninja was 5 centimeters away from Minato Namikaze's body disappeared, and the Iwagakure ninja's powerful knife slashed at the air. Puff! Using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the top, Minato Namikaze tightly grasped the thrown kunao and stabbed it fiercely into the heart of the Iwagakure wielding the knife. Minato's strength lies not only in the fast movement of Flying Thunder God, but also in Minato's superhuman reaction. This allows Minato to move quickly and organize attacks as quickly as possible, or to detect the attack in time and organize a counterattack with Flying Thunder God at the fastest speed. Swoosh! After killing the second Iwagakure, Minato did not stop for a moment, and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique again to teleport to another point. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This time, Minato Namikaze did not choose to use kunao to kill people, but chose to throw a shuriken and then use ninjutsu. Because this time, Minato Namikaze deliberately chose an area with weaker chakra aura. That is to say, the strength of the Iwagakure ninjas near him this time is generally weak, at most they are chunin. Swish, swish, swish. Under the effect of Minato Namikaze's chakra, 1 shuriken turned into 2, then 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8, and they quickly differentiated. In the blink of an eye, a rain of shuriken formed, and at a close distance, more than a dozen Iwagakure ninjas who didn't have time to defend were instantly harvested. This is not the end. With such a large number of dense shuriken, even if chunin and genin are given some time, they may not be able to successfully dodge or resist. Puff! Blood flowers bloomed, and Iwagakure ninjas kept falling. At this moment, many Iwagakure ninjas remembered the horror of being dominated by yellow flashes. Minato Namikaze rarely used ninjutsu other than Flying Thunder God and Raise Nan, and rarely used large-scale ninjutsu with strong visual impact like Muyu and Jiraiya. Even so, there are quite a few Iwagakure ninjas in the Iwagakure ninja force who are more afraid of Minato Namikaze than Jiraiya. Because Jiraiya not only has few missions, but is usually responsible for dealing with Jinchuriki, and he doesn't kill many ordinary Iwagakure. And Minato Namikaze is a real killing god, and he can kill everyone from jonin to genin just like cutting melons and vegetables. As long as you can't withstand the Raise Nan, you may be caught by Minato Namikaze and killed instantly with a ball. As for ordinary ninjas, they are not worthy of Minato's Raise Nan, and they can be stabbed to death with a kunao. Summoning technique. Seeing Han, who had attacked Gamaken in vain, rushing towards him, Jiraiya slammed the ground and performed the summoning technique. If he was just dealing with a Jinchuriki, he would not be afraid at all. Not to mention that Han is only in the state of half-tailed beast transformation now. Even if Han enters the state of complete tailed beast transformation, as long as it is a one-on-one fight, Jiraiya is very confident in himself. Except for one-tailed beast ball, he had no good countermeasures, and Jiraiya could easily deal with the rest. White smoke flashed, and Fukasaku and Shima appeared on the ground. Another Jinchuriki, but it looks okay this time. We only need to fight one, and the other one is not in a very good condition. Maybe the intensity of the battle has been too high recently. Fukasaku actually felt lucky to only face one tailed beast, even though the tailed beast is a terrifying monster. It's really not the right time, I just wanted to prepare breakfast. Shima complained. Although he was reluctant, Shima's movements were not slower than Fukasaku's, and they jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders in tacit understanding. To deal with the Jinchuriki who can completely transform into a tailed beast, the power is no joke. It will be very dangerous if you don't enter the Sage mode. The Sage mode can not only enhance the power of ninjutsu, but the Sage chakra will also activate the body, enhancing the body's defense and recovery. 2 sages, thank you for your help. Jiraiya said as he concentrated the chakra instant body technique to avoid Han's attack. Boom! Han's thick arm wrapped in red chakra suddenly hit the ground where Jiraiya just stood. The huge force broke the ground and a collapsed pit appeared. Since the troops are here, Muyu can deal with the 4 tails, so we can open up the battlefield a little bit. Jiraiya thought in his heart. The Jinchuriki didn't dare to fight in an environment full of teammates and enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation. Jiraiya also had concerns after the arrival of the Konoha ninja troops. Because many of Jiraiya's powerful attack methods have a large range, it is extremely easy to accidentally hurt the surrounding ninjas. Ninja troops do not fight each other, most of the time they need to get close to find opportunities. On the one hand, chakra does not support the continuous release of ninjutsu, and on the other hand, there are a series of restrictions such as the range of ninjutsu. Generally, only the jonin can fully master various ninjutsu at long, medium, and short distances, and it is good enough for the chunin to learn ninjutsu with good lethality. In a ninja unit, jonin are often a minority, while chunin and genin are the majority, so close combat is inevitable. In the case of various close-range melees, it is easy to bury friendly forces with large-scale ninjutsu. Thinking about the battle plan in his mind, Jiraiya quickly dodged and distanced himself, leading Han away. Han noticed Jiraiya's purpose, but he still did not retreat. His thinking was very clear. Although the Iwagakure troops were at a disadvantage at the moment due to a series of factors such as traps, the number of Iwagakure troops was real. If Jiraiya could be killed and the Konoha ninja troops were leaderless, perhaps Iwagakure could turn defeat into victory. Several Iwagakure jonins who were responsible for protecting Han followed to prevent any accidents. Sage Mode. After the natural energy in his body had gathered enough, Jiraiya decisively merged the chakra with the natural energy into Sage Chakra, ready to enter Sage Mode. With his nose slightly changing towards the toad and a sage face on his face, Jiraiya successfully entered the Sage Mode of Myaboku Mountain. Boiling Release, Muzu Impact. Han exploded the chakra of the tailed beast in his body to stimulate the power of boiling release and strengthen his body. Not only do various basic nature changes have multiple different developments, even two identical bloodline limits can develop greatly different abilities. For example, Mei Terumi developed boiling release into a highly corrosive mist, while the power of the boiling release of the Five Tails is more inclined to enhance its own strength, by letting the chakra reach the boiling point and then strengthening the body to obtain a power far beyond the ordinary chakra enhancement. Jiraiya in Sage Mode has extraordinary perception ability, so he is naturally unwilling to confront Han with explosive power, and dodges flexibly again. The difference is that this time, there is no need to worry about affecting the Konoha ninjas, and Jiraiya counterattacked. Senjutsu Fire Style Great Flame Bomb. Jiraiya jumped up to dodge and changed the nature of the Senjutsu chakra he had condensed, spitting out a surging huge bullet-shaped flame. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. The Iwagakure jonin who followed him immediately used defensive ninjutsu to help Han block it. But how could a small Iwagakure jonin be able to block Jiraiya's fire style in Sage Mode? Boom! The raging flames broke through the thick earth wall, as if to burn everything to ashes. Han closed his eyes when he saw this. Is he waiting to die? Of course not. Since there is no need to worry about accidentally hurting Iwagakure, he can naturally use the power of the tailed beast further. The dark red chakra erupted again, and the terrifying chakra aura rose on Han's body. As the aura rose, the dark red chakra on Han's body quickly changed into a physical tailed beast. Soon, a huge white beast appeared on the battlefield, which was even bigger than the giant toad that Jiraiya summoned before. Han, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, attracted a lot of attention. As the super war weapon of the 5 major countries, the tailed beast has a transcendent deterrent power. Once it appears, it can bring a strong sense of oppression even if it stands still. P.S. Seeing that some brothers talked about adjusting their work and rest, Xiaoju thought about it carefully and found that it made sense. Xiaoju's current work and rest is really too bad. Although I haven't seen a serious illness yet, I have minor problems all the time. It happens that tomorrow is the last day of the holiday. Let's try writing less tonight and going to bed early. I will use the whole day tomorrow to write. Chapter 574 The Ice Age That Freezes Everything. Although the Jinchuriki who has completely transformed into the appearance of a tailed beast has a strong presence, Han and Jiraiya have already left the main battlefield, so it has not caused any actual impact. Whether it is the Iwagakure ninja or the Konoha ninja, they will fight as they should. Mu wanted to pursue the victory, but many Iwagakure ninjas saw that Lao Ziai was injured and quickly attacked Mu to prevent Mu from continuing to hurt Lao Ziai. Most Iwagakure ninjas dislike Lao Ziai, who is not only a Jinchuriki but also has a bad temper. But this is on the battlefield, and they are at a disadvantage because of Konoha's conspiracy. They need the power of Lao Ziai. When the Iwagakure ninja team was formed, because there were 2 Jinchuriki in charge, Onoki did not arrange other top masters of the Iwagakure village. If Lao Ziai was directly killed by Mu's combination punch, the Iwagakure ninja team would be in trouble. Earth Escapee Rock Cannon Technique. Earth Escapee Rock Pillar Spear. All kinds of earth escape were thrown at Mu Yu. Swish! Mu Yu calmly took out 3 flying thunder god kunao from the ninja tool bag and threw 2 of them out. Earth escapee earth flow wall. An Uegakuer ninja quickly pulled up an earth wall to block the kunao, preventing the kunao from getting close to the attack range of the earth escape ninjutsu. Swoosh! Mu Yu activated the flying thunder god technique and disappeared from the spot, appearing next to several Uegakuer ninjas. He and Minato had made sufficient preparations. Many points had the flying thunder god technique they had left in advance. The purpose of the 2 thrown kunao was actually to attract attention. Swish! Blood splashed, and Mu Yu's kunao accurately cut the necks of the Uegakuer ninjas, taking the lives of several Uegakuer ninjas. Other Uegakuer ninjas who saw this scene frowned, secretly cursing Flying Thunder God as a disgusting ninjutsu. It was annoying enough to be able to teleport with the thrown kunao. Now they had entered the trap carefully prepared by the enemy, and they didn't even know where the other party was teleporting. Ahem! Old Zi coughed twice, condensed chakra and stood on the small lake. Huff! Old Zi panted heavily, trying to adjust his body's state with the help of the tailed beast chakra. He was in a bad mood now. Although only 4 dragons of Mu Yu's 10 dragon bite explosion hit him, it also caused old Zi considerable damage. His lava armor that was powerful enough to resist the raise nan of Minato Namikaze failed to work against the water dragons with restrained attributes. Except for the first water dragon, which was slightly blocked, the next 3 water dragons hit him hard. If it weren't for the timely activation of the tailed beast chakra to offset some of the power, I'm afraid his current state would be even worse. Hanyu Muyu. Lao Zi stared at Muyu's figure flashing in the crowd with a serious face. After hard training and mastering the ability of complete tailed beast transformation, it was the first time that he suffered so much from a person. If there were no other Uegakuer ninjas around to help him, I'm afraid he would have been defeated by Muyu. Use the complete tailed beast transformation, let Hanyu Muyu think you are going to fight to the death, and then I will lead the team to take the opportunity to deal with him. Yan Ku, who came to Lao Zi quietly, said faintly. Yan Ku wanted to retreat, but he couldn't retreat in this situation. They had to kill some core characters among the Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya or Hanyu Muyu. Even Minato Namikaze can't do it, because Minato Namikaze's position on the current battlefield is a bit lower. Fully transform into a tailed beast here. Lao Zi frowned. The location they are in is the center of the Uegakuer ninja force. Lao Zi is concerned about this, so he only uses the molten chakra mode. Most ninjas have time to retreat to a safe distance. As for the small number of ninjas who were accidentally injured, this is a necessary sacrifice for success. Iwakura answered quickly. This is the best way he can think of. Even if Lao Zi leads Mu Yu to the 5 tails, it will be useless, because Jiraiya is also difficult to deal with. The injured Lao Zi plus Han may not be able to beat Mu Yu plus Jiraiya. But it's different here. The 4-tailed beasts that have completely transformed, plus the 5 Uegakuer blasting troop jonins he led, and there are a large number of Uegakuer ninjas around, it is not impossible to kill Mu Yu. Lao Zi showed a hint of hesitation. Even though his identity as a Jinchuriki made him suffer a lot of criticism and discrimination, he subconsciously disagreed with Iwakura's words. If we don't kill Hanyu Muyu to create a chance to break out, more people will die in the end. Iwakura continued to strike while the iron was hot. If Lao Zi agreed, he wouldn't have to worry about no one to share the blame. After all, Onoki had always been at odds with Lao Zi because of Lao Zi's stubbornness. When he reports, he will say something like Lao Zi disregarding the lives of fellow ninjas in the village and performing a complete tailed beast transformation. Wouldn't the blame for the defeat be a little less? You'd better really kill Hanyu Muyu. Lao Zi sighed and closed his eyes slightly. Iwakura was delighted and said with a serious expression, "Of course, I will do my best." Dark red chakra continued to flow out of Lao Zi's body and enveloped Lao Zi's entire body. With the rise of a violent aura, another huge beast appeared on the battlefield, and it was in the center of the battlefield. In order to deal with Muyu, he actually performed a complete tailed beast transformation in this position. Namikaze Minato looked at the red-haired giant ape with some surprise. Lao Zi's current position, if he punches Muyu, it's unknown whether Muyu will die, but several Iwagakure will probably die. Are you targeting me? Muyu's 360-degree Byakugan noticed one thing, that after Lao Zi transformed, several ninjas with strong chakra were approaching him. Although the Byakugan had seen through the opponent's chakra, for the sake of safety, Muyu still threw out a few identification techniques. Name, Iwagaku. Chakra, 71,000. Skills, Explosion, Mastery Level, 3100/15,000, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 3500, Explosion Meteorite Explosion, Mastery Level, Explosion Flying Stone, Mastery Level. Name, Sandstone. Chakra, 41,000. Skills, Explosion, Mastery, Earth Chakra Transformation, Mastery, Explosion Detonating Stone, Mastery. Name, Earth. Chakra, 35,000. Skills, Explosion, Mastery, Earth Chakra Transformation, Mastery, Earth Hardening, Mastery. It's the Iwagakure Demolition Team. Looking at the 6 panels that were all explosion, Muyu instantly knew that the 6 people who quietly approached were the strongest elite force in the Iwagakure village, the Iwagakure Demolition Team. But Muyu didn't panic. Since he had discovered the other party's plan, the danger was reduced. In addition, he could withdraw at any time with the Flying Thunder God technique and the armament haki that could perfectly protect the body, so there was no need to worry. Seeing Lao Zi transform into a huge ape, the Iwagakure ninjas who were worried about being accidentally injured retreated quickly. Muyu followed at a faster speed, slashing at Iwagakure while moving towards the place where there were more Iwagakure ninjas, trying to let Lao Zi accidentally hurt more Iwagakure ninjas. Lao Zi, who had made up his mind, did not give up the attack because of Muyu's actions. He suddenly jumped up and swung his huge fist towards Muyu. In the state of complete tailed beast, he only used chakra to strengthen his body to carry out physical attacks, which had great power. Boom! A big pit was directly smashed on the ground by Lao Zi, and there were 2 unlucky Iwagakure bodies in the pit. As for Muyu, who was targeted by Lao Zi, he used the instant body technique to pull away at the last moment and rushed towards the small lake he created. Most of the explosive ninjas were in that direction. Sure enough, a genius like him is not afraid of an injured Jinchuriki at all. Seeing this, Iwaka couldn't help but flash a smile on his face. Normally, with the chaos on the current battlefield, it is irrational to choose a ninja who can fly Thunder God as a target for siege. Because Muyu could fly away at any time, they couldn't stop him at all. But Yanko predicted what Muyu was thinking. He didn't think Muyu would be afraid and retreat because Lao Zi had completely transformed into a tailed beast. On the contrary, he thought Muyu would use this opportunity to completely defeat Lao Zi. Muyu was not only a young super genius, but also had killed a Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Yanko believed that such a Muyu would have his own pride and would not retreat easily. Explosion Style, Explosion Stone. Iwanko seized the opportunity and quickly created several stones that were far more powerful than the detonating talisman and shot them at Muyu. Before the action, Yanko had already given orders to the other members of the blasting team. At the moment Yanko took action, the other 5 explosion-style ninjas also used their best explosion-style ninjutsu. Explosion Style, Explosion Stone. Explosion Style, Explosion Technique. Various ninjutsu that could cause explosions flew towards Muyu. Seeing that Muyu was about to be submerged by the explosion, Yanko did not relax at all. Muyu only needed to perform the Flying Thunder God technique to easily avoid this crisis. Yanku quickly condensed chakra and prepared to perform his strongest explosion ninjutsu, meteorite explosion. He judged that Muyu would not use Flying Thunder God to go too far away, and would teleport to a nearby location to counterattack. As long as Muyu appeared, no matter who was next to her, no matter how many Iwagakure ninjas were next to Muyu, Yanku would immediately activate his ninjutsu. If he could kill Muyu with his own hands, it would not be an ordinary defeat, but a glorious defeat. However, to Yanku's surprise, Muyu did not use Flying Thunder God to dodge, but activated the ninjutsu. Ice Release, Ice Age. The large amount of chakra condensed in Muyu's body exploded at this moment, and the terrifying ice-blue cold air spread with Muyu as the center. Crack! Boom! The small lake turned into an ice field in the blink of an eye, and the rocks containing explosive power turned into ice blocks and fell to the ground, causing explosions. The cold air spread very quickly, and Yanku did not expect Muyu to use Ice Release instead of Flying Thunder God. In Yanku's shocked expression, the cold air quickly eroded his body and froze him into a big ice block. The other few explosive release ninjas who were not far from Muyu were not as strong as Yanku, and naturally they did not escape the fate of being frozen. Lao Ziyi originally wanted to take the opportunity to punch Muyu, but before he could swing his fist, the cold air had already touched his body. The biting cold made Lao Ziyi's pupils shrink subconsciously, and before he could move again, he turned into a huge ice sculpture. Under Muyu's generous use of chakra, the S-level Ice Age exerted a terrifying power. In addition to the explosion ninjas and Lao Ziyi who were close to Muyu, there were also some Iwagakure ninjas nearby who could not escape the erosion of the cold air and turned into ice cubes one after another. The Iwagakure ninjas who were not hit looked at the huge ice sculpture that was dozens of meters high with horrified expressions and retreated quickly. Even the Konoha ninjas who came nearby did not care about anything else and quickly retreated. For a while, a piece of ice-blue silence appeared on the battlefield. It's worthy of teacher Muyu. Seeing that Muyu resolved the crisis so easily and made a strong counterattack, Obito exclaimed. Just now, their disciples worked together to kill many Iwagakure ninjas, and brought a team of Konoha ninjas to help Muyu relieve the pressure, but before they could get support, Muyu solved the problem by herself. It seems that this is not the time. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. At this point in the war, their plan to lure the Iwagakure troops to death has been largely successful. Muyu and the Konoha ninja troops are in good condition. No matter what, they will not end up with Muyu's death. The next step is to weaken the manpower of the Iwagakure ninja as much as possible. This will be the biggest victory since the Konoha War. Next, pay more attention to the surroundings. Shisui's Sharingan quickly scanned the surroundings. There is no problem with Muyu, so they have to protect themselves well and not become a burden to Muyu. You have practiced ice escape so well without making any noise. Jiraiya, who was playing a game with the Five Tails, was a little surprised. Jiraiya, who was fighting with the Jinchuriki, should not have cared about other things, but the frozen Four Tails was too big and too eye-catching. At this time, the sun was slowly rising. The light of dawn hit the ice and reflected various colors. In addition, the hair of the four-tailed beast was originally conspicuous red, which was extremely dazzling. If it was him, he might be able to surpass Sarutobi's ninjutsu teaching. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh now. Muyu had already demonstrated water escape and fire escape that were far beyond ordinary people. Now he even practiced the blood limit ice escape so skillfully. You should know that Muyu is only 21 years old now. He still has a lot of time to practice and study ninjutsu. His future is simply immeasurable. Han also noticed the situation on the main battlefield. He was calm and composed, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart, and his attack became impatient. However, Jiraiya in the Sage mode was not a soft persimmon. His impatience did not allow Han to gain results, but was caught by Jiraiya. Not only was he injured, but all the Iwagakure Jonin who were responsible for protecting him were killed by Jiraiya and the two great sages. After dealing with these annoying disruptors, the next battle will be much easier. Jiraiya exhaled. A Jinchuriki who can fully transform into a tailed beast is an existence that no strong person would underestimate. If there is a special Jonin team to assist, the danger will be greatly increased. However, for a strong person like Jiraiya who has mastered many means, it is not easy to deal with a single Jinchuriki, but the chances of winning are very high. The Frozen Four Tails and the Frozen Iwagakure Ninja boosted the morale of the Konoha ninjas, but for the Iwagakure ninjas, it was uncomfortable. The powerful combat power of the troops was defeated one by one and failed to gain an advantage. In this way, let alone defeating Konoha, it would be difficult to break through. P.S. This picture is 4.2K, and there will be another chapter later, which may be around 12 o'clock, and no later than 1 o'clock. Because Zyja successfully went to bed early yesterday, I want to keep it up. If I persist for a week, maybe my work and rest schedule will return. Chapter 575 Death and Enlightenment. Crack. The chakra condensed in Yanko's body took effect and helped him break the hard ice. Hoo-hoo. Yanko panted with a look of discomfort. Although he successfully broke the ice, the biggest damage brought to him by the Ice Age was the cold air that invaded his body. If you look closely, you can see that Yanko's hands and feet are still shaking. Tick. The ice that froze Lao Ziyi soon made a dripping sound, followed by a large amount of white gas, and Lao Zi's body burst out with a terrifying high temperature to melt the ice. Mu Yu was not too surprised by this. The chakra of the four-tailed beast has the power of melting escape, so it is not difficult to break the ice. After all, although the Ice Age is a powerful skill extracted from the S-level scroll, Mu Yu's proficiency in ice escape is far less than his proficiency in the nature change of ordinary chakra. And Mu Yu has not developed a breathing method that can enhance ice escape. Without the many blessings of other skills, it is really difficult for the Ice Age to directly kill masters like Lao Ziyi and Yanko. Of course, it's just that the strong ones can't be killed. Ordinary Jonin and below are just sent directly, and they can't withstand the deadly cold air. Like Yanko, although they can't be killed, they can also be severely injured. Yanko, you're a waste. Lao Ziyi stared at Yanko with big eyes. He was already injured and was attacked by the cold air, and his condition became worse. The key is that Yanko said he would lead the team to kill Mu Yu, but he failed like this. Lao Ziyi now has the urge to kill Yanko. He did accidentally hurt Yunyan, but Yanko not only didn't kill Mu Yu, but was injured by Mu Yu. However, despite his impulse, Lao Ziyi still spit out a lava fireball at Mu Yu who rushed towards Yanko. Whoosh! Mu Yu stopped and used the instant body technique in another direction. Yanko is just a spent force, and it's not worth it for him to waste too much state to kill him. Anyway, Yanko will definitely not escape. Alas! Iwako sighed deeply. From the hope of making a name for himself in the ninja world at the end of the meeting to the life and death crisis after the failure of the siege. In just a few hours, he almost fell from heaven to hell. At this moment, he hoped that it was not Lashi who was injured that day but him, so that he could rest in peace in Iwagakure village. But it was impossible. The Iwagakure troops would definitely be defeated in this battle, and it was unknown whether he could survive. At least the whole army cannot be wiped out. Iwako said silently in his heart. Although he thought about sharing the blame and how to whitewash himself from the punishment of defeat, Iwako thought about Iwagakure most of the time. After all, this is the village that I vowed to protect since childhood. Use the tailed beast ball, don't worry about anything else. Use it with all your strength. Then take the surviving Iwagakure away. Iwako ordered sternly. This is really his last and most extreme way. The tailed beast ball has a huge range and extremely terrifying destructive power. As long as Konoha does not want to perish with Iwagakure, then after Lao Ziyi releases the tailed beast ball, they can only retreat. Lao Ziyi looked at Iwaku in disbelief. He didn't expect that this guy was even crazier than when he was affected by the tailed beast chakra. With one tailed beast ball, he might be on the top of the kill list of this war. Because other people can only kill one camp, and his tailed beast ball will take away a large number of ninjas from both sides. Without waiting for Lao Ziyi to reply, Iwaku took the initiative to condense chakra to attack Mu Yu. It also takes time to use the tailed beast ball. With the distance between Mu Yu and Lao Ziyi now, Mu Yu is fully capable of preventing Lao Ziyi from releasing the tailed beast ball. Swish! 5 stones with explosive power shot towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu, blessed with the Byakugan and the transparent world, ignored these attacks directly, dodging a flying stone perfectly every time he dodged. While dodging, Mu Yu took out several kunao from his ninja tool bag, 3 of which were shot at Iwaku and 1 at Lao Ziyi. Lao Ziyi felt his body getting cold, silently opened his mouth, and a large amount of chakra gathered in front of his mouth, quickly forming a dark purple chakra ball. Although Iwaku's method was crazy, it was indeed a method. Otherwise, if the stalemate continued, the final result would only be that he and Iwaku would both die at Mu Yu's hands, and the Iwagakure troops would not be able to break through. Oh no, tailed beast ball! Kakashi frowned when he found Lao Ziyi trying to condense the tailed beast ball. He wanted to stop it, but there were a large number of Iwagakure ninjas nearby who needed to be dealt with. After all, Iwagakure has 800 more people than Konoha ninja. If Konoha had not fought an ambush and head-on collision, Konoha ninja would have suffered great damage. Release the tailed beast ball. The Iwagakure ninja who was farther away was confused. If Lao Ziyi wanted to release the tailed beast ball here, he would take them and Konoha ninja away. Both Konoha ninja and Iwagakure ninja subconsciously wanted to stay away from Lao Ziyi. If they really wanted to release the tailed beast ball, they could also run away in time. Bang! The 3 kunao were extremely fast. In a hurry, Iwakura had to throw out a blast stone to detonate it, but it only interfered with 2 kunao, and 1 kunao still flew towards Iwakura. Swoosh! When the kunao passed by Iwakura's right side, Mu Yu instantly appeared beside Iwakura, grabbed the kunao, and stabbed Iwakura. And Iwakura was strangely not panicked but happy. Iwakura had never thought that he could kill Mu Yu head-on in a single-player battle. He couldn't do it in his prime, and it was even more impossible for him who was weakened by the Ice Age. But he is a explosion ninja, and he has an attack method that ordinary ninjas will never have: self-destruction. People who don't know explosion ninja very well can't expect this method. After all, not every explosion ninja has the ability to self-destruct, and not everyone has the courage to self-destruct. If I can die with Hanya Mu Yu, I won't be ashamed of Lord Onoki's cultivation. Iwakura thought in his heart. At such a distance, Mu Yu didn't expect him to have the ability to self-destruct, and he definitely didn't have time to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. If Mu Yu didn't have other special defensive skills, he should be able to do a 1-for-1 exchange at the limit. Explosion self-destruction. The powerful explosion chakra exploded, and a fierce white light emerged on Iwakura. Just when Yanko thought he was about to succeed, Mu Yu's body disappeared. Bang! Mu Yu appeared beside Lao Ziyi and swung an explosive fist. The sudden heavy force almost knocked Lao Ziyi to the ground, and the tailed beast ball that was about to condense also dissipated in this last step. Yanko looked at Mu Yu in astonishment. He didn't understand why Mu Yu could see through his thoughts. Could there be a ninjutsu that could read his mind from a distance? The next moment, Yanko lost all his doubts and worries, because he had exploded, literally exploded. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, a dazzling white light flashed, and the deputy captain of the Iwagakure demolition team disappeared, leaving only a huge charred pit in the original place. He would never have thought that Mu Yu had a pair of white eyes that could see through chakra under his glasses, and he would never have thought that Mu Yu only needed to look at him to know most of his information. Mu Yu saw through Iwaku's idea from the beginning, so in addition to throwing 3 kunao at Iwaku, Mu Yu also threw a flying thunder god Kunao at Lao Ziyi. This forced Iwaku to self-destruct and interrupted Lao Ziyi from releasing the tailed beast ball. Kakashi's heart was a little relieved. If Lao Ziyi really released the tailed beast ball, they might not be in trouble with Mu Yu's protection, and the Konoha ninja troops would definitely suffer a lot of losses. Lord Iwaku. Some Iwagakure ninjas looked at this scene in disbelief. They didn't expect Iwaku to self-destruct. This useless, this guy. Lao Ziyi, who stood firm again, couldn't help but feel a little touched when looking at the charred pit. Although Iwaku really didn't have much ability and brought the Iwagakure troops into the pit, he was not a useless person. At least, Iwaku will fight for the last chance for the Iwagakure. So, what about him? Lao Ziyi couldn't help but think of himself. Like many Jinchuriki who were sealed with tailed beasts in childhood, Lao Ziyi had a miserable childhood, where he was looked down upon, discriminated against, and feared. Because of these experiences, even if the Four Tails recognized him, Lao Ziyi was unwilling to communicate with the Four Tails. He felt that if it weren't for the Four Tails, he wouldn't have had this experience, and he hated his Jinchuriki identity. Even if he knew that if he could communicate with the tailed beasts, he would become stronger without any training, Lao Ziyi didn't want to communicate with the Four Tails, and he just couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. But after seeing Iwaku self-destruct, Lao Ziyi's thoughts changed. In fact, until now, Lao Ziyi still thinks that Iwaku is a bad person. Because Iwaku actually let him use the complete tailed beast transformation when there were a large number of Iwagakure ninjas around him, which was completely disregarding the lives of ninjas from the same village. But even such a bad person, he could blow himself up for the village and the Iwagakure troops. He thought he was not that bad, could he not overcome that hurdle for the power to save everything? Lao Ziyi's mind moved, and he came to a dark space. Standing in front of him was a tall four-tailed monkey with eye-catching red hair. The four-tailed monkey looked at Lao Ziyi silently without saying anything. Lao Ziyi looked at the four-tailed monkey and opened his mouth with all his strength. He was worried that he would not be able to say that sentence even if his strength was a little less. "Son, please help me, give me a little more strength," Lao Ziyi said with a complicated expression. This was the first time he called the four-tailed monkey's name. He was unwilling to communicate with the four-tailed monkey in the past, and of course he could not call the four-tailed monkey's name like a friend. Lao Ziyi was very nervous now. He was worried that the four-tailed monkey would reject him and humiliate him. After all, he usually ignored the four-tailed monkey. The four-tailed monkey looked at Lao Ziyi with a smile on his face. The stubborn person broke his stubbornness. He was pleased with Lao Ziyi's progress. "As you wish, Lao Ziyi." The four-tailed fox generously poured a large amount of its chakra into Lao Ziyi's body. The four-tailed fox's behavior was beyond Lao Ziyi's expectations. He didn't expect that this guy who had made him experience a miserable childhood would agree to his request so easily. He was ready to be despised and return empty-handed. "Thank you." Lao Ziyi's voice disappeared in the consciousness space after leaving a thank you softly. P.S. There was a little accident. I didn't expect that relatives would come to visit my home and insisted that I drink a few cups with them. This elder forced you to drink, and there was no way to refuse. I only typed 3,000 words in a days. In order not to stay up late, I can only stay here, and try to finish it in the next 2 days. It's been a fight for several days.